hear you, but I can. Yes, I can hear you now.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good evening. Welcome to Tampa City Council's hearing tonight, evening agenda on this date of May 12th, 2022. Roll call, please.
Carlson. Vieira.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Hurtak.
Here.
Goods.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Citro.
I am here.
We have a physical quorum.
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Today, May 12th, 2022, and we're here for the evening agenda after 5:01 p.m. at Old City Hall. Tonight, members of the public may participate in the City Council chambers in person or virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as communications media technology. Now, with regard to that, the public is able to, excuse me just a minute. Oh, I don't have that in front of me, I'm sorry. The public is able to view this on cable TV, Spectrum and Frontier, and also live streaming at tampagov.net/live stream. Now, pre-registration is required to participate virtually in a public hearing on a quasi-judicial or legislative matter. And for more information about that, the instructions are available at tampa.gov/quasi, QUASI. In order to participate via CMT, you must have access to communications media device such as a tablet or a computer equipped with a camera and microphone that will enable you to be seen and heard by the City Council and all other participants. Now, for these specific two-way video virtual meeting formats, cell phones and smartphones are not compatible, as they will not allow you to share your camera when connected. Now, also, just a reminder, Council, tonight you have several hearings that are going to be actually a little bit busy, let me put it that way. But with regard to the ex parte communications, Council, just a reminder that if you had any ex parte communications with regard to any of tonight's hearings, that you disclose the sum and substance and with whom that communication occurred, and you do that before the start of the hearing, if you wish to do that. Yes.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Do you want me to do it before the actual one itself, or can I just do it in general right now?
I think it would probably be better to do it at the start of each
Okay,
hearing, I would
great.
think. So if there are any other things that have been received and filed, they have been uploaded at this point, I suspect it's higher. If they have not been uploaded, if something has come in today or recently that did not give the public the opportunity to see it on SIRE, would you please make sure you do disclose those as well? Also, with regard to the platform, for those people who are going to be participating on GoToMeeting, and there are quite a few tonight, just a reminder, please, that the chat box on the GoToMeeting platform is for technical difficulties only, and if you should have any difficulties, that's when you use it. Otherwise, please do not use the chat box to communicate directly with anybody involving the sum and substance of the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councilman Vieira.
I, out of an abundance of caution, which sometimes you never want to do, I just saw a message that was sent to me on Facebook Messenger regarding what I believe to be the Harbor Island. What is the process for that? It's non-remarkable, but again, just out of an abundance of caution.
Well, we can get to that. Why don't we just...
Okay, I'll begin the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. A motion to waive the rules to allow for the CMT. Thank
We have a
you.
motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Roll call vote.
Carlson. Maniscalco.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried, Carlson being absent.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to mention that I have a memo from Councilman Carlson, who will not be with us today. Neither will he be on Zoom. However, Tomorrow is his birthday. Let's wish him all a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Councilman Crossen.
Happy birthday.
Ms. Wells, do you have anything you want to clean up on the agenda? Okay, thank you very, very much.
Move to open items 1 through 15.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Number 1.
Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Before we begin, there are some items that I would like to clean up before you tonight.
Thank you.
The first item is item number 1, REZ 2104. This petition was not properly noticed. Can you please remove this item from the agenda?
And that is file number REZ 21-04.
Yes, that is correct.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Thank you.
The next agenda item, item number 9, is REZ 2201. The applicant is requesting a continuance to be heard at the June 2nd, 2022 public hearing at 5:01 p.m.
Move to continue item number 9 to June 9th, 2022 at 5:01 p.m.
Do we know how many we have for that day?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So that is the first additional hearing night that was added to the schedule. So there are additional spots open.
Thank you.
Do I have a second? Councilman Maniscalco has
Second.
made a motion. Seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Barnes.
And the last item to clean up before you tonight is item number 13, REZ 2214. The petition was not properly noticed. Can you please remove this item
Move to
from the
remove
agenda?
item number 13.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Thank you. Okay. Agenda item number 2, file number DRI 22-72367. Before we begin, I think Ms. Hurtak.
Yes, because I know 2 and 3 are going together, I received emails from constituents that asked me to go and look at the site, so I did.
So you're announcing the fact that you actually visited the site?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
And I received a Facebook Messenger message. This is regarding Harbor Island, right?
Well,
Come on.
if we can, why don't we make it clear? Are we going to be hearing number 2 and 3 together? Who is?
Yes, sir.
Excuse, okay, we had that.
Yes,
one.
sir.
Okay, we had that. Okay.
So the message I received was from someone named Jimmy Clark. I've already screenshotted it, emailed it to myself, so it's public within the city email. It just said, "I'm coming down tonight to speak on the item." I hope I don't get mobbed. Something like that. Anyways, the screenshot is there, but I didn't respond to it, and now you know. That's all I have.
I also, excuse me, Councilman Miranda.
I don't know if I received any because I hardly ever look at Facebook. I don't look at any Facebook. I don't look at whatever it is that's there. And once in a while, I'll look, somebody sent me a text. I did call Miami a couple of minutes ago and ask them to send me an address where I got to mail a package to from the state of Florida. That was it. So if it's there, I haven't seen it and I haven't read it, so here we are. And Mr. Maniscalco, thank God you're not Supreme Court Justice.
So, on Harbor Island.
Okay,
Councilman Vieira.
And I was making a copy, an oversized copy, by the way, because I'm not good with a copy machine. But I did receive a messenger message that I literally just saw, because I don't always check my messenger, merely on the Harbor Island matter, stating somebody was coming here this evening, and
Must be
that's
the
it.
same gentleman, I suspect.
Now, I made copies. Shall I give this to you, or?
Well, have you,
I like the oversized paper.
I know.
my suggestion is what we could do is we could, if we We can put one into the record, and perhaps what my suggestion would be if you could just email that to the city email system so it's preserved as a public record, please. Here you are.
Then also in full disclosure, I also received a message from Mr. Jimmy Clark stating that he would be down here tonight in support of the hotel. And I have taken screenshots of that, sent them to my email just in case anybody asks for them.
And if I can, Mr. Chairman, just a reminder to members of the public that during the course of the hearing, please do not communicate by text or by email to the city council members during the course of the hearing. Everything that has to be decided here has to be based on competent substantial evidence that's in the record or things that have been previously disclosed. So I'd ask that you please be mindful of that for those people, especially at home as well. Thank you. And council, just a reminder that if anything should come in, that you please ignore it. And if you do happen to read it or see it, that you disclose it during the hearing. Thank you.
Just to let everybody know that we are going to be opening items, agenda items number 2 and 3 together, and those are file number DRI 22-72367 and file number REZ-21-52. So they will be heard together. Ms. Barnes.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination.
I'm
Before
sorry, Ms. Barnes. Please forgive me. Anyone who is going to be giving any type of evidence tonight or is going to be speaking tonight, would you please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in? So if you are going to be speaking and giving comments tonight,
Now, Mr. Chairman, just a reminder, my understanding is that there are people on the second floor as well. So I have posted a little sign over there on the lectern that says, asking, were you sworn in? So when you come up to speak after you state your name, just a reminder, please, to state that you have been sworn in, if you don't mind. Thank you. Just to accommodate the people on the second floor, and if it's spill over onto, on the first floor, perhaps.
thank you. Yes, Ms. Johnson-Velez.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. I just want to give a brief statement about the item number 2, the notice of proposed change for DRI, simply because council doesn't see them very often. I believe you all have seen maybe 2 or 3 in the time that I've been here in the last couple of years. But so I just wanted to give kind of a refresher of what a development of regional impact is. It's a creature of statute that was created to address the review and processing of large-scale developments which affect more than one county. And a mixed-use project like the Harbor Island project is a typical example of the type of project that would have gotten DRI review. And so it's all controlled by Florida statutes, and there used to be coordination between the Regional Planning Council and local governments to coordinate all the reviewing agencies, both at the state and regional and local level. But in 2015 and again in 2018, the state legislature passed significant legislation that virtually eliminated state and regional oversight of existing developments of regional impact, and transferred that responsibility for implementing and approving amendments to DRI development orders to local governments where the developments are located. And so because the Harbor Island DRI is located in the city of Tampa, the city now has the responsibility to implement and approve any amendments or proposed amendments to this Harbor Island DRI development order. So this particular request for change to this DRI is requesting an increase in entitlements under the development order to permit a maximum of 150 hotel rooms with ancillary uses and 160 parking spaces. It's also seeking to update Map 8 to reflect that increase in entitlements, seeking to recognize the termination date of the development order to September 27th of 2024 based on extensions based on the statutory right to extend based on declarations of state of emergency, and also it's requesting to eliminate the requirement for annual reporting that's currently in the development order. And so with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Barnes to give staff's presentation, and then you'll hear from the applicant. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the development order or notice of proposed change that you might have.
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Velez. Ms. Barnes.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Before we begin, I think staff still needs to swear in, so could we be sworn in, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do. Thank you. Okay, item number 3 is REZ 2152. The subject property is located at 800 South Harbor Island Boulevard. The request is to rezone the property from PD to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Good evening, Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. If I can please have permission, there you go, to share my screen. So as Annie already opened up, this is 2152. It is located in the Central Tampa Planning District in Harbor Island. It is within the Coastal High Hazard Area and Evacuation Zone A. The site is served by transit with a trolley stop about 0.4 miles away on Water Street. And here is an aerial of the subject site. We have, this is Harbor Island. There's a number of high-rise developments right across the street, across Knights Run Avenue, and then at the corner of Knights Run and South Beneficial to the east of the site. We have the Jacksons and the American Social development to the north. There's the Harbor Island Athletic Club to the east, and then a lot of housing to the south of the subject site. And it's a variety of different types of housing, attached, detached, and some condo townhome style housing. And then, of course, we have Water Street directly to the north off of the island. So this is the future land use map. The entire Harbor Island is regional mixed use 100. And you're going to hear a lot about a lot of the planning efforts that have been put in place for Harbor Island throughout the years. That the comp plan designated this entire area as regional mixed use 100. So the whole island is really planned for high intensity mixed use development. That does not mean that the development has to be mixed use, as I'm sure you all know. That just means a mix of uses. And we've really seen that on Harbor Island as it's developed throughout the year with a mixture of different types of uses, like offices, residential, some restaurants, etc. We did find that the proposed development was consistent with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan does not regulate height, but it provides a guideline. And in the regional mixed use 100 future land use category, it states that developments can typically be up to 24 stories. So the height of 12 stories we found was consistent with the plan, and it was compatible with what is directly to its north and northeast. We also found that it was furthering the mixed use policy direction by providing pedestrian entrance along Knights Run Avenue that connects to a public sidewalk. And we did find that the integrated parking garage, the applicant has stated that it would be screened to 80% opacity, was consistent with other policies in the plan about architecturally screening the parking garages. I also want to note for the record, it is located within the coastal high hazard area, that the proposed PD is commercial in nature. The hotel does not increase the number of residential units, so the proposed rezoning is not subject to Coastal Management Policy 1.2.2. So overall, the Planning Commission did find that the proposed rezoning is comparable and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and consistent with that underlying future land use designation. And I will turn it back over to Annie. Thank you.
Can I please share my screen? Again, the Annie Barnes Development Coordination. This is for 800 South Harbor Island Boulevard. The request is to rezone from PD to PD for a hotel with ancillary uses. The applicant is not requesting any waivers. Shown here is part of the complete site plan package showing the overall layout of the site. The proposed rezoning is for a 150-room hotel. The applicant is required to provide 158 parking spaces, and 160 parking spaces are being provided. Shown here is another aerial view of the subject property. There are a mixture of residential uses in the surrounding area with commercial uses to the north. The surrounding properties are zoned PD as well. Shown here are the north and east elevations, also the south and west elevations. This is a picture of the subject site and a property east of the subject site, as well as property north of the subject site and northwest. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request consistent with the applicable City of Tampa Land Development Code regulations. Should council approve the rezoning petition, further modifications to the site plan must be completed in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none. Petitioner? Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Kramer, and there were some there's some procedural issues that came to light, and I was wondering whether perhaps now is the time to be able to discuss the issues. If there is the opportunity for cross-examination, I wanted to bring that to council's attention. Mr. Kramer, did you want to address that now, or depending on how things come up during the course of the hearing?
Yes, sir. Jake Kramer, for the record, I have been sworn. Mr. Shelby and I spoke about the potential to cross-examine witnesses if that's needed. What we discussed is that if any witnesses need to be cross-examined, then that would occur directly after that witness spoke, correct?
And the reason I bring that up, Mr. Chairman, is we do have people who are online, and I would ask that the clerk keep those people online for the period afterwards in case Mr. Kramer or anybody else who would have standing would want to be able to cross-examine, and also that the people in the room or downstairs when they come up to speak, they'd also remain afterwards in case there's an opportunity or a requirement for cross-examination in this case. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shelby, if I
Yes.
may ask, I'm not an attorney at law, but if somebody's just giving a comment, does that give this, Mr. Kramer the right to cross-examine? Or if somebody is giving competent, substantial evidence? I hope you understand my point.
Well, yes, and I believe Mr. Kramer would too. The competent substantial evidence, it wouldn't be just a cross-examination on just somebody's opinion. Unless they're an expert, then they would have that opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Correct. For example, if someone is an expert and offers an opinion. Yes, sir.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just another matter of housekeeping. Since this is 2 hearings, I see my timer says 30 minutes. I hope to not take that much time, but is that my time for the introduction and rebuttal altogether, or how are we going to keep time tonight?
Mr. Shelby?
Well, what was that? Well, actually, they're being heard together. I don't think the DRI would take much time. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think I need a little bit more time than 15 minutes, so.
How much time are you requesting?
20. 20 minutes direct and 10 minutes total for rebuttal.
I feel that would be all right. Is there any objection to that?
That's fine with me, but then the other side's going to, if the other side needs additional minutes, they're also entitled to the same amount.
Correct. Is that all right with you, Mr. Kramer?
I'm not sure. I know that there is at least one attorney here in opposition. I'm not sure how much time that they have through waivers for their association. So I'm happy to give them the time they need. I think we should just wait and see what their case is and how much time they need.
So you're asking for 20 minutes total?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
For my initial presentation. Yes, sir.
May I have a motion for that?
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. Last matter of housekeeping, Mr. Chair, is I've presented some binders. I would just ask that those be entered into the record. They have expert reports and resumes.
I have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Is there any objection? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. If we could go to the presentation, please. Thank you. Again, Jake Kramer with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street. For the record, I have been sworn. Tonight, we're proposing an AC hotel by Marriott on Harbor Island, as you heard from staff. It's been tailored to fit the context of downtown and Harbor Island. We put together our team very purposely for this project. Liberty, the developer, has experience developing Marriott and a Hilton in downtown Tampa. All of the companies that we're working with also have experience developing hotels in downtown Tampa. Tonight, we're proposing to redevelop an obsolete bank building with an upscale lifestyle hotel. This has been an 18-month process, Council, and it's involved multiple rounds of community feedback. We reduced the hotel from 15 to 12 stories to be shorter than the adjacent office building. We completely redesigned the hotel a few months ago and added an ancillary artist gallery and a cafe, and we also integrated architectural features to activate the street and protect the neighbors to make the street safer. Unlike many PDs that you all see, we've removed all waivers and fully parked this building at the request of the neighborhood. And again, we did all of this based on community feedback. So let's jump into the context. We're located on the north side of Harbor Island, as staff mentioned. The site is located about a block from the Westin Hotel, which is on Harbor Island. And it's north of the athletic club. It's also north of the gates for a gated community on the south side of Harbor Island, which you can see in red, and it'll be in red on the next series of slides. Urban uses surround the site, making it prime for redevelopment. This is really the most significant intersection on Harbor Island. The bank building was actually built 35 years ago as the original sales center for Harbor Island. It's outdated and is going to be replaced at some time. The only question is what? What will be replacing it? Then it was a SunTrust bank, and now it's an office building. As staff mentioned, this is all within a DRI. And what that means is that all of Harbor Island was planned very purposefully by staff, by the Regional Planning Council, by state agencies. They all had input. And this DRI is why we filed the companion notice of proposed change. Harbor Island was really the first urban master plan mixed-use community in Tampa. And as planned, uses are mixed throughout the island and not necessarily building by building. Functionally, Harbor Island is an extension of downtown. It's part of the urban heart and urban core of Tampa. Over time, the north side of the island began to realize that original vision. The south, behind the gates, developed out at much lower densities than was originally planned. So tonight is really a tale of two neighborhoods. You have the north side of the island, where the site is located, which consists of commercial, hotel, office, retail, and very dense residential. The south side of the island, behind the gates, is mixed density residential. You have everything from single-family homes to 8-story residential multifamily. South side of the island is an exclusive high-end gated enclave, and it's not open to the public. As staff mentioned, the site is currently zoned for bank and office uses. As you can see, the south side of the island, that community has its own series of PDs. And I think it's significant that the boundaries of those PDs basically follow the gates. Future land use, from a regulatory perspective, the island has the most intense future land use you have in the city outside of the CBD. So it's the same category that you see in Channelside. So that's where our comprehensive plan that's the trajectory for Harbor Island. RMU 100 allows high-rise up to 24 stories, and keep in mind, we're proposing only half that. The Planning Commission notes that we're in a mixed-use corridor that encourages transit. We're close to the trolley, we're walkable to the trolley, we're walkable to the convention center, we're walkable to the arena. And as your professional staff notes in their report, this hotel is both consistent with the comp plan and compatible with the neighborhood. Compatibility is not in the eye of the beholder, Council. It simply means that land uses can coexist over time with each other. They work together over time. And what your experts and ours, the expert reports are in your binder, what they have said is that that is happening on Harbor Island now with the uses that are already there that have been planned: hotels, commercial, residential, high and low density. What this graphic illustrates is just that, is that this building's height is appropriate. Overall, there are buildings taller than this project, and there are 7 buildings between 7 and 12 stories in the same range as this building, including 2 buildings in the south neighborhood, south of the gates. What you'll also notice on our site is that where there's blue and green, as our architect will explain, the blue is the taller portion of the building, as you can see, that is pushed up towards the more dense part of the island, and the green, the building steps down, which is facing the less dense, less intense part of the island. Now, the current zoning for the island south of this building actually allows for buildings that are taller. It allows for that zoning allows for buildings that are up to 158 feet, as opposed to R145. So this shows, this helps emphasize the compatibility picture. So in red are the 8-story multifamily in the south neighborhood. As you can see, they're very close to residential. 140 feet from single family and 132 feet from multifamily. The hotel is much further away, 541 feet from single family. Now, as I mentioned, we had a lot of community outreach, probably one of the most robust community outreaches that I've been involved in a number of years, especially with COVID. We worked really hard. We had a meeting with the Master Association, HICSA. We had a meeting with the task group that was set up by the South Neighborhood Association. And we had both a virtual community meeting in January and an in-person community meeting, which you see the pictures of here, in April. Now, after the first community meeting, we completely designed the entire project. And by that I mean, we literally started from square one. We threw out the plans based on the community feedback we received, and we redesigned the entire project, inside out, all the way down to the site plan, interior, exterior, everything. And these are really just the top 10 changes. We reduced the floor area ratio. We reduced the building height. We reduced the building square footage. We reduced the number of guest rooms. We eliminated all waivers. We completely redesigned the exterior again. We completely enclosed the loading zone and the trash compactor. We retained the existing Harbor Island signage, which was a request of the community. We created a dedicated rideshare pickup, and we announced a hotel flag so people would know what they're going to get. Then we had a very successful in-person community meeting last month. As a result of that, we took that feedback and we took 3 steps. The first is we heard a concern that the hotel might be open to parking, because it's actually a little bit overparked, that the hotel might be open to the general public for parking. And we've agreed between first and second reading to add a condition stating that parking will not be open to the general public. Second concern we had is people asking for a little bit more activation of the ground floor. And so what we've agreed to do, what we've come up with, is we're going to integrate an artist gallery into the first floor lobby and spaces, so we can introduce travelers to Tampa's art scene, and so that this space can really be sort of an intimate gathering space as an ancillary use to the community. It could be used for coffee hours, neighborhood meetings, and so on. The third thing we did was we heard concerns about the traffic flows off of the island during special events, like tonight, right? And so what we did was, it's not our problem that we didn't create it, but we went to Tampa, the City of Tampa's mobility staff, and had a conversation about, is there anything we can do to work together and make progress on this? What we learned from that was your staff is actually ahead of the game. They've commissioned a report. The report's done, and they've just received that report, and they're analyzing it. The report actually gives about a dozen potential solutions for the Franklin Street, Harbor Island Boulevard corridor, physical things that could actually be done to improve that situation. Mobility staff also agreed that they would go look at the timing of some lights in the Franklin Street corridor to see if that could help the situation during special events. So with that, I'd like to turn over the presentation to our architect so he can explain to you the context of the building and show you the design.
Yes, Councilman Hughes.
Mr. Kramer's going to switch gears. Let me ask a question.
Yes, sir.
In reference to your presentation just now, you said the hotel will not be open to the public. If it's a hotel, explain that to me, because I'm kind of confused. If it's a hotel is open to the public. So how does that work, sir?
Yes, sir, understood. The specific concern we heard was that what if the parking is just open to anyone? People who may want to come down to Harbor Island and can't find parking otherwise may park in the building. And the concern we heard was that, hey, if you're gonna build a hotel, it should be for the people who have a purpose of being there in that space. And so what we're going to do with the parking is you'll have to have a purpose. You'll have to have a reason of being in the building or being associated with that property.
All right, I'm just wondering how you're gonna be able to control that, but okay.
Well, the parking will actually be valet, sir.
Mr. Kramer, continue, sir.
The parking will actually be valet.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. If we could go back to the presentation, our architect is going to use the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Council Chair and council members, my name is Mickey Jacob. I'm with Goodwin Mills Kaywood Architects, and we are the design architect and the architect of record for the project, and I have been sworn in. I'd like to talk a little bit about the hotel we've designed that we're very proud of. We have the architectural site plan in front of you. And I want to start with this because this is where the community interacts with the building the most, is on the streetscape. And so we've taken great care in looking at how the streetscape really affects what goes on around us in the community. So I want to point out 4 different things that I think are critically important. One is the sidewalk area that we have created that is an interactive, wide area. It's going to be well lit. It's going to have canopies over access from the building, areas for gathering. And we're very excited about how that connects both down to the south neighborhood and back into the north neighborhood where there's high-density residential. Secondly, we've created a porte-cochere valet parking, so the cars will come in, the guests will come in by auto, will come in off of Knights Run Avenue and turn into a covered porte-cochere area that is underneath the building canopy, so that the cars have privacy. We get the cars out of the view, and it's also safer and out of the elements for our guests that are arriving at the hotel. Thirdly, we have taken the loading berths and loading docks, and we've moved them back into the building substantially so that any deliveries coming in there will be done underneath the canopy of the building. No trucks will be sticking out into public view with that, and there's a rolling door in front of it when it's not in use. And lastly, as Jake mentioned, we're looking at how we repurpose that ground floor space so it's community-based space, and the community will be invited in to the space itself as we continue to program that space. I'd like to take you for a walk around the building now. This is a north elevation off of Knights Run Avenue. The building is 145 feet at 12 stories, a ground floor activated space, public space, 4 stories of parking, 1 story above that of amenity space, including pool, and then 6 floors of guest rooms. The materials will be as a lot of materials you find already on Harbor Island, precast concrete panels, metal panels, stone, and obviously a lot of glass, because transparency at this hotel is something we're really looking for in terms of being connected in with the community and both light in and out. Also on the front, we've created an entrance portico which defines the public entry into the building itself directly off of the sidewalk. As we move up a little bit from the view from the northwest corner, I just wanted to point out how that public space on the sidewalk works. You can see it a little better here beyond the words that are on the screen. However, it's one of the things that we wanted to do with that, with the neighborhood, is create opportunities and promote unintended social collisions that happen when you're out walking in the neighborhood. And being an area that's wide, an area that's well lit, an area that has a lot of space, we really believe that that'll promote that. As we draw closer into the building, looking from the stop sign at Knights Run and South Harbor Island Boulevard, I wanted to point out the vertical element at the corner of the building, which is really our architectural icon with the building itself. We want that to be the beacon, that the building will be recognizable. At night, it'll be subtly lit, and it represents what we think is just really a lovely architectural icon that'll be recognizable for the building and for the neighborhood itself. Additionally, we're adding unique spaces like this one above the main entry from the pedestrian. It's an outdoor cafe space. It will be open to the public. Anybody will be able to go in there, perhaps get a cool drink or a cocktail, and sit outside on this balcony space, enjoy the elements, enjoy the views in this wonderful neighborhood. As we move around to the east side elevation, one of the things we really tried to key on was a variety of depths on the elevation to create virtual interest and unique shadows. We did not want to have a flat building, but one actually that was really unique in of what's going on at Harbor Island at this point in time. We've also created an entry portico because this is going to be where we have our main vehicular entrance. And above that portico, rather than do building signage, we are going to commit to doing public art to support the City of Tampa Public Arts program. As we move out a little bit from it, we can see the guest entry off of Knight's Run goes into an opening that is with canopies over top of it where the vehicles go in underneath the building itself. Also, we've added a number of trees down in the pedestrian area and around the perimeter of the building for more shaded opportunities where pedestrians are going. As we close in closer on that, we can see where we come into the valet. That area of the building is completely transparent with glass, so it's in and out, see in, see out at all times with it, which also makes it very a lot easier for guests. But to the left, you can also see underneath the public art, we have a large canopy. That canopy will be the area for ride share. So we've really thought about circulation on the site so that people can come out, walk across the valet area and directly into their ride share, which is also undercover from the elements. As we go down to the south elevation, this is where we have the entry into the loading dock area. As we mentioned, the loading dock, the front of the loading dock is substantially situated underneath the building itself. And we wanted to do that to really keep everything out of view from any kind of delivery vehicles. Additionally, as you can look down from the corner down to that on the left, any vehicles coming in there will do the maneuvering within the right-of-way of the site with us and adjacently to the Harbor Island Athletic Club. And also we will have a commercial compactor in there, so that is going to reduce the number of required visits of solid waste vehicles during a week. As we move over to the west elevation, this is the elevation that will probably be most used by the residential neighborhood. We're really looking at how we do vertical transparency here with horizontal elements within that itself and really create a neighborhood. And I've been told I've got to go faster. So you can see here how it works. The other thing too, as Jake had mentioned, the vertical elements with the highest elements face the high density, high rise of the neighborhood as we step the building back down. And here's a view of that as you would see from the streetscape itself. This is our pool area. We've screened the pool on the south side towards the neighborhood and created a vista for looking at great sunsets. Our amenities, we're going to do very high-end design using other AC hotels as examples across the country. This is going to be a very high-scale, elegant hotel. This is not meant to be a beach hotel. This is something we want to do that really elevates the whole neighborhood. And then you can see as we've dropped the building into the neighborhood itself, the scale against where it is with the adjacent buildings. You can see how the front of the building faces onto the existing office building itself. Here gives you an idea on the L shape of the building, how it steps back down towards the neighborhood. So the 12 stories face out into the high density area itself, and the rest of the building steps down as good urban design principles dictate in mixed use areas. Again, from the residential neighborhood, you can see how our lower portion of the parking garage steps down towards that neighborhood along South Harbor Island Boulevard. And then finally, how the building, the scale of it and the massing compares to the buildings adjacent to it on Knights Run Avenue itself. As part of this whole mixed-use area, this building in its massing and its scale steps down back into the residential area. And we really tried hard in terms of designing this in a means which would really respect that. And finally, as you can see, we've created that beacon, which we really think is elegant, but this is an important project. And because this is my neighborhood too, I live on Harbor Island. So we are very dedicated, our entire team and my design team, to design an iconic, elegant, sustainable building that will enhance the urban experience on the island. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Randy Cohen, Cohen and Company. I have been sworn. We prepared the transportation analysis for this study, consistent with all the requirements of the City of Tampa. It's been thoroughly reviewed and it's been approved by the City of Tampa transportation staff. The important feature out of this particular traffic study is this hotel did not change a single low-level service of any of the intersections that we reviewed. At Harbor Island and Knights Run, it's level of service B in the morning today. It'll be level of service B in the future with hotel added. In the afternoon, it's level of service C in the morning, level of service C in the afternoon with the hotel added in 2024. Both the driveways, which are shared with the athletic club, operate at level of service A today, level of service A in the future with or without this project. So this project does not have a significant transportation impact. That's not to say that Harbor Island doesn't have and suffer from congestion from traffic on the other side of the bridge with the convention center and the arena as there are special events, and we'll talk about that later. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake Kramer again. Could we go back to the presentation? Council, I'll just leave you in the parting thoughts. You know, again, we've worked really hard. We've had a number of community meetings. We've had individual meetings. We've really talked across the community. And this chart shows you, this is what you all tell us every time we come to you. This is why we took a continuance, because we took a pause, redesigned the entire project, and brought something to you that I hope you can be proud of. So with that, we'll answer any questions you have now or later. Thank you.
Any questions for the petitioner?
Thank you.
Hey, excuse me, Mr. Kramer?
Can you go back to the, one of the slides that shows the ingress, egress? I'm just trying to, because you, your traffic person mentioned that it's a shared driveway with the athletic club. I don't know what that, I guess I don't know what that means. I mean, I drove
Sure,
around in that area, like I said today, but
Yes, ma'am. I'll let Randy explain the circulation
Thank you.
pattern.
Yes, ma'am. If we could have the exhibit up. The Harbor Island driveway, which is the one in the lower left of the screen, is a driveway that services the Harbor Island Athletic Club and the bank property as it exists today, which will be the hotel in the future. There's an easement between those two parties, allowing both of them to use that driveway. The same is true with the driveway in the upper right-hand corner of the site, which is a shared driveway between those two. They exist today. We will not change them.
Okay.
They will be used by everyone.
okay, thank you. That clarifies it.
Thank you.
Mr. Goods, Councilman Goods.
How many community meetings were held, sir?
I'm
How
sorry?
many community meetings were held reference to this project?
Two, we had one virtual and one in person. We also held individual meetings with a task force that consisted of members of the board of the South Neighborhood Association. We also gave a presentation to the HICSA board, which is the Master Facilities Association for the island.
And Mr. Goods and council, just a reminder that there is no requirement in the code with regard to the community meetings, and basically you're going to have to base your evidence, your decision on the competent substantial evidence that you hear at the hearing, and the criteria of the number of meetings would not be relevant to that.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. I just wanted to make sure the community was involved in the process.
If I may finish answering Mr. Good's question. In your binders, the last item also has a summary of those community meetings, what happened, the comments we received, the communications that went out, just that's there for you to look at.
Councilman Miranda.
When was Harbor Island developed?
When was Harbor Island developed? I'd like to have my planner come up and answer the question on the planning side.
The next part of that question is, when was the DUI put in? There was two things. I don't know which one came first.
Mhm.
I just need some clarity to see if I was here.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Cynthia Spidell, 401 East Jackson Street, Stearns Weaver, and I have been sworn. The original DRI was approved in February 40 years ago, so it turned 40 years old this February in 2022, so I guess that's 1982.
Thank you for calling me 40 years old. I need a date, like, 1980 or 1990 or 1970 or something.
So, yes, it was 40, so it started in 1982. And there is in the planning report, which is in your binder, there's historical aerial photographs that can show you, the evolution of Harbor Island over that 40-year period.
If we find it here, we'll be here for 2 months because it's kind of big boulder you gave us. But thank you.
Jay Kramer again. Ms. Spidell's report is item L, as
Yeah,
in
thank
Larry,
you.
in your binder.
And it's Exhibit A, it's the first exhibit in the plan.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
You didn't answer his question on when Harbor Island was created, though.
Well, it was Seaton Island beforehand, and then when the
Okay.
DRI was approved,
That's
then
what
it became
changed it.
Harbor Island. And, a development of regional impact is generally the build-outs are 30 years. So you start out, and that's the reason why you see them evolve significantly over time, because they are extremely large developments. It's 178 acres. It doesn't develop overnight. It's a process. And that's the reason why the development of regional impact review process was initially adopted by the state, was so that you would have this regional coordination for the regional impacts associated with it. And I believe weren't you the original planner on it? The original planner is here, so. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Any other questions? All right, are we taking public comment at this time?
Mr. Chairman, because we opened the two items together,
That's what I
there are
was going to ask
speakers,
next.
there are speakers for items, there are speakers perhaps for this and also for item number 3, but we're going to be combining those two.
So shall we hear the speakers for the first item first, or combine both of them together?
Combine.
Mr. Chair, Jay Kramer, the applicant, I would suggest we hear both, since we combined our
Thank you.
presentation. It'll be confusing otherwise, I think, for the public.
Okay, thank you. And
Ms.
that-
Mendel, I'm sorry,
No,
Councilman Randall.
I'm not an attorney, but we only heard one side, number
That's-
2. So how can we hear 3 without hearing 2? We only heard testimony on item number 2. Am I correct? I'm not challenging anything, I'm just
Jay
saying.
Kramer again. I thought the intent when we opened the hearing was that we opened it for both items.
Yes.
And that we gave our presentation for both items just now.
All right.
And my suggestion would be, subject to Mr. Shelby's opinion and Ms. Johnson-Velez, that we
All right.
have public comment for both, and then I believe they'll direct you'll need to vote on them separately, though.
All right, thank you very much.
Ms. Mendel.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Good evening, Julia Mandel for the record, with the law firm of Gray Robinson, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, Florida 33602. I do have a speaker waiver form. Some of the folks that are on the speaker waiver form, actually I see a couple of them coming in, might be downstairs, so they, because of space, so perhaps we can let them in, we can go ahead and get that procedurally taken care of, and then they can find a comfortable location where they can sit again.
Let's see, is Patty Campser? Patty Campson? Thank you. Pamela? Okay, Ms. Eliopoulos, are you also registered to speak? But you're waving?
Yes, I'm waving and
You're waving that one?
Noted. Mr.
Okay,
Shelby.
thank you. Pamela Lowe?
Yes, right here, sir.
Thank you. Brenda Schwarzkopf?
Right here.
Is Bob Smith here?
Yes.
And Barb Smith? I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that'll be 6 additional minutes?
That is my understanding, and I would presume, since I'm talking about both, if I need an additional time, that would not be objectionable. But it is my intent to give you as much information in a short period of time as possible, as there are a lot of speakers.
Okay, thank you very
How
much.
much additional time are you asking for?
I really don't need maybe up to 10 minutes for my presentation, and if I need a little bit more, I'll ask. But I think that should be sufficient. You have a tremendous number of other speakers here, so I want to be courteous to everybody.
Here again, I thought we set that perimeter in the beginning.
That's correct. Okay. Go ahead, Ms.
Very good.
Mandel.
Thank you. I am here on behalf, for the record, of the South Neighborhood Association of Harbor Island. That is an area that Mr. Kremer talked about, and I will get into that further. And as we've indicated, and I have given you a memorandum setting forth the analysis, as well as I gave you some additional evidence through that we, the South Neighborhood Association is in objection to this rezoning. I'm starting by showing you, and I don't know if we can
Ms.
get...
Mandel, please, 1 second. Can we have the Elmo up, please?
I don't know what I need to do to get the Elmo. Sorry, I'm old school. I use the Elmo still, or whatever we're calling it nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if I can. Oh, there's the Zoom. Very good. Again, you are going to hear from a lot of folks tonight. Some of them are in the South Neighborhood Association area, some of them are not. But I think what you're going to hear is a lot of frustration and concern over this particular rezoning and generally what's occurring on Harbor Island. But as it relates to the South Neighborhood and this project specifically, the red line that you see here is the dividing line between the north and the south, and everything to the South Neighborhood Association, it consists of a variety of communities with approximately 657 homes. They are mixed type. They are single family, they are garden homes, they are condominiums, and they are townhouses, and it's approximately 3,000 residents. But Harbor Island is a pretty unique area in the city of Tampa. It's an island, and it only has 2 entry points on and off the island. One is at Beneficial, and the other one is at Harbor Island Boulevard. That is the only way that you can get off the island and onto the downtown area. Additionally, the South Neighborhood Association, has been mentioned, is a gated area. There is only 2 entry points into the South Neighborhood Association area. That is at South Harbor Island and at Beneficial. That's what does make this unique. This is, in essence, this rezoning application, in the area of this rezoning application is, in essence, the gateway into one of the entry points into the South Neighborhood Association. And as it stands today, and I understand that this is a mixed-use community, and I understand that it has a very significant land use classification, but as it stands today and the way it's developed today, here, I want to show pictures of what the gates look like today, because I think that's incredibly important in your analysis as to whether or not this project is compatible. This is the entry point at Beneficial Drive. As you can see, as you go into the entry point, on the south side of Knights Run, you've got, maybe 45, 50 feet height. You have some townhouses over here, but you have a vista that you have as you go into the gated area into the community. This is the South Gate. I'm sorry, this is the Harbor Island Gate. This is the view as you go into this, the Harbor Island Gate. This is a retention pond. There's no development there. This is as you're going in. And this is what it looks as you're driving in to the South Harbor Island Gate. What you're seeing right now, what you see right now is the existing structure, which is a 1-story building. And then you see a number of higher, denser, higher scale towers. That is what the issue is. That is what the issue is for this neighborhood. As you can see right here, this is a view looking towards the towards the east, looking towards the east at South Harbor Island Boulevard and Knights Run. It's a very clear line of delineation. You have on the north side very high density, high scale, high intensity uses. That is how it was planned and that is how it is developed. As you move on the other side, as you move closer to the residential portion, the low density and the mid density residential area, the development pattern on that side is not as dense, it's not as intense, it's not as tall, the scale is less. This is from Beneficial looking the other direction towards Harbor Island Boulevard. You can see there is some taller structures, a little bit higher density, but it's a clear delineation between these two particular uses and this type of development pattern on each side of Knights Run Boulevard. Again, this really is the concern of the residents. They have concerns over transportation and traffic. That, I think, is shared upon everybody on Harbor Island. Getting on and off Harbor Island is incredibly complicated, especially during special events, especially during lightning games and those kinds of things. There is no question that although you can look at this from an ITE perspective and a transportation perspective, that it might not increase actual numbers of trips, there's going to be additional traffic. There is going to be additional pressures. There's going to be additional congestion. Additionally, the driveway, and I don't have the best picture of it, but you've seen it on some of your other slides, is right at the front of the gate. It's right at the beginning point where you have traffic that is going in and out as they wait to get in and out of a gate, as they wait to queue. This is also the area where there is a bus stop for the schools as they go to whatever the schools are zoned for, Plant, I think it's Plant, and Wilson, and some of the other schools. Again, this is the concern of the residents. They are concerned about how this mass and scale is going to impact their residential uses. They are concerned about traffic. They are concerned about how this is going to affect their kids getting on the bus. And they are concerned generally about the change that could happen as you get on the other side of Knights Run Boulevard. I think it was really interesting to look at the presentation that was given, because I think if you look at when they showed how that looks in comparison to, they did an imagine of what this will look like, you could even see in that picture, it would be the tallest structure on the south side of Knights Run. It would start potentially a trend. It would start potentially how you move development on the other side of Knights Run, and what that will look like and what that will feel like. That is something that you have the right to consider as part of your analysis. I did note that that there is now no longer any waivers that were required. I understood from the staff report, and maybe somebody can clarify this afterwards, that there was going to be a waiver that was required between first and second reading. But I certainly applaud them for trying to get a development that doesn't require any waivers. That's certainly always the thing to try and accomplish as you're going through this process. But that does not change your analysis. Under the PD criteria that you have in your code, you have the absolute right to review whether or not a particular development, as it comes forward as a planned development, is compatible. Is its height and scale compatible? Is it going to cause undue pressures on the built environment? Is it going to create transportation impacts? You're going to hear from a lot of members of the community what their day-to-day lives are as they drive on and off the island, their concerns and their issues. If it's any of that evidence and testimony that comes to you, if it's factually based, it is competent, substantial evidence. You have the right to consider that competent, substantial evidence when you make a decision as to whether or not the PD criteria have been met. In your packet that I gave you, I did point out the PD criteria. I did highlight those portions that you can consider as part of your analysis, and I would encourage you to look at those criteria and determine whether or not those criteria have been met. The staff has found it consistent, but your role is to determine whether or not those criteria have been met, and your role is to look at all of the evidence that comes into the record and make that decision. Is this the right development in the right place at the right time? That is part of your analysis, and that is part of what you have to consider in listening to the testimony and evidence as part of this record and making your ultimate decision. I'm available for any additional questions on this. I think it's important to hear from the community as to what they think. And if I do have a couple of extra minutes, if I can get 1 or 2 extra minutes to wrap up at the end, I'd appreciate that.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
What is the tallest building in the south part of the island?
I believe it's 8 stories. I don't know exactly what that height would be, but I imagine it's somewhere around 8,
Yeah,
80.
the stories is what I wanted, thank you.
I apologize,
Please,
it's 7.
please. Finished? Okay, sorry, Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And it's not to Ms. Mandel, it's more so for staff, for the, whether it's Ms. Johnson Velez, Ms. Wells, or Mr. Shelby. For purposes of council, could y'all clarify when it comes to the public, and I know we've gone over this before, but what constitutes competent substantial evidence from members of the public? Do they need to be qualified as experts as such, or is the day-to-day experiences of people? Because I just want us to know, because we're going to have a lot of public comment that's going to be very passionate, and without a doubt, when you take a look at the replacement of that small bank with this big hotel, that is a big change. But I want to find out, what is that which we can, for all of our sake, which we could rely upon in making a determination on this as it pertains to the public comment.
So Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney for the record. I would generally agree with how Ms. Mandel presented the testimony that you can hear from the public that would be considered competent substantial evidence when they are speaking to their experiences and how it impacts their quality of life, what they've observed in the development over time. The courts have found that to be competent substantial evidence. Of course, as you hear from the different members of the public, ask yourself, are they speaking to the criteria that is applicable under a PD rezoning? Because that is the standard of review for this city council. So they must speak, for it to be competent substantial evidence, they must be speaking to the criteria in the code as it relates to an approval or a denial of this application.
That's what I thought. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Councilman Miranda.
Ms. Mandel, you mentioned the road, I guess, Run Avenue to the south. Is there any buildings at all that is PD commercial of structure other than I would imagine that 7-story building is residential?
That is correct. Everything on the other side of the gate, as it were, is all residential. The only two commercially zoned at this time areas, one is the Harbor Island Athletic Club, which is really a private recreational use. So that's only allowed for members who are part of that community. And then the former bank building that's now a professional office. That was rezoned in 2016, if I'm recalling correctly, to become a professional office. It was a bank prior to that.
And all right, thank you very much.
And if I could just follow up on the criteria that Ms. Wells mentioned. Unless they are an expert, and their opinion is not necessarily not competent substantial evidence. So, Council, I would direct your attention to the criteria, as it's been mentioned in the staff reports, and apply the facts that you hear. Factually, what supports their opinion is the competent substantial evidence, but the opinion themselves, unless they are experts, does not constitute competent substantial evidence. So again, my suggestion would be to have the criteria of the PD in front of you, and if there are facts that associate to that criteria, you can weigh those and determine whether that meets the competent substantial evidence, the burden that you would be able to base your decision on.
Ms. Mandel, to follow up on Councilman Miranda's question, you have been dealing with land use for a while, both with the city of Tampa and now privately. That Knights Run, the north side is very intensive, the south side is less intensive. Was that by design, either by the city or the planning commission? Or that just happened in happenstance?
I mean, I think that's a question for your staff who has been more involved over the years in terms of the development patterns on Harbor Island. But I do believe that there was some testimony from the Planning Commission that said, you know, this was given a very high intensity land use classification when it first started, but then through the DRI process, the PD process, and councils from before you to today, weighing what it looked like, what the capacities were, et cetera, the development pattern has occurred pursuant to approvals that this council has given, previous councils has given. So over time, the development patterns have been what they are, and this would be changing in my, as I've stated, it would be changing the development pattern by putting that higher density, higher intensity, bigger scale development on the other side of Knights Run that's not residential and that's not part of the residential community, that's part of a commercial development on the other side of Knights Run. Whether or not it's a hotel or another use for that that's in a commercial category, it is less the point than the mass and the scale and what has occurred at that location previously. And I would also point out to you that if you look at the development as it's occurred on the other side, by beneficial by the other gate, it has been lower scale. So that's what has developed over time. The reason for it is for the planners to really advise on.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mandel. Who is going to speak next in public comment? And if people would like to form a line on my left, your right, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Please approach the podium. State your name.
Good evening. Guy Van Balen, 1415 Harbor Walk Road. I am sworn in. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As I indicated, my name is Guy Van Balen. I'm an attorney by profession, and I also live on Harbor Island. I am the president of the Harbor Island Homeowners Association and vice president of the South Neighborhood Association.
May I ask you, are you speaking for yourself or for either one of those associations?
For all three.
For all three?
Yes.
And you have been given the rights to be able to do that on behalf of the Homeowner Association and the other association?
Yes, I'm president of the Harborside Homeowners Association and vice president of the SNA. I'm also a member of the Harbor Island Athletic Club, so I'm particularly affected by what is proposed here today. I love Harbor Island. I wanted to see it flourish. I have the following concerns about the proposed development and why we're opposed to it. And I know that you can hear a lot of points, so I'm just going to try to narrow it down. One, the developer says that it was a bank and used standard book metrics by its traffic consultant to guesstimate the amount of traffic that the bank had. But that's not really based in reality. You have to actually see what the situation was. It was a small bank, and before that, obviously, it was a model home office, and it mostly had local and foot traffic from residents on the island. People from off the island didn't come into the bank that often. The building was sold, obviously, to the developer to convert to a small office, but obviously his intentions were larger. Their new plan says that the traffic will mostly be rideshare. Well, that can be a tremendous burden on the congestion in that area, and I think all of you may know about that situation. Harbor Island Boulevard is the entrance to the community. I know that our attorney explained that to you. The entrance and the exit for the hotel, they say that they want to model it on coming on Knights Run, but they also have it so it can come in right by the gate. There's an island there. You have to make a U-turn there. That's also where the Harbor Island Athletic Club people come in. It's going to be a nightmare there. You put more lights in, if that's what they're proposing, that's just going to make it even more congestion and hold up the traffic that goes beyond the gates and behind the gates. So the ingress and egress will be a logistical nightmare and block the ability of people to come and go with regard to it. I also want to bring up the issue with construction zone and timing. That hasn't been raised tonight, wasn't raised by the developers. We know, we've seen what has happened in construction zones where obviously for construction and for development in the community, but you only have to look at Water Street and the Heron Towers and the amount of construction and blockage of roads and everything else that occurred during that time. They have indicated to us in one of the public hearings that they're going to be able to basically implode, or in a positive sense, of raising this building without using the streets either on Harbor Island Boulevard or Knights Run. That's impossible. I oppose their proposal with regard to that stuff. This is the entrance, and it will block us.
Thank you very much, sir.
Out of time?
That's it.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jim Griffin, Jackson's Bistro, 601 South Harbor Island Boulevard, and I'm speaking tonight in favor of the project. As we've seen the city develop and we've seen the island develop, Tampa has certainly grown into this walkable city. And I know from my own experience when we had the pressures on our parking garage, et cetera, and the amount of people traffic, that this would only enhance what Tampa brings as a city, from the convention center, the walkability, the nightlife, the vibrance. I think we bring a great taste to Tampa with this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Vernon Ellinger. I'm a resident of Harbor Island. And I believe I have a more comprehensive photo here of what it's like at the proposed site. I know you have to balance everyone's right, and I hope you will just say no to keep things in balance. There are a lot of emotional arguments at what the petitioner called a successful community meeting. It was almost a riot. Now, I know you can only consider substantive objections, so can you hold it higher?
Ma'am, if your arms are getting tired, please use the easel.
Thank you. So here we have a beautiful boulevard-style 4-lane street, and it's divided, it's got plantings, and it has a beautiful sight line. And what I'm asking you to do is draw the line there. Draw the line between high-rise and not high-rise. It's been very clear through the other speaking that there is nothing here. And we've heard the word adjacent. I've heard it said that this is no taller than the adjacent buildings. I think everyone knows what adjacent means. Next to. Why I'm saying draw the line is there's nothing but a beautiful vista adjacent to this property. So please keep it that way. I believe that the petitioner has misled us with drawing the line at the South Neighborhood Association, the gated community. This really is the line to draw between high intense commercial and low intense, low vista residential or recreational. Now, this hotel is completely out of character with the mix, and I believe that's one of the criteria. This is a business transaction hotel. It'll have no integration with the community. I'm a graduate of the Cornell Hotel School, and I used to run hotels. Maybe you can consider me an expert. This hotel is not a community interaction site. Now, we've talked about the parking spaces. If I were running a hotel, I'd be so tempted to monetize those extra spaces that are going to be unused. Please put teeth. If you do approve this, please put teeth in that. And also, as Guy brought up, every project takes over public highways, public spaces to be built. And we cannot have these roads closed off for a year. Please, if for some reason you go against the community and allow us to proceed, it's going to be like a carbuncle on smooth skin. And we cannot have our roads closed during construction. So please draw the line here. And don't put this in our hotel, in our island. This I refer to as the carbuncle. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Deborah Ellinger. I'm Abby's Way, and I have been sworn in. I sit on 3 large company boards, locally here, for example, Tupperware. I've been the CEO and president of 4 private equity-backed companies, and in that role, I have developed over 100 different properties. I have never seen something as egregious as this. And what I'd like to talk to you about, because this is within your domain to deal with, is the land use intensity that is involved here. The previous speaker talked about the demarcation line. I actually have the same photograph I just want to re-emphasize that, because this is what goes to your zoning decisions. Yeah, do you mind? To just be very, very clear, that thing his scale was correct. It goes all the way up to the sky up here. This is what it looks like, not the pictures that the developer has shown you. This is very clear, low rise, low intensity. There's a clear demarcation line, so I want us to just support that. The last thing I would say is that zoning was put in place to protect this kind of development. It is put in place to minimize and manage intensity, and I strongly, strongly urge you to reject this rezoning proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if we could, we are all happy about certain speakers or some speakers, but if we could, please refrain from the applause. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Tobin. I've been on Harbor Island for 30 years, and I've seen a lot of changes. One of the things that I was involved with was the pushback to put the force main, the new force main, on top of the old force main. That initiative was happened, and the residents, a lot of the people that are here today, got together and pushed back on that initiative. And we made the city listen to us and talk about what it would have looked like to have the force main, the new one, on top of the old one. It would have gone right through Harbor Island and right through my backyard. I don't know how to use the Elmo, but I have a picture of it.
Lay it down right on it. There you go.
Okay. I walk by this site every day now. I am so grateful that the city recognized that just because an idea was an idea might not have been a good one. So we pushed back, and the city decided to move the force main between the History Museum and the Marriott. That's what that construction site looks like right now. Again, I go by it every day. That's what things would happen if you approve this. The construction alone would shut down the one of 2 entranceways to Harbor Island, to the south of the gates, south of the neighborhood where we live. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I want to go on record here, is the last time that we all met with the Liberty Group was a disaster. They said it was productive. It ended very abruptly because everyone was getting up to talk. At that meeting, it was asked if the Liberty Group had hired the Ballard Group to help move this initiative forward. And it was told to us by the Liberty Group that the Ballard Group had been hired. Anna Cruz is a managing partner of the Ballard Group. I find that to be an incredible conflict of interest. If at any, I think I'm done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Kathleen Heidi. I'm a distinguished university professor at USF. I've lived at Harbor Island for 26 years, and I've also been involved on the Seddon Cove board for about a dozen years, president for, I think, 5 or 6 years. What I can say, and I had a long talk, but a few points. The speakers before have shown you very clearly that this is not consistent with this building, with what we've had. The vista, if you look, would be basically flat now, and we're going to have that building, the proposed hotel there. It is not compatible. It is not consistent. What I want to also mention is what others have said. There is one building right now that it's Harbor Court. It was there when I moved in. There were 3 communities. It's 7 stories. After that, there were no high rises built. And I think that was because a conscious decision was made to keep it on a low scale. So you'll find 2, 3 stories. You will not find another 7-story building. So I think it was a little bit of a misrepresentation to suggest that this is sort of fitting in. It doesn't. It will be clearly out of sight. Others have mentioned, and I'll just also highlight, that it will impede traffic. One of the speakers said, and it's right on, there was not much traffic with that bank. To say it's comparable is, again, I believe, a misrepresentation with all due respect. It will clearly impede entry and exit into what's the west gate, probably result in the west gate being closed for a long period of time. That will substantially impact people who live there getting to work, getting home from work. In addition, the developers are representing the AC Hotel as, really state of the art of whatever. With all due respect, I did some research on the Marriott, and you can find this. There are 30 properties. The AC Hotel is not rated as one of the highest qualities. It was rated as 17 out of 30. Harbor Island, which, south of the gates, and this is the key here, south of the gates, is a premier community. Our properties, oftentimes, if they go on the market, they're sold within a few days. So my request is please to deny this motion on behalf of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, good
Thank you.
evening. My name is Jessica Schwartzkopf. I live at 1469 Harbor Walk Road, and I have been sworn in. I'm actually here tonight with my mother, Brenda, and her and I are both residents of the island. I've been there since the late 90s, and she moved there with my father in the early 2000s for security reasons. And we here are today here to voice our concerns regarding this rezoning effort. I was compelled to speak tonight because of an incident that happened just recently with my mom. She needed medical attention, and I had to call 911. She did fortunately get the help that she needed in time, but I couldn't help but think at that time how differently things could have turned out had this happened at one of those many times when access to our homes is impeded by the heavy pedestrian traffic, car traffic, bridge closures, road closures that happen due to one or several events at the same time that happen around the island. I did reach out to our first responders afterwards to thank them, and I also wanted to ask them how they handle those difficult times and if the rapid growth in downtown is affecting their ability to do their jobs. I was told, in fact, that they have made requests for additional resources and fire stations to keep pace with the rapid growth in this area. And in an emergency situation where every minute counts, obviously, having those could mean the difference between life and death. Given this information, it obviously raised my concerns over this proposed new hotel right outside our main entrance, and how that could further exacerbate the current issues we're having and affect emergency response times to the island. I get that all of Tampa has growing pains, but we have a unique situation on Harbor Island with regard to where we are with Bayshore and the parades downtown, the convention center, the Amelie, and with only the 2 points of entry that were discussed, all the growth that's happening down there with Water Street and the expansion with that, the situation just seems to be getting worse. So needless to say, our area is booming and there are a lot of upsides to that, but there should also be the limitations when this boom reached, right outside our front yard. So all we're asking is that the land be used as it was intended and respect the facts that the residents of the island and our first responders are already struggling with a growth explosion that's affecting our access, our schedules, and potentially our safety. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Aaron Hopen, General Manager of the AC Hotel in West Shore at 4020 West Boy Scout Boulevard. I was sworn in. I'm here with zero ties to this project. I'm here in favor of the build. I wanted to give you some details about how my hotel runs. I'm 175 rooms, it's 25 rooms larger. I have 150 parking spaces adjacent to the hotel. It is very rare that we get beyond 25% capacity of that parking. We do not monetize the parking. We don't sell the parking in any way. Now, again, I'm not connected with the management or the ownership of this build. Traffic is very limited. We find that our seasoned guests that come to an AC hotel are, they're coming through rideshare. They're generally going to get to where they're going to. They're going to the closest place to their business or the business that they're here to see. They're doing a lot of walking. The way AC hotels are built and planned is where there's walkable restaurants, walkable nightlife. So you're going to see a lot of pedestrian traffic. Arrival patterns tend to be 9 a.m. until 11 p.m. It's spaced out through the day. We don't find that people are showing up all at one time unless there's an event in the area. Traffic in that area, I worked at Marriott Water Street. I do understand the traffic patterns over there and how the two event centers can congest that area. I do not believe that this hotel will be a part of that. Meeting space is very small in these hotels, very small, and we find that it's going to be in-house guests that are going down to meetings. They're going to be the draw for it. We find that a lot of the local businesses and local residences use the small spaces to conduct their own business in a place close to home. We find a lot of local engagement in our lounge mainly, but also in our breakfast in the morning. It's a place where we have quite a few people that will stop in for coffee, have impromptu meetings that are in free spaces in our first floor, in mine, I guess, above the parking garage in this one. But it's a great upscale hotel. It is not 17th in the brand. This is the highest guest satisfaction of all the Marriott brands. It's also the fastest growing in our portfolio. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Appreciate your time.
Hello, my name is Ken Stoltenberg. I live at 1208 East Kennedy Boulevard, Unit 510, and I have been sworn in. And I don't live on Harbor Island. I live in the Channel District, and I'm not here to speak for or against this particular project. I'm here to speak about the process of what a developer looks to when you want to make an investment in a community. As you all know, I've made quite a few large investments here in the Channel District that have turned out really well. And you look at what the code says, and you look at what the rules are, and you try to follow them. And in this case, the applicant did exactly that. I've never seen a property that's come in that's been named consistent with no variances or waivers, none. So what they're seeking to do may not be popular, but it is consistent. And I think that by not taking that into account, it may create other unintended consequences for other folks that are looking to make positive investments in your community. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ben Dacapali. I'm a resident of Davis Islands, but I do work downtown, and I do take advantage of the amenities we have in downtown. So I guess you could say I live, work, and play in downtown. I also serve on the Tampa Bay Economic Development Council. I'm a commissioner on the Tampa Housing Authority, but I'm not here to speak on behalf of them. I'm here because hotel projects like the AC Hotel on Harbor Island helps folks like me tell a story, the story of Tampa to the outside world. It's a story of a vibrant and growing city that is attracting visitors and workforce talent to our urban core in droves. We all seen it. You know this, you read the papers. In my career as a board-certified construction lawyer, I understand the friction that develops when developments are planned in near neighborhoods. But that happens usually in the suburbs. Here, folks, we are in the urban core. And Harbor Island is a vital and essential part of the urban core. The urban core is where a city generates its energy. It generates its passion and community spirit. And hotels like this belong in the urban core. I believe this project will enhance Tampa's opportunity to host more large-scale events and bring more visitors to our community. That will help local businesses that need those visitors, and it will help our local economy. Larger conferences mean more visitors, means more revenue. This developer has really done a lot to accommodate the concerns that have been raised. I understand it may not be popular with the residents that live there, and I empathize with that. But we do live, and they live, in the urban core, and that's what living in an urban core is about. you're gonna have construction, you're gonna have a development, and it's because we're in a growing city. And that's what we need right now in Tampa. This project is a perfect example of how a hotel can fill a business need, create jobs, and also fit into the surrounding areas. I commend the team, the Liberty Group, for listening, for adjusting their plan, and making the accommodations they have. The story of Tampa needs this development, and I ask your favorable support. Thank you, members of the council.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council Chair Citro and council members. My name is Bee Bear. I live at 1000 South Harbor Island Boulevard, number 2512, Tampa. I have been sworn in. My opposition to these applications has been detailed in correspondence to you as well as to Marriott's CEO, on which you were copied. I keep mulling over in my mind, what value will this project bring to Tampa Bay? Besides additional tax revenues, I'm hard-pressed to come up with any redeeming qualities it would contribute to Tampa's progress as designed. Liberty Group promotes the hotel as iconic. Many adjectives come to mind that describe this project. However, none are synonymous with iconic. Liberty Group also stands by its claim it will be a boutique hotel. Really? Boutique hotels are intimate, have a cozy ambiance, have a theme that is present throughout the hotel. An example is Hotel Aya in Ybor. And look at how it respected, embraced, and proudly integrated Ybor's rich legacies into its property. Even its restaurant name, Kikiriki, crows about its heritage. A boutique hotel has style. It has panache. And then there's this proposed hotel. The structure is a cold, concrete, steel and glass building that is completely void of a personality. It is an oversized, traffic-inducing, unimaginative eyesore that could possibly look great elsewhere, but not on Harbor Island. At Liberty Group's open house meeting, I urged Mr. Shaw to do something we could be proud of, something small, unique, attractive, and compatible with Harbor Island's attributes, something welcomed, something truly iconic. He has the wherewithal to do that. City Council, please ensure Tampa's quest for further greatness by envisioning something for that site that adds to Tampa's character and sets us apart from other communities, instead of approving something that is strongly opposed and could be anywhere USA. In making your decision this evening, please do not condemn us to mediocrity. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask one housekeeping question?
Please.
There's on the sign in front of the building of the notice for rezoning REZ 21-52. There's a second sign that talks about a use change case NPC 22-2. Is that within this? I'm talking about the sign that's in front of 800 Harbor Island Boulevard. And I believe it had today's date on it. So I'm just asking the question. There are two signs in front of that property. One has the res, and this other one is an NPC. Is it?
Mr. Kramer?
Jake Kramer for the record. I think this gentleman is talking about the notice of proposed change sign. That's the other item that we're hearing simultaneously tonight.
Is it?
Two items, they're hearing both of them.
So that would be
We
the
are
next
hearing
one.
both.
So we're
What is-
talking about both things. That's all.
Correct.
Excuse me, sorry. Okay, I'm going to try not to be redundant. There's been a lot of great comments. Myself and my wife have lived, I'm Greg Fagioli. I live at Harbor Court.
Thank
You've
you.
heard that name. My wife and I have lived, I and my wife live there, and I've lived there for, since 1999. I am, and my wife are firmly against this. rather than be redundant, I want to just bring up a few facts, some that I've read, that the Harbor Island possesses 283% more population than the average in Tampa. So we already have way more population density on the Harbor Island, and all this is going to do is just bring a little bit more. I understand about not being an expert, but I guess all the folks that you hear that aren't for this are experts because we live there. We go through those intersections all the time. We look all there. So I'd be glad to answer any questions that somebody might have because I'm there, I understand. The next thing is, since it was brought up about other places, and we brought up Ybor City, certainly places like Raymond James Stadium area, Ybor City, Riverside Heights, even on Davis Island, since the gentleman mentioned it, there's a need in a lot of other places rather than putting it on the Harbor Island. The other thing is, the gentleman left, it was two speakers before me, but I thought it was interesting that he commented that the residents who are voters are not in favor of this. So I haven't met anybody on a Harbor Island in over the last few months that's been in favor of this. So I would also say, since we have this postage stamp size that we want to try to build this column on, just because there's an opportunity and some vacant land doesn't mean we have to build on it. It doesn't mean it. You can just leave it just the way it is, and no harm, no foul. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Bob Morrison, and I stand before you today actually with two perspectives, and I have been sworn in. First, I serve as Executive Director of Hillsborough County's Hotel and Motel Association. Secondly, some of you are aware that I actually was part of the city leadership team in the 1980s. When Harbor Island was actually brought to the table by Beneficial Finance. So I come to you this evening from those two perspectives. I'm standing here in favor of agenda items 2 and 3. Here are the reasons why. Number one, when we talk about hotels in today's environment, there is a concept called brand standards, which means that there is a quality control element that is separate from the owner, separate from the management team, where, in this instance, Marriott comes in periodically and dictates improvements, upgrades, even during recessionary periods, to ensure that the brand reputation is maintained. Secondly, all of you are aware of the reality of transportation apps. Those apps have dramatically shifted the impact that traffic used to have at our hotel properties. You heard Aaron from AC on Boy Scout Boulevard describe what's now happening with his parking. We're finding more and more that where there is limited meeting space in the facility, that the need for parking or the impact of overflow parking is dramatically offset by these transportation apps. Even taxis now operate with this app technology. Thirdly, what we would share with you is that when you look at how this property will ultimately operate, one of the benefits of these hotels and the hotel industry is job creation, not just high-end jobs. From entry level, requiring high school diplomas, to graduate degrees. As a community, as we continue to grow, it's so important that we give the opportunity for those who are residents of this city to have the opportunity to work, and the businesses that they work for have the opportunity to grow. Finally, I will close with this observation. In 1982, there was a very clear understanding that there was a demarcation between the residential south neighborhood and the more commercial north neighborhood or north section of the island. As a result, what you have before you is compatible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Fran Lavandera, and I have been sworn in. I'm a 30-year resident of Harbor Island, and my deceased husband is an original homeowner there. I'm also president of the Harbor Island Condominium Association, which Mr. Kramer referenced is the 7-story condominiums immediately adjacent to the health club. I think it's really important for you to realize that when he states that the hotel is, that our gate is south of the hotel, it is immediately south. It is about 1 car length from their loading dock. And now the shared parking between the health club and that building, half of the people that go to the health club at a minimum live on Harbor Island. They are already traveling to the island. I just do not see how this in any way could be beneficial to us. I think that it is going to impact our neighborhood. And again, I think that's the important word, neighborhood. This is our neighborhood. This is where we travel in and out every day. And the traffic is horrendous already. It was very naive of that gentleman from the ACM West Shore to compare his hotel to what this will prospectively be. If you've traveled anywhere off of the island in Channelside when there's an event, a football game, a hockey game, a convention, people are lined up trying to get into the Marriott. They're lined up trying to get into the Harbor Island Hotel, you know, to register, the Embassy Suites, all of them. And that is what they're proposing to bring to our gate, is the Comic-Con people, the MetroCon people, you know, all of the conventioners they're proposing to bring to our gate, to what is the front door of our homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Chairman, true honorable members of Tampa City Council, city staff, and obviously the public that's here and watching virtually. Santiago Carrata, President and CEO of Visit Tampa Bay, and I have been sworn. I bring a bit of a different perspective. Tourism is an economic driver creating jobs for us. And over the last 10 or so years, we have built a destination brand that has reached epic proportions as far as visitation from leisure travelers, domestically, internationally, to conventions, events, and meetings. I would say that so successful that right now hotel occupancy in Hillsborough County is in the high 80s, meaning that the convention center that we're spending tens of millions of dollars on collectively, and we can all see that, really needs more hotel inventory. You know, I am very sensitive to my friends on Harbor Island. I served as a neighborhood services administrator here with the city of Tampa and as chief of staff, and I understand all the perspectives. But I think when over 30 years ago, this city invested in a convention center, this was the nearby development that convention center was supposed to drive. Hotels that would be filled with conventioneers and meetings that would contribute to our economy. And quite honestly, a hotel property is not just a hotel property and not just provides jobs to our neighbors. That property will pay city and county taxes, will buy water from the city, will pay the city for waste services, and also will pay TICO for power and electric, which means that we are also benefiting from those taxes. And quite honestly, the reason all Floridians have no income tax is because tourism is a driver to our sales tax. And our chief financial officer in the state has said over a quarter of Florida's sales tax is derived from visitors. And so these are individuals that come and support our quality of life, and we don't have to provide services for. So I apologize to my good friends in Harbor Island. Many who have said great job in your testimony tonight. But economically and for the support of our Tampa Convention Center, another hotel is needed, and unfortunately it's within the vicinity of the Tampa Convention Center. So I want to thank you. It feels great to be back home, even under these circumstances. It's been 9 years since I've been here, and it's always an honor to appear before you. Thank you for providing me with this opportunity.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Doyle. I've been sworn in. I live at 948 Hemingway Circle, it's actually our second residence. We've been there 18 years on Harbor Island. And I want to make a couple of very important points, but not be redundant. First of all, I am an expert on living on Harbor Island, but I am not an expert witness, nor are any of the other people who've testified who don't even live on Harbor Island, such as the gentleman from Davis Island and and others. But I did some research on Vision Imagine 2040, Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and I saw some important highlights. Defining what a livable city is. It feels safe. This proposal will not make over 3,000 residents, nor any of the pedestrians or the scooters, the pedestrians who visit the convention center, feel very safe. I can assure you that. This hotel will not offer the sort of opportunity that 40 years of homeowners who have paid substantial property taxes and have been the driver of our downtown area. I mean, when SPP bought the 40 acres, they were empty parking lots. So who's talking about an economic driver? We were the drivers of downtown, and we created a safe little community for ourselves. The other thing is, a livable city has to be attractive. This proposal is not attractive at all. And I welcome Ms. Hertak, who came to visit our area, because you could see the line of demarcation. South neighborhood is a private community. That's who we are. 3,000 of us, walking areas, dog walking, children who wait for buses twice a day, transported. This hotel will put all of us at risk. And so I say one last thing to you. You, the city council, you're our guardians. We've given you, through our votes, conservatorship of all the residents of the city. Do the right thing, please.
Thank you.
Sam Hallenbeck, 1105 Abbey's Way, and I've been a resident of Harbor Island for 23 years, and I have been sworn. My biggest problem with this project is primarily where it is being placed and the orientation of it. That is our west gate, and we will be staring as we enter the neighborhood, as we leave the neighborhood, squarely into the rear end of this thing, given the garbage area. And all of the hardware, the piping, the dumpsters, the grease traps and the like, all set to the tune of beeping trash trucks, delivery trucks, and roaring exhaust fans. Let's not forget the phalanx of security lights that are going to stare straight into our windows. They say that they're going to keep the garage door closed, but if you walk around the city of Tampa and you look into these high-rises, most of the time the garage doors aren't closed. They're wide open with the dumpsters and the piping and all of that other stuff going on. The developers say the lot is mixed use. We've been talking a lot about mixed use tonight. Yet that absolutely negates the island's conceptual execution. Anything south of the Knights Run median is, by design, a park-like suburban oasis in the middle of a city, and that land does not serve as an extension of the city's downtown industrial aesthetics. If this hotel goes up, it'll spit into the collective face of everything we built here and do nothing more than pave the way for one group of investors to make a buck at the expense of 3,000 people that live full-time back behind those gates, and that would be nothing short of pathetic. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Wayne Curtis. I live at 330 Inner Harbor Circle on Harbor Island with my wife Rosemary, the beautiful woman behind me. And I actually think a lot of what the speaker said that were pro the hotel is reasonable. But there is one item, it's been mentioned, but I just really want to drive home the fact. The hotel is here. The gate to Harbor Island is literally, I think if you get probably 3 cars, all those trucks won't be able to even turn into the entrance, the shared entrance with Harbor Island Athletic Club for the hotel, it will cause a catastrophic backup. I would actually say if they could somehow bring all the trucks off of Abbey's Way, while I would feel like I'm cutting off part of my arm in a compromise, I would grant them that hotel. But the gate entrance is literally right here. The truck entrance is, it might be 2 or 3 cars back. They're not going to be able to turn in. It's going to be catastrophic. And then, of course, the kids and the buses, that'll be an issue. That can always be worked out. But I'm just telling you, and I know that you saw the entrance. If you go there at 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, there are, plumber trucks, carpenter trucks, lawn service trucks, whatever. There's just no way. So I will tell them, if they could make the entrance off of Knight's Run for the trucks, I could live with it. But to me, that is the single biggest, it'll be catastrophic, it'll be gridlock, and obviously when the construction goes on, we're all gonna have to live through that pain if it does happen. I can even live with that and going through the other gate, but it's just going to cost, that entrance for the trucks and the delivery, unless they said, we'll have it done from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. and we won't let them come in, then makes it more accessible. But to me, that's the single biggest thing that will be a cluster to get on to Harbor Island, and that's our entrance to our home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir?
No, I don't need it. I just.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had a question because a couple folks have brought up the construction issue, which is a very, very relevant issue on numerous grounds. But number one, or actually sole question, what relevancy does the construction period have on criteria used to support or deny a project? I've never heard of it having. I just want to make sure.
Well, counsel, I believe I was discussing that with Ms. Wells, and Ms. Wells, would you want to address that, please, in the comprehensive plan?
Thank you. Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. Of course, I would have to defer to staff in interpreting both the criteria in the Land Development Code as well as the comprehensive plan. When it was first raised, the policy that I thought about was in the comprehensive plan is Land Use Policy 9.3.8, but as I read it, I realized that what it says is, it is the intent of the city that new residential redevelopment projects shall be minimally disruptive to adjacent areas. So that's, of course, talking about residential projects and not a hotel of this nature. But if Jennifer Malone, if she's aware of any policies in the comprehensive plan where that specific issue would come into play, I would appreciate if she could respond to that.
Ms. Malone.
Jennifer Malone with the, thank you. Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. I will look in the plan. I'm not aware of any off the top of my head. The one that Ms. Wells referenced was actually the first one I thought of too, but if you would just give me a moment, I can certainly look into it.
No, go ahead.
Are you finished?
Yeah, if I may,
Sure.
I was just going to say, I mean, clearly we don't need an answer now, and better to look at it and be right than otherwise. I just never considered that in judging a project, and I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, madam. Ms. Malone, are you still there?
I am always here.
Thank
Yes, how can I help you?
Thank you. Did you hear my question to Ms. Mandel earlier about whether the line of demarcation between the intensity and the residential, was that set by design by the Planning Commission and by the city? And if so, when? But when you come back to answer Councilman Vieira, as you can answer mine. Please and thank you.
Sure, okay. Okay, so I will be back.
Thank you. Yes, madam. Thank you for your patience.
Sure, no problem. I'm Rosemary Curtis. I'm at 330 Inner Harbor Circle. And when I first heard about the project, I thought, my immediate thought was traffic, as you've heard from everybody today. I mean, traffic is, traffic's really tough. It's a gridlock getting on and off the island currently. Again, it's not just lightning games. It's it's other sporting events, it's concerts, it's conventions. The conventions are routine. These are riverwalk events, boat parades, fireworks celebrations. It's ongoing. It's wonderful, but it causes a lot of traffic for us. And so you might say, oh, well, this is, one more commercial project will matter. Every commercial project matters to our ability to get on and off the island. I heard today, a comparison to us with Channelside. We're nothing like Channelside. Channelside is built on a grid. They have a million different ways to get from point A to point B. We have one way on and off the island, so that was a laughable comparison. And last thing, but my last main item was the same as my husband's, the access. At that main gate, at the west entrance to Harbor Island, and is exactly next to where they're going to be going. And my main thing is, I don't know if you're aware of this, service vehicles going onto Harbor Island are not allowed to enter through that gate. Now, currently, under our existing situation, they must go to the east gate. So we're talking about taking probably bigger service vehicles, funneling into the guest lane, which is already backed up, pulling into a very tight turn onto the property. When I saw the service entrance, I was appalled. To pull through the athletic club entrance with all the athletic club members, of which I am one, and then into the service area under the hotel is a very, very tight area. That, I think, was the most inappropriate thing that I saw in the project, was where that service entrance is. And again, there's going to be spillover from that hotel into the Harbor Island Athletic Club parking lot, because there already is, with American Social and with Jackson's, there are already people parking unauthorized in the Harbor Island Athletic Club lot. So there are all these implications of having everything in this very, very tight zone. But I want to leave you with a reminder, our service vehicles currently do not go in that entrance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christy Winson. I live at 316 Inner Harbor Circle. I'm a commercial interior designer. I've worked locally, and now I do consulting work for Veteran Affairs, mostly out in California. I've only lived on Harbor Island, and I've lived there for 22 years now. And so I've seen the growth, and yes, it's a struggle with the traffic and all of that, but besides the traffic, we are a unique residential neighborhood. It's just so unique to have the residences. I love the quiet. I'm in the bustle, but I come back onto Harbor Island and it's like, whew, zen. And, adding a hotel is just going to take away from everything that we love and appreciate about Harbor Island. And they claim that they're listening to us. It was an uproar in the last meeting. I mean, I've barely heard anyone that wants this hotel. They claim boutique hotel. If you look up boutique, it's typically 10 to 100 rooms. This is, 250? So it's a lot more than a boutique hotel. It's not unique. It's a lot of the current design going on anywhere you go to any city. And traffic, we do, again, I think a lot of people address like the gate. If you have a line of 3 cars waiting to get into Harbor Island, it blocks people that are in line trying to get into the athletic club or the future hotel. I would like to know with valet, how are they going to validate the purpose of your visit and protect people from parking there for events? Are they going to question them and be like, oh no, people are going to lie. And I wouldn't consider us the urban core. We're again, unique. Outskirts, we're residences. Yes, we're going to have growth. If we're going to have growth, I'd rather see it zoned as it is or mixed use with more residences, restaurants, and things that we can actually use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, my name is Dr. Robert Madelon. I'm a resident 903 Mariner Way, bought a condo on Harbor Island 1987, built a house there 1992, and I ask you to vote against this proposal. I speak for myself, my wife, and 3 college-age children, all registered voters at this address. I hate, a lot of this is going to be redundant, but this hotel will stick out like a sore thumb once you cross the bridge from Harbor Island over onto Harbor Island. That's our main entry point for hundreds of homes and condos. I watched the developers on Zoom, their presentation. I attended it in person. Their staffers, their traffic staffers said that I spoke with Mr. Cohen in person. He said it won't increase the traffic any more than that bank did. Well, I don't believe it. The bank was rarely used. To compare that to a 150-room, 24-hour hotel with a restaurant, business meetings, suppliers, waste disposal is incorrect, in my opinion. There are occasional backups. I know this is redundant. I apologize for that. There's occasional backups now into the main entry gate, which you've heard 20 times so far today. I find it ironic that the architect's picture of the current entryway on the Harbor Island shows a 3-car backup at the main gate. Now, if you add hotel deliveries, waste disposal, hotel guests using the back way, all traveling on South Harbor Island Boulevard and making a left, that congestion has become much worse, in addition to the people who attend the Harbor Island Athletic Club. My family and I do not think that a 150-room hotel will benefit the hundreds of or thousands of people behind the gates on Harbor Island, who will be harmful to them. The developer's purchased a small lot, and he wants to maximize his investment. I don't blame him for that. However, the hundreds of homeowners and condo owners behind the gates also want to maintain their current entry gateway and vista and maintain and maximize their investment. I don't think those two things are compatible. Once again, we ask you to vote down this proposal.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Beth Rothbarth. I live at 344 Inner Harbor Circle. Previous to moving to Tampa, I've been here for 6 years. I live on Harbor Island, obviously, and I used to work in real estate, economic forecasting, feasibility studies for developers, investors, and also the government. And so I'm not going to be redundant. I'm going to just really discuss ride shares, because things have really changed since American Social opened. And the ride shares lining up to get people in and out and dropped off, the Ubers, the Lyfts, the traffic is horrendous whenever there is anything major going on. And these drivers don't know where they are, they don't know how to get there, they don't know where to pull over. And I don't know, with this hotel on this tiny little postage stamp of a property, where are these Ubers and Lyfts gonna line up, and where are they gonna go? And let's say they get lost. I want to talk about 2 weekends ago, no hockey game. There may have been something going on at the convention center, but there was no hockey traffic. And I couldn't make a right-hand turn into the west gate. I had to twice go all the way around and go to the east gate because the traffic was so substantial. There was also an emergency vehicle, and I know somebody else mentioned that, stuck on the bridge with their lights on, nowhere to go, and everyone is just sitting still. So I think that there is a real safety issue involved here. So I really hope that you take that into consideration, and thank you for your time, and vote against it.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Rick Maharis, and I am the founder and owner of American Social Bar and Kitchen on Harbor Island. I have been a tenant there since 2017, and I am very proud of how the community has welcomed me to join the hospitality sector of downtown Tampa. I've prepared a few words, and I would like to go on record and speak that I am in favor and hope you will consider approving this beautiful new hotel. This business and its clientele that this beautiful new hotel will bring to both Harbor Island and downtown Tampa will be exceptional for all of us. As stated by the gentleman Santiago, as it pertains to the tourist industry, convention center, and the restaurants, not just myself and Jackson's who already spoke, but there's a handful of other restaurants on the island, would love some additional traffic brought to the island. As a tenant of that island for the last 4 years, I have been very active within the community, and I spend a great deal of time on Harbor Island. And aside from a handful of events that take place at the convention center or the Amalie Arena, there is very, very little traffic impact on the island that has been contributed by my business.
Thank you.
I'm just speaking from my perspective.
Don't entice, just speak to us.
Just speaking from my perspective. I am and have always been very passionate about my community and the local businesses that service our community. I truly believe this project will both add great value to Harbor Island and service this community and Harbor Island in a professional and value-adding manner. The hospitality industry serves us all, provides goods and services for all of us to enjoy, and I hope you will strongly consider approving this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name's Scott Harrison. I'm a Harbor Island resident, and I've been sworn in. I wanted to talk about another list that Tampa has made. Tampa is in the top 10 of pedestrian automobile fatalities in the country. And if you think about fatalities per 100,000 people, we're number 3. So I also, as my mom would say, I used the Google and tried to find pedestrian bike crashes. I couldn't get specific data on Tampa, but Tampa St. Pete is number 1. And so I would ask you, in that context, as you consider this proposal, do you want to be number 1? And the other thing I would ask you is, do you think a 1-story bank building and 150-room, 160 parking space hotel, if you think those are equal in terms of the traffic pattern, then we're well on our way to taking the top spot on this notorious list. And I would add that that will affect tourism, it will affect economic development, so this isn't just a safety issue. Thank you.
My name is Andrei Nyanchev, been a resident here since 1993. I live at 1167 Shipwash, and I've been sworn in. I don't want to repeat myself and or repeat the other notions and topics that were discussed, but here's some things for your attention. I don't have a set agenda of any kind, but if you're trying to make Tampa a better place, you do have an empty lot. Just look at the corner of Franklin and Channelside. The lot is empty. You can take the Sail Pavilion and build a hotel there, and nobody objected to the JW Marriott or to the Epicurean and to the Hyatt in Ybor. But the fact that all these people are here is a litmus test that something is not right. It's just, this is the first time we've had such a resistance from such a large majority of people. Something just doesn't feel right. You know, these people are not here for no reason, obviously. So I've been living here long enough to remind you that the gates where they're located right now, this is not really what's considered south of the gates. The gates were almost at the four-way stop sign. It wasn't until 96 or 97 that these gates were actually pushed back because of some of the traffic issues that were happening all the time. And so we don't have any way to push back beyond that. Before these high rises existed over there, where there's a little daily place by the waterside, all that stuff is gone. But ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a way to push back any longer. And for those of you who are believers of unintended consequences, I will tell you that I may be the doomsday guy here, but looking back 20 years from now, if you allow this thing to happen, this will turn out to be the Trojan horse that set the initial precedence, so that now when the athletic club wants to build a 20-story high-rise or somebody else wants to do the same thing, this will be used as a precedence to say, well, we allow this thing, now we're just going to keep allowing more and more of this to happen. So I don't know which general or Roman emperor had said, a well-organized minority will always prevail above above a unorganized majority. And you can see how well organized and funded these people are. I mean, we brought some cronies here under the guise of independent opinions. They're extremely well organized. And I guess if I'm a councilman and I'm having drinks with my family tonight, I could probably see that as, hey, there's a group of rich people against another group of rich people here. But for the life of me, let's not allow a well-organized minority to prevail here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Well, I don't know if I can come up on the screen or not. I'm Mike Gratz. I have been sworn in. I live at 935 Harbor Bay Drive. I've been a resident of Harbor Island 25 years. I'm the current president of Harbor Island Community Service Association. They've referred to as HICSA as well. I'm here to sort of set the record straight with respect to what is called a mixed-use Harbor Island. When you take the Harbor Island from Knights Run to Knights Run, from Harbor Island Boulevard to Beneficial, what you're going to find out is that there are 1,900 homeowners, both in the north and south neighborhood, and 1,100 of the apartment community dwelling members. So basically 3,000 residences are there. When you take a look in total at the square footage of what would be considered commercial, which is the 2 Harbor Place and the current Liberty Building, you're looking at really less than 5% of the total property in what we would call the residential core of Harbor Island between Knights Run and the Beneficial and Harbor Island Boulevard on Knights Run. That's the core of the residential neighborhood of Harbor Island. And it's 95% residential, less than 5% commercial. So what you're asking is to put a large piece of commercial property in the middle of a mostly residential dwelling, and it just doesn't make any sense. When you talk about all the other properties, they're north, where the Westin is and the other hotels. They're not in the core part of the residential community of Harbor Island. And I think it's important to understand that. If this were going on the north end, where Jackson's is, if they wanted to level Jackson's and raise it, we would have no problems. But this is in the residential community, and it's impacting right next to residents. So I hope you'll take that into consideration. The other thing is on the Marriott website, which I am a hotel developer and owner, and I own currently 2 Marriotts, that if you take a look at where this hotel that's called Boutique really resides, it resides in a select area. It's not a luxury hotel. It's not a premium hotel. It's with a Fairfield and with a courtyard. And again, it's not going to have the amenities of a boutique hotel. It's going to bring business transient traffic into a residential community, and I've showed you the level of the residential community that it is. I appreciate your time and hearing me tonight, and hope you will vote against this proposal for the hotel in Harbor Island. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nathan Hagan. I've been sworn in. My first thing is a question. I'm ignorant. If there's no waivers, why is this a PD? I'm ignorant. Maybe, is there an answer?
Here is.
Well, I'll continue, but I'm interested to know that because, you know, this is a process thing. I'm here not because I care particularly about a hotel that is in housing, and I'm really focused on housing, but what I'm seeing here is a consistent pattern of opposition to how we planned our city. People saying, I don't like how we planned our city. My neighborhood doesn't particularly like how we planned our city. But our city chose this. Our city council voted for this comp plan, 6 years ago in 2016. That should count for something, because as generally, when we're voting against PDs that don't require any waivers, that match the comp plan, we're voting against our comp plan, in my opinion. And a city council that is hostile to its own city's comp plan, to me, is a city council that is hostile to housing, that's hostile to every other objective of the comp plan. So I really hope that, everything that the neighbors are saying is legitimate, their experience is legitimate, that should be validated. But the city decided already that Harbor Island has a purpose. And we can change that in the comp plan this year. If we want to downzone all of Harbor Island, one of our most central urban neighborhoods, we can have that conversation. But in 2016, City Council voted for a comp plan that said Harbor Island was a mixed-use, high-intensity development in our urban core. And if City Council is going to walk that back arbitrarily every Thursday night, parcel by parcel, we are not going to have a functional city government. I really hope we don't do that. And that's not just about this case, but all cases. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. If you have any questions about why this is a PD or how this relates to the comp plan or what the development pattern is supposed to be and what your criteria is, my suggestion is you do have your staff available to you to ask those questions.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jimmy Clark, 6516 Biscayne Shore Lane, Tampa. I was famous earlier at this. I've never been to a city council meeting, probably won't ever come to another one, so apologize. I know I've met people very active in the community, but generally don't care about any of this stuff. You guys do a great job, though. So part of the reason I'm here is actually, I think there's two ways to look at it. I see everybody talking about the height and the issue, but the picture I see is a decrepit old building, and over time that will get worse. At some point that will need to be developed and at its highest use, right? In my business, I'm an insurance business, I manage $20–30 billion of insurance for real estate. I'm considered one of the top in the country. Work with a lot of developers nationwide. What we have, and I think we should look at, I'm sure a lot of people would disagree, is somebody who is local and invested in the community. You guys may not remember the recession, but in 2014, a Marriott hotel and a loft opened. A developer took $20 million of his own money. Nobody thought that a hotel could even be supported in downtown Tampa in the middle of a recession. Took a decrepit old building, the Mercantile Bank building, that was gonna be demolished, elevators didn't work, there was a Tampa Bay article about it, and then opened it, and it was successful. From that point forward, Tampa took off. He then developed another hotel in Channelside, which perfectly fit the area. You're talking about a group that lives on Harbor Island, family lives on Harbor Islands, will have to deal with whatever traffic issues we're talking about, and is personally invested in what he's putting in the ground because he has to look at it and talk to his kids about it and say it's mine, versus the related group or whoever else comes in. They're not going to try to lower the building to appease the home builders or the homeowners. They're going to try to get the maximum value of land versus building something that really helps Tampa. And that's what we're looking at today, something that I know the Liberty Group is proud of, something that I spend a lot of time on Harbor Island, something I'd be proud of, and I have clients and insurance underwriters from all around the world fly in to see me, and all they complain about is that they can't find hotels, or they don't find, there's basically only 2 or 3 good new hotels. I think we've got a 4th downtown, and they stay on West Shore. So that's, thank you guys for your time.
Excuse me, please. I understand, but please, let's control ourselves. Thank you, sir. The next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Charlie Tobin. I don't think I've been sworn in, I'm not sure, but I live at 1114 Happy's Way.
1 second.
Anybody else who have come up that hasn't been sworn in? Okay, thank you.
I do. Is that swearing? Okay, cool. Awesome. So I live at 1114 Abby's Way, and I'm proud to say that I believe I have an outlook on this issue that no one else does. I have had the privilege to go to Florida State for the past 4 years, and every time, and I just recently graduated, and every time I come back for holidays, every like 3-6 months, I'm like, wow, It's the gift that keeps on giving. Downtown Tampa gets bigger and traffic gets worse. Takes on average, used to take when I was in high school about like 6 minutes to get through from downtown Tampa on the highway to my house. Takes about 15 now, especially with a Lightning game, make it about an hour. And every time I'm like, wow, downtown Tampa is getting more hectic. What will this hotel bring? I didn't really care about this issue. I really just came to support my community. But after hearing everyone speak about how passionate they are about this whole hotel not being built, I have to agree. It's more like, what is the saying? If you take an inch, you get a mile. It seems like that if this hotel will just be the beginning, and that it will become a lot more commercial on that side of Tampa and on that side of Harbor Island, which will not be good for the community. It will not be good where I grew up in my 23 years of life, the whole time on Harbor Island, and I don't think anyone in this community wants this hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I just have one question.
Have you already spoken, ma'am?
I did, but
You had your time. I apologize, but you've had your time. Is there anyone else in this council chambers that wants to speak that hasn't already spoken? Is there anybody else on the second floor or down at the Biscotti room?
Yes. Yes.
Are you online or are you in the building?
We're online.
I would ask that you please mute yourself until you're called on. Thank you. All right. Let's go to the people that are online now. The first person I have is Mr. Ed Williams. Mr. Williams, are you there? I don't see Mr. Williams there. Then let's go to the people that are here now. Mr. Peter Brendy, are you there? Yes, I'm seeing them right now. And I've asked for Mr. Peter Brundy, but Mr. Brundy, I need to see your face.
Here I am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more time. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Yes,
Okay,
I'm going to ask everybody that I see on the screen now, can you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Are you ready for me?
Yes, sir, I am, please.
Okay, thank you so much, council members. My name is Peter Brudney. I'm an attorney. I moved with my wife and our newborn son to Harbor Island 33 years ago. We have enjoyed a neighborhood that has grown and developed and that now houses some of the best people and minds, civic leaders, etc., in the city of Tampa, all of whom are against this hotel being developed. Not one resident that I can recall tonight on Harbor Island has spoken it's a positive move. There's so much to say, and I know I have limited time, so I'll just go to one point. The white elephant in this whole thing is the fact that hotels make most of their money on alcohol. None of the high-rises on Harbor Island sell alcohol. They're either condos or rental buildings. We have a couple restaurants that do, and that's normal. This is going to be a high-rise that tries to maximize their profits on alcohol, as all hotels do. And if you ask any of these hotel speakers, and if they're honest about it, they'll admit it. They make the most profit on alcohol. They even showed the level on several stories up where they'll have an outdoor cafe that'll serve alcohol. So you're going to have a hotel where wild people, some of them are wild, coming in to see Lightning games or hockey, you know, or other other events. They're going to invite friends over. They're going to have bars open in the hotel, and everyone's going to be drinking. And some of them will feel it's too far from there to walk to downtown to some of these events, so they're going to drive. And we'll have drunk drivers on a residential area of Harbor Island where we have children waiting for buses, where we have mothers taking their children across areas to get to school, where later in the day we have people walking dogs, and they'll even allow dogs, and they won't conform to picking up their poop like all hotel residents do. It's going to be a disaster, but the worst part of this is the alcohol. You're going to enlist and enable a 12-story facility to sell alcohol to people who are driving in our neighborhood and endangering our citizens. This cannot stand. I work with Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, and this cannot stand.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Cardona.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jairo Cardona. I've been a Tampa resident for over 20 years. Proud to have been a post-Harbor Island resident for the last 7. I've been a commercial banker in Tampa Bay for 14 years, and most recently started my own company, Elevate Capital Solutions, right there on Harbor Island. But left over, in the last 5 years, I've participated in over $500 million in lending in our community, whether it's multifamily, a pharmacist next door, someone opening a startup cafe. I'm very much in favor of this project. We've heard a lot tonight about traffic and noise and safety, as if this project is going to be built in the middle of a suburban neighborhood where the project does not fit. But the reality is that Harbor Island is in downtown Tampa, walking distance from our back-to-back Stanley champions, Tampa Bay Lightning. I'm a Lightning season ticket holder. I should be there now, but this was so important to me that I'm here today. And while many other residents may feel like they avoided the perceived downsides of urban living, as they reside behind their gated communities, they're not immune to all aspects of urban living that everyone who lives in downtown Tampa experiences. They have the prerogative to manage all the issues that affect them behind their gates, but their mere presence does not extend the prerogative to the rest of downtown Tampa. It's untrue to label tourism, which is the main economic driver of the city, as some sort of safety issue in which those who live behind the gates on Harbor Island can dare to see or experience. It's misguided to say that this hotel, which has cut down on the overall hotel rooms and reduced the number of parking spaces, will add to traffic concerns that primarily stems from traffic jams trying to enter and exit their own gated community. Additionally, the gates already create a permanent demarcation between the residential and commercial properties. And if you look at the map that they've shown so many times, the residential properties are hundreds of feet away, at a minimum, away from the site of the proposed hotel. I think that Harbor Island will benefit from the amenities associated with the hotel. An AC Marriott hotel will provide our community with a gathering place that is very much in line with the characteristics of Harbor Island. I look forward to enjoying the restaurant and the bar at that hotel, and I welcome the opportunity to use the available meeting space for business purposes. I do it all the time for my business. The development team has taken time to listen to the concerns of the neighborhood and make significant changes to the project that were requested by the members of the community, myself included. I appreciate their efforts, and this project will only add to the charm of Harbor Island. And I ask everyone to support this project. I think it's very good. I'm in favor of it. I remember I used to go to that SunTrust a long time ago. I remember when I lived there, those two big buildings, condominiums weren't there, multifamily weren't there, and there was a lot of people opposed to that too. And look how much has come from that. So I'm in favor, and thank you guys for your time, and go Lightning.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sponsler.
Good evening. My name is Tim Sponsler. I'm the Vice President of Lodging Development for Marriott International, and I live in Central Florida. Marriott is fortunate to be represented with many of our hotel brands throughout the country. And while I'm on vacation, I do appreciate the opportunity to share some perspective by Marriott supporting this particular hotel brand for this particular location. So unlike our large full-service or convention-focused hotels, The AC Hotel brand is an upscale lifestyle hotel that has a unique custom design for each location. So in other words, an AC hotel throughout the country or throughout the world, each one is different. That's what makes it a lifestyle, unique hotel versus a brand that's sort of a cookie cutter. And as an expert on the brand, one of its core brand principles is, in fact, be activated and to customize the public space to integrate with the local community. Now that again means different things in different types of community. I also just want to take a minute to confirm that the locally based developer for this project is working with Marriott to design a custom hotel that will fit into the fabric of the Harbor Island community with both design and scale of the property. Now in my experience, when a developer builds something in their own backyard, they are sincerely committed to those priorities. Now, while there may be some compression of guest demand from large city events, this hotel is designed to attract upscale customers who are seeking a lifestyle hotel experience. The public space is also designed to be a gathering place. In this particular case, for the Harbor Island community and their friends who travel to Tampa. I thank you for the opportunity just to share a few of my comments.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, if I may, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, just another reminder as we go through this process that your decision is not based on the brands or anything surrounding the marketing of it or however it's described, but the criteria that you have before you in the staff report that you apply the facts as you believe them to be is what you must base your decision on, the competent substantial evidence that's in the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Williams, Mr. Ed Williams, are you there? And if you are, you need to turn on your camera. Mr. Williams. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Andy Gold, Mr. Gold, are you on a cell phone or are you on your computer? Mr. Gold. Thank you, Mr. Gold. Do we have any other speakers on these agenda items that are logged on?
That would conclude the registered speakers.
Thank you. Is there anyone else downstairs on the second floor or in the Biscotti room? Thank you. Ms. Wells.
Thank you. Kate Welch for the record. I just want to say one thing before the applicant is allowed rebuttal in the event they want to respond to this. But in the presentation, it was offered up that parking at this location would not be open to the public and that they were willing to include that as a note on the site plan between first and second reading. Council has previously heard the city say that conditions related to the operation of the business establishment are not appropriate conditions of zoning approval because they're not enforceable by the city. So while responsive to the neighborhood's concerns, that is not a note on the site plan that the city would support, as the city would not be in a position to enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Malone, are you there? You stated you're always there, but can you come back on? Thank you, Ms. Malone.
I'm here.
You have two questions that were posed to you.
Yes. I will address I believe the first question was if there's a policy in the plan that addressed concerns about construction and impacts to the neighborhood during construction projects. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I have the closest thing I found in the commercial section of the plan was a policy related to what can be achieved during development review to minimize residential impacts with reorienting curb cuts and such. So I do not think that it would apply. I did read through most of the plan in that however long it was, and I did not find a policy that I felt was applicable to your question.
Did that answer your question, Councilman Vieira?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The next question?
Yes, about the planning of Harbor Island, and if this was, you were wondering if it was planned that south of this street would be residential. Before I left the office today, I actually did check the library and I talked to our librarian. The Planning Commission never did any sort of community plan for Harbor Island. But I know that a lot of that planning was done through the DRI and the PDs. So I would actually defer to Annie Barnes to answer about how those historic PDs, what's on them. And I think that that's a little bit more in her wheelhouse, but there was no community plan done that I could find by the Planning Commission over the last several years. But I'll turn it over to Annie.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Ms. Barnes?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So just looking at the PDs in the area surrounding the site, it's based upon the density intensity is based upon the allowable uses. So if there were allowable uses of higher intensity or commercial uses in the surrounding PDs, that's why it was developed that way.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer, you had stated earlier that you may want to cross-examine any speakers. Do you wish to do so at this time?
No, sir, I don't, but I have an objection for the record related to that. Ms. Mandel sent a letter to council and the city attorney's office yesterday that had 2 expert reports within the letter. And my concern is that those experts don't appear to be here to be cross-examined. So I would just object to that, them being considered competent substantial evidence.
Thank you. Ms. Mandel?
And for the record, Julia Mandel, I understand Mr. Kramer's objection. They could not be in attendance today. This was moved from other meetings. That being said, I don't see that there's anything in those reports that isn't also part of the record that I put forward as part of my report that I put forward. So if City Council doesn't want to consider those, they can consider the pictures that I put down as competent substantial evidence, the policies that they are reviewing as part of the competent substantial evidence, and the testimony that they heard today as part of the competent substantial evidence. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
For the record, I haven't seen it either, sir.
We have one so far of the council members that are here. No, I didn't see it either. Mr. Kramer.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to proceed, or again, are you going to do any cross-examining?
Well, I can't, so I would just note that the primary case on quasi-judicial hearings, Jennings versus Dade County, says that parties must be able to cross-examine witnesses, and those 2 witnesses are not here. So I just note that objection for the record.
Thank you very much.
Could I get help from IT? I'm not able to see anything on the screen, a presentation here.
IT, are you available?
Mr. Chair, it seems to be on the Elmo and not on the presentation.
Let him get done, okay, with the rebuttal.
Okay, again, Jake Kramer for the record. I'll be bringing some of our experts up to address some of the comments you've heard. Thank you.
I'm Randy Hassan, president of McKibben Hospitality. We would be the operator of the hotel day-to-day operations, hiring all the staff, training, overseeing the day-to-day operations. And I'm a Tampa resident since '94, and I'm an expert on hotels. We operate 98 hotels throughout the country. 4 AC hotels, so we know this brand very well, 4 hotels in downtown Tampa, and 13 hotels in Tampa, and we are Tampa-based. So, did you?
You can address the traffic circulation for trucks.
Okay, yeah, as far as deliveries go, we, as the operator, we can control when our vendors are delivering to the hotel. We want to do it during off-peak hours to not disrupt guests sleeping, which would be in line with the residents as well. We also want to make sure they don't disrupt operating hours during breakfast and dinner, things of that nature. So the benefit of that is that it's during off-peak hours of traffic as well. And as far as the trash compactor goes, that is a once-a-week pickup. It will be on cycle with, the city schedules that, but it'll be on cycle with other compactor pickups on the island. So it's not in addition to, it's just another stop.
Good evening again, Randy Cohen, and I have been sworn. I placed a table on the Elmo. I want to explain a little bit about the references to bank and its comparison to the hotel. A number of folks.
Mr. Cohen, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
it's not appearing, it's on the Elmo?
Yes.
It is? Okay, thank you.
Yes, and we'll get to it, so I have a couple of comments before.
There it is now, it is.
Okay, a lot of folks have talked about the SunTrust Bank that was on the property at one point in time. And they're correct, it didn't have a lot of traffic. It was a very limited service bank. However, the current zoning on the property provides for the development of a full-service bank. So my comparisons have been to a full-service bank, not to the SunTrust Bank that existed some time ago. And as you can see from the table on the Elmo, in the morning, there's a little bit more traffic from the hotel. In the afternoon, there's a little less traffic from the hotel than there would be from the bank. And this is a full-service bank which is fully approved and could be constructed today on the property. So that's the comparison that I was referring to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Cynthia Spidell, 401 East Jackson Street, Stearns Weaver. I have been sworn. So I am an AICP certified planner with about 17 years of planning experience, including many Tampa projects. And I was also the DRI coordinator in Pasco County. So fortunately, I've worked on many, many DRIs over my career. So in order to form my planning opinion for compatibility of the use with the surrounding area, as well as consistency with the applicable regulatory environment, I looked at all the current regulatory approvals and the rezoning precedents established by the City Council for Harbor Island. So this is summarized in the planning report, but I'm going to cover them briefly. So firstly, this is a GRI with unbuilt DRI entitlements available. So as former DRI coordinator, the first thing I looked at was what was originally approved and what's been built. And when you look at what was originally approved and what's actually built, there are a significant amount of remaining entitlements left over that can be drawn from. So what does that mean? That means that the current build-out scenario is lower than what was originally assumed, planned for, and most importantly, mitigated for. The DRI clearly allows non-residential uses in this location, and obviously, just to reiterate that, because I really want to emphasize that, the maximum amount of entitlements approved for this DRI is much greater than what's actually on the ground. So when the original architects looked at this DRI, they had the foresight to recognize that this, it's a 178-acre project. It's got a long, extensive build-out date, and it will evolve over time and change with changing market demands. So they recognized that, and they built that flexibility into the DRI Map H, which is the master plan for the area, which is also the basis of the certified site plan at the PD level. So having said that, they built that flexibility into it, and they have a specific note on there that says, uses depicting demarcation between land use categories may be adjusted to accommodate evolving market conditions and innovative building design. And I think that's an extremely important regulatory approval that sets precedence for this project. So secondly, I looked at the comprehensive plan for guidance. What is the future land use category? It's regional mixed use 100. That is one of the most intense land uses you could possibly have in your comprehensive plan. The planner for the opposition in their opposition report, who's not here, indicated that they wanted neighborhood commercial in this location. So I went back through it. There are no regulatory approvals in place that require any commercial uses in this DRI to be neighborhood scale. There is a much larger hotel a block away, and that's why this hotel is compatible and appropriate in a regional mixed-use land use category. Lastly, I looked at the historical zonings for the parcel, and the city of Tampa has approved this parcel already for non-residential uses. This proves that no one ever considered the road to be the demarcation line. Rather, it's the entire parcel or the area that is designated on the DRI map H and the PD plan as non-residential, and therefore those uses that are approved for that mixed-use parcel are allowed on this site. In particular, and again, the planners who originally worked on this DRI did have the foresight to state that, and having that note on the map H that I mentioned before, uses depicting demarcation between land use categories may be adjusted to accommodate evolving market conditions and innovative building design. So said in another way, your zoning history shows that the major distinguishing factor on the island is not Knights Run, but the gate. So you have already drawn that line. As my colleagues have shown in the presentation, the residential land uses behind the gates are protected and buffered by those gates. There are also a wide variety of heights already constructed within Harbor Island, both north and south of the gate. And that is also consistent with RMU 100, which allows for low rise, medium rise, and high rise to coexist. The building design itself encourages pedestrian activity, and there's an article as well in my planning report that talks about how the transparency of the building is actually even more important than human scale and will spur pedestrian activity. And therefore it is sensitive to the urban context of the community. And it's funny because I used the same picture that the opposition used to look, and when I looked at it I thought, oh my gosh, that's like a 1980s bank that's totally inconsistent with these beautiful high-rises surrounding it. So I saw the same picture and looked at it completely differently. Therefore, it is my opinion that this is very appropriate for a mixed-use area in a city and demonstrates consistency of this hotel. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Jay Kramer again. Ms. Spidel, so just to be clear, in your professional planning opinion, is this project compatible and consistent with the comp plan and the LDC?
Yes.
Thank you. Could we go back to the PowerPoint, please? Again, Jay Kramer for the record. Council, we've heard a lot tonight, and I'd like to refocus this on the legal standard that we're applying tonight. As you all know, when it comes to rezonings, it's not a popularity contest. We're applying your laws to the evidence. We have to remember that just a wish to maintain the status quo, that's not enough. That's not evidence. And we have to remember that citizen testimony, and this is very important, citizen testimony on technical subjects like land use planning, like engineering, like traffic, like pollution, those are expert subjects that only experts can testify on. Council, you didn't hear from an expert on any of those subjects tonight from the opposition. The only evidence in the record tonight is your professional planning staff's opinion, the opinion of the Planning Commission, Ms. Spidel, her opinion. That is the planning, those are the planning opinions in the record tonight. What that means is, once we have established our case, the burden shifts under the case law to the opposition. The opposition then has to show that the current use of the land is reasonable and does not adversely affect our property rights. Council, I would suggest to you they have not even tried to make that case. This is the current property. If we could go to the PowerPoint, please. We have an old, outdated bank building that is right next to a wall. We have a 12-story building and a 21-story building next to this building. The DRI, the whole purpose of the DRI and the plans around this property, around this and Harbor Island, the whole purpose was to mix uses, to mix height, so that we get this fabric where people can walk, where we can have this extension of downtown. That's what the planning opinions are as far as the entitlements that are allowed. You know, our scale is similar. You're probably familiar with the Hotel Haya, which has 178 rooms, and the Epicurean, which has 137 rooms and is going to be soon increasing to 188 rooms. That's the scale we're looking at. The opposition, I would also suggest they didn't offer anything to help you understand on Bayshore. This council has approved many projects. Previous councils have approved many projects of very, very tall buildings directly adjacent to single-family homes and found them compatible. And in those cases, the future land use of the towers was much higher than the future land use of the single-family homes. Again, going back to Harbor Island, you heard from the Planning Commission, the entire island is RMU 100. It is the same as Channelside. That is the vision, as one of the speakers mentioned, that this council has set for the island. That has been the case since the DRI was initiated 40 years ago. Council, I want to go back and address one perceived traffic concern because I've spoken with my client tonight. I mentioned to you a report that was prepared by city staff's consultant. That report recommends about a dozen potential solutions to the off-site, off-the-island traffic problems that you just heard about tonight from many speakers. Liberty is willing to step up to the plate. This isn't a problem we have contributed to or caused.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Liberty is willing to contribute $50,000 to the city's implementation within 3 years of certificate of occupancy of the hotel to any of the solutions that the city chooses from this report. And so I just wanted to put that on the table. We're happy to add that as a note, as it would be appropriate to the site plan between first and second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Mr.
Shelby.
That would be inappropriate to put on the site plan. That is not related to the criteria. That is something that would be not something that the city would approve to have be put on the site plan. So council, my suggestion is that not be considered. I don't believe there'd be any mechanism other than that to be able to enforce that.
If I may respond,
Please.
the enforcement would be very easy. We would have a timing and then the city's potential compliance with the timing. What I would suggest is we heard concerns about this corridor and potential pedestrian and automobile conflicts. We heard about that as a concern, and we're offering to help assist with that concern. So.
Thank you. Before I accept a motion to close, do we have any other questions of the petitioner or of staff?
Well, I'm not.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wrote down some notes. Ms. Vidal spoke about availability of remaining entitlements, but you never said how much and where, number one. Number two, how many, you spoke about the hotel, very large hotel a block away, but you never told this council, is it south or north of Knights Run Avenue?
North.
The attorney spoke about Hyatt and the Capri Hotel.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miranda, did you want to have the question of the witness? Did you have a question of the witness specifically?
Let me finish
I'm
with
sorry.
my question, and then I'll say when. Please, sir, I'm doing the questioning, not you, sir.
Understood.
Spoke about two hotels, one in Ybor City, one on the south end of Howard, I believe. Both very well run, very well. But they both, the setting of them are certainly not the setting with this one. I'm just trying to make a comparison because they gave me a comparison which doesn't make sense. One is in Ybor City, the other one's in South Howard. Then you bring up the Bayshore Boulevard. The Bayshore Boulevard was something that started back in the 70s as far as availability of built high-rise, if I recall. Notice I said if I recall. But I'd like to have the information given to this council regarding the availability of entitlements remaining, where are they and how much of it? I think we're entitled to that.
Yeah, that's a good question, thank you. So on page 3 of my planning report, there is a table 1, DRI entitlements. There are, according to the last annual report that was provided for the DRI, was 1,477 residential units available, 515,956 square feet of office, 251 hotel rooms, 350 conference center rooms, units, 0 athletic facility, because that was constructed, 179,825 square feet of commercial, and then an extra 239 boat slips. So that's what was previously approved, mitigated for, and unbuilt.
Thank you, and just not to make us seem when did you receive this, this item from yourself today, this book?
I'm sorry?
At what time did you receive this book? Because we don't have time to read this book. This
I
book was
understand.
given to us, boom, here it is. And how are we supposed to know where it's at? And I appreciate you
That's why
letting us
I'm
know.
here walking you through it.
But we don't have eyes that can see through all these things that quickly. In case I don't know about the others.
Did you have another
Thank
question
you.
for me? Or-
And the other one question was the example of the Haya and the Equipium on South Howard. They're certainly great addition to the area, but it's a standard of the same as you presented.
No, Councilman, I was just giving those as examples of hotels with a room count similar to what we're proposing, as
That's the
opposed to
location.
the much larger convention hotels that we see in downtown. I apologize if.
No problem.
that
I
wasn't
just want to
clear.
know. And then the other question was to Ms. Vidal, you mentioned a hotel, large hotel, a block away. Is that south or north of
It's
Night
north,
Run
it's,
Road?
it's Waterside. It's in direct walking distance. It's north and slightly west.
North, but it is north.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very
Correct.
much. By the way, I had something to do with Waterside also.
It's the west end.
Please. Any other further questions?
Move to close.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council?
May I, if I may, not.
Remember, we have to vote on one before we vote on the other.
Yes, may I give just some considerations and thoughts on this, or if I may?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, and I know we're all looking for considerations and thoughts, because this is a hot button issue. It goes without saying. One of the reasons that I kept on asking for information on whether or not we can rely upon certain things in issuing a decision on this is because this is a legal proceeding with accountability, with appeals, et cetera, where if one side doesn't like the way that it goes, there's a sequel, right? There could be many sequels, in fact. So I think it's very, very important for that. I always say that whenever it comes to cases like this, there's a stool, and we got to see if there's legs to support that stool, either to support something or to deny it, which is why I made inquiries, because there's a lot of issues that can go into fairness and equity, et cetera, from an informal, non-legal defined perspective, but that may not be taken into account on a hearing. When I look at this, there's a number of issues here. Number one, the public brings up a lot of good issues, again, on an informal basis, this is going to be on that piece of property, obviously a significant change. That's something that's very, very compelling. What bothers me is that we have two what I call unblemished reports from city staff and from the Planning Commission without any waiver sought whatsoever. That's something that weighs on my mind a lot. I look at issues in terms of, and we have the comp plan that apparently, and I'm going to rely upon what someone in the audience said, and remember when council amended the comp plan maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, right, that has been relied upon in this. So I look at legal legs that can go on a stool in supporting it or denying something. That's what I always look for, because this is a legal process where there is accountability, appeals, and what I call sequels. So, tonight may be Rocky 1, there's going to be Rocky 2, 3, 4, and 5 later on, potentially. So, just some general thoughts and considerations, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You are welcome.
Oh, no, I was just giving thoughts. I didn't know if other council members have thoughts, et cetera.
I was hoping to hear a motion, and then we would have discussion after the motion was made. No, there is no motion yet. No one has made a motion.
Just to get discussion started, read number 3. I move an ordinance.
We still have to Number two.
Excuse me, I'm
Yes,
so
Susan.
sorry, thank you.
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. So yes, item number two is, I guess, a companion to this, but you've heard talk about the DRI and entitlements under the DRI. So there are excess entitlements in this development of regional impact. This developer does not own those entitlements. And so that is why you have this notice of proposed change before you, so that, which is requesting to the entitlements within the DRI that would allow the rezoning to go forward. So that's why the DRI amendment is first. And so if council would like to, if you're going to read the ordinance, then I would like to state, though, that because there was a change and an amendment to the notice of proposed change, which altered the number of proposed hotel rooms, and there was a little bit of a confusion or mix-up in the ordinance. And so I did want to just state for the record, and between first and second reading, we'll make any corrections to the ordinance. But so the increase in entitlements under the development order would permit a maximum of 150 hotel rooms with ancillary uses and 160 parking spaces. And then the termination of the development order would be September 27th of 2024.
Thank
The
you.
title it's still the same on the ordinance, though.
Thank you. Okay. And I do this to get the conversation started to the extent that council members want to give their thoughts, because I'm open to thoughts, right? I'm open to thoughts. So here we go. I read an ordinance of the city of Tampa, Florida, approving a sixth amendment to a development order rendered pursuant to Chapter 380 Florida statutes filed by Liberty Hospitality Management LLC for Harbor Island, a previously approved development of regional impact, providing an effective date with the corrections between first and second reading that Ms. Johnson Velez referenced.
I have heard a motion by Councilman Vieira. Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. And looking at the whole text of this conversation, and we had a very good conversation here for about, I don't know, 3 hours or so, which is fine. I hope it was a little bit enhancing to me and make me a better person in understanding what's going on. And I look at one thing, the map before item number D. That map and the consequences that I've looked at, if this hotel was anywhere, or the property was anywhere north of Night Run Avenue, I would have no problem with it, not one. But this development is south of Night Run Avenue, and this will start, in my opinion, a possible, notice I said a possible, domino effect on zonings in the same mannerisms as that item that we're looking at south of Knights Avenue, the hotel. So therefore, I would not be supporting the motion.
I understand your zeal.
Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? Councilman Good.
You know, when I look at the photographs that have been presented by the applicant and in the general public, you see some disparities there when you look at that corner. When you look at the development pattern, I believe that's going to be on the west side, you see all of the big buildings, but when you go to the eastern side, it's a disparity. You know, when you look at the overall picture of the comp plan, sometimes when different councils approve things, things do change sometimes during the course of years. And sometimes when these councils make these decisions, it affects later council members later on when they have to make decisions, tough decisions. You know, I heard a lot of things about development, and Tampa is booming, Tampa is growing, and the hotel industry does bring a lot of tourism, and that was a big thing with a lot of companies back in the days that we didn't have enough hotels. I think we're starting to grow now with hotels here. But I listened to the applicant, looked at the facts, and there are some valid points, but I also have to look at the totality of where that building may go to. And it kind of bothers me where it's sitting at when I look at the diagram and the photos. It could be a problem. I can't say it will be, but it could be potentially. I'm still learning where I will go yet, but I'll listen to other council members. But when I look at the diagrams and the photos, that design of the compatibility of the community does concern me.
Anyone else have any comments? Mr. O'Donnell?
I do understand the compatibility. I look at that, but I also look at the comp plan. And I do see a clear demarcation where your gates are. Where the gates are, very clear demarcation between what I see as public and private spaces. So I'm actually inclined to go the opposite way and approve this because it is outside of those lines. It is still in a public space, and all of our staff has approved it, found it consistent, no waivers. I find it legally difficult to disprove.
I'm understanding both sides of this hearing. But I look to a certain thing that we have to take in consideration. The existing land use. I'm going to go off to one side. People keep talking density, 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 density. Would this density be better suited for living residents, whether it be apartment or condominium? Whether you have 1 year lease or somebody living there for 20 years. That is discussion for planning and future planning. I keep hearing about Ubers and Lyfts. Transportation, modern transportation is hopefully going to be designed for moving people, not vehicles. I'm thinking into the future. Would this have been better suited for the future, where we have to have, in this time of a housing crunch? In the future, hopefully, and I'm going to go there, the all-for transportation tax passes. I understand before you start, I'll back up. We don't have the transportation now. What I'm trying to say is this would be better use for future land use. And I can say that.
Yes.
I've said my piece. Thank you. We have a motion that has been made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Before we go any further, Mr. Kramer.
Yes, sir.
Is this something you're going to inquire of Mr. Kramer? Do you have to reopen the hearing?
May I have a motion to reopen the hearing, please?
So move. Second.
There's a motion by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco.
Mr.
Favor?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask why at this point we would reopen the hearing when the motion is already on the floor?
I just want to make sure the petitioner realizes there's only 6 councilmen on here and he has to have 4 affirmative votes.
Well, I think that point has passed.
Then thank you very much. Forget it. I stand corrected. Okay. All in favor?
Oh, we gotta close. Roll call.
Close again. Okay, motion to close. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Again, the motion that's on the floor now is
To-
item number 2,
Mhm.
and the ordinance has been read.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Carlson, Maniscalco,
No.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
No.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Goose,
No.
and Citro.
No.
Motion failed with Carlson being absent, Maniscalco, Citro, Miranda, and Goose voting no.
The motion has been denied.
No, you have to make a motion now.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that someone's gotta make a motion. You can't leave the dang thing partisan.
Okay, we need to make a motion for, number
Motion to
3.
deny.
Do I hear a
Counsel,
motion?
if I-
No,
may-
no,
may
no,
I say
motion, a
something
motion, a
before the
motion,
next?
a motion for number 2.
No, you gotta stick on 2.
You gotta stick on 2.
has not been approved, it has been denied.
Okay,
2 has-
Approval
I'm
was
sorry.
knocked down, but has not been denied.
That's right. Mr. Miranda is correct. Now, council, according to your charter, you need an affirmative vote of 4 in order to take action, particularly on this DRI. So if there's not another motion in order, it would be a motion to deny.
Ms. Wells, we have the criteria here. We have, beginning with item number 3, there's not one for item number 2. May I just make a motion to deny this DRI without having to state, to go into the more detailed denial?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Okay. So I make a motion to deny item number 2, DRI-22-72367. That is really, I think that's it. All right. Motion to deny.
Would it be, if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Please,
would it
Mr.
be
Miranda.
correct to put, as far as I'm concerned, why? I don't want to go to the details, and I'll leave it the way it is. I second the motion for Mr. Maniscalco.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Goods,
Yes.
Hurtak,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson, and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson being absent, Vieira and Hurtak voting no.
Thank you.
Council, would you consider reopening to talk about the next item? I have a comment to make.
We've already closed on that. I have never personally reopened after the first part has been denied.
These motions stand separately. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
But without the first one, the second one becomes null and void, if I am correct? Ms. Wells?
That's not correct. That's what I was hoping to explain.
Ms. Wells, would you like to explain?
Kate Wells, for the record, without the amendment to the DRI development order, I don't see how the rezoning can move forward. But if Mr. Kramer disagrees with that, certainly he can speak to council on that point.
Then do we need a motion to reopen for number 3? We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Maniscalco to reopen file number REZ 21-52. Mr. Kramer.
Was there a vote on that?
Thank you, council.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Mr. Kramer. Sorry, it's been a long night already.
I appreciate the indulgence. I know it's been a long night. I just wanted to explain. Now that the NOPC has been denied, if the concern was that we were asking for additional entitlements, you could still approve the rezoning. We would just be forced to go out and acquire entitlements from those who have them. The island has only been built out at about half of its total density and intensity. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that. Thank you.
Motion to close.
Before we have a motion to close, is there any questions for Mr. Kramer? Is there any public comment to that?
No, I don't.
No?
Procedurally of where we are.
That's so,
Again, this is the first time this has happened while I've been on council. So please forgive me on this. Excuse me, Mr. Kramer, would you allow Ms. Mandel to speak?
I have no objection, sir.
Before you speak, let me say this, and I'm not here to start any love fest or hate fest at all, but at the beginning, we made it very clearly that these were gonna be handled together.
that's what
There's no doubt the record says that, if you read it back. We said that, and we voted on that. And now, we're saying now we want to separate them. I'm not in the mood to go what we agreed to in the beginning.
Thank you.
The beginning was said that we were going to, and all parties agreed. I didn't hear one objection. So then it's my assumption, at that time that there was no objection, therefore everybody was what? Approved to go with two of them at once, 2 and 3. And I'm not an attorney, and I'm getting of age, but I still hear pretty damn well.
Ms. Mandel, do you want to?
I want, again, for the record, Julia Mandel, I want to just understand where we are procedurally. What I understand procedurally has occurred is the NOPC, no action has been taken because you couldn't achieve 4 votes.
No.
No.
Oh, it
it's
got
not
denied?
true.
Okay,
It got
then I
denied.
misunderstood
It was
that.
denied.
That being said, I would agree with Mr. Miranda. These were open together, and I would suggest that those need to be dealt with in that manner. But again, I was misunderstanding where we were.
Thank you, Ms. Mandel. Okay, now we have heard the voice of experience. We've also heard from Mr. Kramer. Is there a motion to close?
So moved.
There's a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now closed.
Item, no,
Wait,
whoa,
wait.
whoa. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
The hearing that was reopened is now closed, and now you have item number 3.
I'm not gonna vote on item number
No,
3.
because we denied the first one, number 2, which makes number 3 null and void now.
That's not accurate.
No.
Ms. Wells.
Kate Wells for the record. When staff worked on the report for item number 3, the rezoning, the presumption was that without the DRI development order being approved, you couldn't move forward with the rezoning. If it's Mr. Kramer's position that it's an issue of simply now acquiring entitlements in order to be able to move forward with the rezoning, if approved, I would ask council to go ahead and consider, now that the NOPC to the DRI development order has been denied under item number 2, based on the evidence that was considered during the hearing that opened up both item number 2 and number 3, consider the request for rezoning based upon the evidence that has been taken into the record and make a decision as it relates to whether or not the requested PD site plan is consistent with the land development code and with the applicable provisions in the comprehensive plan.
Unless somebody wants to excuse me, I am going to side with Councilman Miranda on this.
Well, I'm
But
okay.
if someone, again, wants to reopen, Mr. Miranda, Councilman
I
Miranda.
apologize to anyone because I'm gonna take my own advice from the council of the city. And I don't have a law degree, only one in common sense, and that's not applicable in court. So I can't sell that in court. But I'm gonna agree whatever Ms. Wells says to do, that's what I'm gonna do.
Are you making a motion to reopen?
I'm making a motion to reopen based on the city council's, city attorney, assistant chief city attorney, Kate Wells.
Second.
Reopen.
For what purpose to reopen?
To take action on the rezoning application under item number 3.
But if I understand correctly, the hearing was closed.
I'll defer to you on the procedure of when it's appropriate to take action. My advice to City Council is that they consider the application that has been filed as item number 3 on the rezoning and consider it based upon the merits and make a decision based on whether or not it complies with the land development code and the comprehensive plan. But I will defer to you, Mr. Shelby, as the City Council attorney as to procedure.
It would be my recommendation then, council, that, as Mr. Miranda has stated, that this was supposed to have taken together, and you have heard everything that you've needed to hear. You've taken in the evidence that you need to weigh, the competent substantial evidence to make your decision. And that being said, what you have before you is the ordinance that's in front of you, and my suggestion would be that you don't reopen. Was there a motion already to reopen?
We didn't vote on it.
You didn't vote on it yet. So my suggestion would be to not reopen the hearing because there is no purpose to be gained in reopening the hearing, but and actually to move forward to complete it by taking a vote. And again, statements of fact that you rely on in order to make your decision, please.
Councilman Miranda.
You know, they say you learn something every day. Well, I've learned something today and tonight because we've been here day and night. However, I learned something today, and that is that I will never open two at the same time again, ever.
Just wait. just wait. Okay, do we still have a motion on the floor to reopen this?
No.
No.
Well, is there, well, no, wait, the motion, was there a motion made in a second?
I seconded it.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't vote on it.
Then there is a motion on the floor. Would you, will the maker of the motion withdraw?
That's fine.
Second withdraw?
Second, that's fine, withdraw it.
Okay. We're done.
We still have to vote.
Yeah, somebody has to if somebody feels if somebody wants to take action, now that number 2 has been dealt with, the appropriate motion for number 3 would be a motion to deny.
Now, do we have to, may I ask a procedure question? Since number 3 wants to be heard separately now, I guess, do we have to hear all of the 3, or can we take the evidence from 2 and apply it to 3?
2 and 3 were heard together. All the evidence that people spoke were applying 2 and 3 at the same time. That was the understanding, Ms.
Well, then
Wells.
why are we doing this?
It's gotten a little confused, but items
Yes.
number 2 and 3 were open together. All of the testimony that was provided by the applicant, by members of the public, and by Jillian Mandel on behalf of one of the neighborhood associations related to those 2 items combined. So now that a motion has been made and passed with regard to item number 2, we would ask that council move on and make a similar motion consistent with, if that's your pleasure, consistent with the action taken on item number 2, just 2 separate motions. And we've done that with comprehensive plan amendments that get us in with rezonings where you, council will make separate, while the items were open together, the testimony was provided as if it was one hearing, then separate motions were taken in an appropriate order, and that's what we're recommending to city council in this
So
case.
do we use the same format?
Yes, sir. It was, now you're considering the application for rezoning, and you would look at the applicable criteria for a plan development site plan, as well as the applicable provisions in the comprehensive plan.
With the testimony that's already been given.
That is correct. And I think the one correction here is they removed the one waiver that was originally included in the application for rezoning.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Thank you, Mr. Shelby. As chairman, I am now going to take charge and ask for a vote to reopen number 3, REZ 22-13.
We don't need to.
We're done?
Yeah, we'll.
May I-
All right, then let's get this plane landing. Yes?
Ms.
Councilman
Wells,
Scott.
may I then therefore make a motion to deny, or do we need to take I can, okay, so. I move to deny REZ-21-52 for the property located at 800 South Harbor Island Boulevard due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. And let me tell you why. Failure to comply with applicable goals and objectives and policies in the comprehensive plan. While the proposed rezoning may be allowed for consideration under the existing future land use category, and the planning commission staff concluded that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the RMU 100 designation, I find that the proposed rezoning is not compatible with the existing development pattern south of Knights Run. Also, a failure to comply with Land Development Code Section 27-136, purpose of site plan controlled district. The proposed development as shown on the site plan does not promote or encourage development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed use does not promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. I know that there were some waivers that were requested.
There's no waiver.
There were,
No waiver.
no, none at all? Okay, so then I stop there.
And is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion has been made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Council Miranda. Is there any discussion?
And if I can, Mr. Chairman, with regard to findings of fact that's based upon competent substantial evidence that you've heard, in order to justify the decision, if you'd like to make the basis, you've discussed it in the past in your discussions, but for the purposes of the record, is there any comment that you want to make as to what supports that particular decision?
I can attest to what the council said. My feeling is that the Knights Run Avenue is the borderline between high-rise and traffic generating individuals like hotels and things of that nature. When you look at this location, it's south of Knight Runs Avenue. And if you look at the map presented by the petitioner on item D, C, the last page on C, right before D, the hotel that was referenced was way at the far northwest corner of the spectrum, way a block or so north of Knights Run Avenue. As far as I can see, south of Knight Runs Avenue, there is development, all residential.
I agree.
Did you say something?
I agree with the additions made by Councilman Miranda.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda? Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Carlson? Hurtak?
No.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira? Miranda?
Yes.
Booth?
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak and Vieira voted no, and Carlson being absent.
We will be taking a 10-minute break. We will be back at 8:45.
Miranda? And Citro.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a problem.
No, you don't. If I may, Councilman Miranda, you made a statement earlier. The next two items that we are supposed to hear on our agenda, items number 4 and 5, were requested to be heard together. Is there any member of this council that objects to that?
Change your mind so soon.
No, I didn't, see? And you're-
He hasn't
See,
spoken
here's the
yet.
thing, here's the thing. If it's together, then I'm gonna walk out. And I'll see you guys next Thursday. No, these two are together, and I said just 10 minutes ago that if they were together, I'm not gonna vote unless the petitioner says that he's gonna list them together, and I'm not gonna have to vote twice. If I have to vote twice, I'm stepping out, because my word is my word to myself, and that's the way I was raised.
Well, Mr. Miranda, if I may ask, what do you mean by voting twice? Because we have in the past, council has in the past taken vacates, vacating alleyways or rights of way. You have taken them together. Certainly you can hear them separately, if that's council's wish. But when you say vote twice, I didn't quite understand.
Well, here's the thing. Last one was presented to us as we're gonna have one vote on 2 items. I'm not gonna give then after that, they didn't like, I guess, I don't know. Then they wanted to split 2 and 3.
Well, you heard them together, but you had to vote separately.
Counselor?
Kate Wells, for the record, my apologies if council understood that when we opened 2 items together that there was going to be 1 vote. The intent was the opposite, that there would be 1 presentation addressing both applications under items, the 2 separate items, and then we would have to take 2 separate votes in the order that they show on the agenda. So it's my understanding that Mr. Hudson would also like items 4 and 5 to be heard together because they're related and impact each other. One is a vacating petition and the other is a rezoning petition. If council were inclined to open items 4 and 5 together and allow 1 presentation combined to address both items, we would ask council to take 2 separate motions. First would be a motion on item 4, which is the vacating petition, which would have to be considered prior in time to the rezoning petition under item 5. So my apologies if there was confusion on the previous one.
No, I'm the one that said it, not you. All right.
I go back to my original question. Does any member of this council have any objections to hearing items number 4 and 5 heard together?
I'm not objecting to it, but I said something, and if I said something, I want to do it, so I'll step out for number 4 and come back and vote on number 5.
No, Mr. Miranda, my recommendation would be if council, the issue with taking.
I'm from old school. What I say, I do, period. If
Then
I get
what-
hit in the head, I get hit in the head. I got hit many times where I come from.
Then, Mr. Hudson, excuse me. I would prefer that we hear items 4 and 5 separately.
That's fine. Given the number of folks on the dais, I don't want to lose any more folks that are up there. So we will we'll proceed separately. There might be a little bit of overlap, but it might be a little bit slower being separate. But I'm happy to proceed separately.
Oh, we've got all night. Don't worry about it.
That's right, you do. I forgot about that. Yeah. We're on item, what, 4 by now?
All right, then. Our next item on the agenda is item number 4, file number VAC 22-04. Which staff is going first?
I will be, Chair. Ron Wigington, Legal Department. Good evening, everyone. Item number 4 is a vacating application that I would like to remind council that it has broad discretion in whether to approve or deny the request. Factors to consider in making such a determination include whether the vacating will relieve the public from the cost of maintaining the right-of-way, whether the vacating will alleviate a public nuisance or curtail criminal activity, whether the vacating will foster redevelopment, and whether a property owner's access will be substantially diminished or completely cut off. Before Mr. Salmon's presentation, I would like to highlight that there is a permanent public transportation easement reserved in the ordinance over the entire vacated area that is being requested to be vacated. This transportation easement may only be released if and when petitioner has reconstructed or reconfigured Henderson Avenue in such a way that is approved by the city's mobility department so as to avoid a dead end on Henderson Avenue. Mr. Hudson is here and will explain the motivation behind proceeding with the vacating request with the transportation easement reserved. But before that, I would like to open the floor to Mr. Salmons.
May I please? Anyone that is going to be giving testimony tonight in any of these cases, would you please stand to be sworn in? Thank you. Mr. Stannis, have you been sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to ask the clerk to share my screen, please. Ross Amos Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC-22-04, first reading consideration. It is proposed vacating request to vacate the alley lying south of 7th Avenue, north of Henderson Avenue, east of I-275, and west of Talaferro Avenue. A portion of this alley was created for subdivision of Black's subdivision and 2 City of Tampa right-of-way acquisitions. The alley was widened to 20 feet as a result of conditions of the vacating application C-02-26, which vacated a portion of Henderson Avenue. This expanded right-of-way was provided for connection from Henderson to 7th Avenue and to not create a dead end at Henderson. This alley is located in central Tampa. Also, as you know, the alley is associated with rezoning REZ 22-05. This application was filed November 16th of 2021. The applicants own all of the property on both sides of the alley that is requested to be vacated. The applicant's reason for the application is as follows. The right-of-way will be utilized as part of a multifamily development which access will be provided via other roadway alternatives. This alley is not historic district or overlay district. There are no existing code violations on this property. The alley is approximately 5,200 square feet. It is improved asphalt paving and is open at both ends. The alley appears to be in use by 718 East Henderson for access to the property by a gate located at the east side of the alley. Frontier has facilities in the alley and has requested an overall easement. The alley does not continue to the south. The alley continues to the north, but is not improved on the north side. The applicant's property in red and the right-of-way requested to be vacated in yellow. Again, the right-of-way requested to be vacated is in pink here, and the applicant's properties in gray. This is the platted portion of the alley. This is the eastern 7 feet for the large subdivision, shown here in red. And here are the 2 portions of the western side of the alley, which is the east 13 feet of these 2 lots of Oak Ridge subdivision, which was acquired by the city of Tampa. Here's just an overall view of the section map showing vacatings in the general vicinity of the area. Here's the alleyway looking north from Henderson Avenue. The alleyway looking south from 7th Avenue. The alleyway at Henderson Avenue looking south from Henderson Avenue. There's no continuation of the alleyway. The alleyway at Henderson Avenue looking west from Henderson Avenue at the dead end, previously a portion of the avenue that is now vacated. Applicant's property looking north from Henderson Avenue. The applicant's property looking east from the alleyway, the gate access to the rear of the parcel. Applicant's parcel looking south from 7th Avenue, it's the east side of the alley to be vacated. Looking south from 7th Avenue, the west side of the alley to be vacated. Again, looking west from the alley to be vacated. This is the alley, the continuation north from 7th Avenue. The alley is not improved and it is open. Staff objects to this request based on objections from transportation planning and traffic design. The improved alley was mitigation for the closure and termination of Henderson Boulevard. In order to vacate this alley, an alternative termination design will be needed for Henderson Boulevard. If the vacating request is approved by council, an overall easement reservation is required from transportation and Frontier. If facilities are to be relocated, it will be at the applicant's expense. The applicant must comply with Chapter 27 for landscaping, tree removal, and site clearing. The applicant will need to work with the City of Tampa Real Estate Department for acquire the city-owned right-of-way. Thank you.
Any questions to staff? Mr. Hudson?
Can you all see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tyler Hudson, and my address is 400 North Ashley Drive. In respect for Council's patience and for the fellow travelers on tonight's agenda, I'm going to give an overview of the project team in this project. I'm only going to do that for this right-of-way vacating. I'm not going to do that again for the rezoning. So I'm here, I have the privilege of being here on behalf of Legacy Partners, and with me here is Naeem Coleman, who's the developer of this project. They are the contract purchaser for this parcel. And also here we have a full team of experts from the Kimley Horn firm. They acted as the civil engineer for this project, as well as the arborist and the transportation consultant. And finally, I believe on the line we have Dynamic Design, which is the project architect. To zoom out a little bit on where we're talking about, this is a project that's north of the Encore development. It's in the northern edge of that fairly large GTE headquarters. There's a single out parcel of that development that was originally intended for a daycare, and my client now has that under contract. This is in the CBD periphery. It's about 2.3 acres, and as I can show with my cursor, the alley we're talking about right now, we're just talking about the alley, not the rezoning. The alley actually cuts through here the middle of the parcel. Zooming out again, the project is where the star is. It's in a very urban area. It's in an urban village. It's in the Central Park CRA, and it's really buffeted by a lot of high-density development that makes sense given the comprehensive plan designation that I will not talk about now, but we'll talk about in the rezoning. Again, I only want to share this slide for the purpose of, again, articulating that the alley does cut through the property. That is why we're asking for this. So let's talk about this right-of-way vacating in detail. As Ross alluded to, the green alley is what we're vacating, and it was constructed as mitigation, and this is back when the grid got fairly disrupted by putting Interstate 275 in. There was a fairly vibrant grid that changed a bit with the interstate construction, and what we're trying to do is, in a very small way, repair a little bit of that damage. The area in red is privately owned by GTE. What we are proposing in a separate application that tracks with this right-of-way vacating is to give back that portion of Henderson so that while we are closing this alley, we're going to have the ability to reopen Henderson here, go underneath the interstate where it is currently unvacated, and connect in to Central Avenue. We're going to be able to facilitate an east-west connection that right now stops at this alley. As shown here, we're proposing to essentially reverse the pattern now. We are going to close this, develop around it, and then give up, and it was a loss of 16 units in the development project, give this back to the city as a vehicular pedestrian easement to get from Henderson here all the way under the interstate to Central Avenue. That is something you cannot do today. You are stopped by 5-foot tall bollards and a lot of weeds. We are going to be able to continue this on Henderson all the way under the interstate. One thing I want to note, and council would certainly, it would be reasonable to ask why we're trying to vacate the alley while also getting a public transportation easement back. That does not make a lot of sense, and it's really just about timing. The reason why we are granting that public transportation easement back is solely for that temporary period between what we hope is council's approval tonight and its second reading, when that period is done, and then when we're able to actually permit that new extension of Henderson. And that must be done. The city must approve all of that. The city mobility department must prove that prior to us getting any building permits at all for this apartment. That Henderson extension that I'm speaking of is going to have to be designed, approved before, again, we take our first permit for any vertical construction. And I would note that this is aligned with the city mobility priorities. I'm fortunate to have a lot of productive conversations with Danny Jorgensen. Grid restoration overall is a goal that the city has. I don't want to put words in Ross's mouth or Ron's mouth or the city staff's mouth. I think the objection that you heard is technical in nature because right now that Henderson Avenue extension does not exist. However, as I'm saying, that will be in place, it will be permitted as part of the vertical construction for the apartment project. I would also note that we've had extensive conversations with FDOT who are likewise supportive of this. They obviously own what's underneath the interstate, but that's already vacated there. That is still right away. That is not vacated. So zooming out a little bit, what Henderson is kind of clear through east of Nebraska, then it has this really conspicuous stop. There is an area right here where Mobley Park Apartments is developed. That is still vacated. There are buildings on top of that. And so to completely restore the westerly, easterly flow of Henderson, Mobley Park Apartments, when that redevelops, which it will at some point, would have to likewise give back some land of Henderson, just like this developer is. However, what's interesting about this project is we are able to, without regard to what Mobley Park does or does not do, hook into Central Avenue right here. So Henderson would continue west, it would go under the interstate, and it would connect right into Central to provide, I think, a much better really flow of not just traffic, because there might not be a ton of vehicular traffic, but for bicyclists, pedestrians, you will be able to go west up to Central, and if your end destination is the Armature Works area, you'd have to do a little loop here. But right now, the city has a one-time opportunity to get back some right-of-way that was lost a long time ago, and I think that's a really compelling argument for approval.
Mr. Hudson,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman,
Councilman Goods.
can you go back to that photo? So you're saying in the near future, you believe that Mobley Park is going to give up so you can have a straight through of Henderson Boulevard?
Councilman, I'm not sure what the intent of a future owner of that site will be. I just want to make clear that I'm not selling snake oil by just saying, well, we're going to give this part of Henderson and everything's fine, because there is vacated right-of-way right here. Henderson would still have a gap. However, we would be able to tie Henderson here into Central Avenue. So we are not creating a new dead end at all. We would be extending Henderson into North Central Avenue. So folks could go north, they could go south, and with a one-block detour, they could get around the Mobley Park blockage of Henderson. But I just want to reiterate, this is I would say one time, but it is unusual for a property owner to give back formerly vacated right-of-way. This is the first time I've handled a case like this. It won't be a perfect westerly reconnection, but it will be awfully good because it will allow us to get to Central Avenue, which we think is very important for restoring some modicum of grid coherence in this particular part of the city, for which the grid's was fairly interrupted by Interstate 275. And just to zoom in a little bit, because it's confusing with the interstate interstate being there, but we propose closing this until we get our permits. A transportation easement's going to be reserved over it. So for the folks who use it now, and I would note this is more applicable to the rezoning, these two property owners support the project as a whole. The easement will allow free flow of this alley until we obtain the permits for this construction and for the building that will go here that I'll talk about later. Henderson will be able to keep generally the same width of the street and sidewalks. It's going to go westerly, under the interstate, and then connect to Central. It's not perfect, but it's awfully good, and it's a lot better than what's there now, which again is some very intimidating bollards and a lot of overgrown weeds. And that's for the rezoning. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Tyler? I have none. Mr. Tyler, are you proposing that your firm is going to repave and redo this street? Or are you just
Yes.
proposing that you're going to give up the easement that way?
So we are going to give the city the easement. So we will own the land. We will give the city an easement. And yes, we'll be the ones building it. We'll be getting a PLN, which that's the type of permit you get for infrastructure. BLDs are what you get for buildings. PLNs are what you get when you're doing something like this, when a private entity is improving a road. The same thing is happening right now on Harrison Street near the old Flybar. You may have noticed that's getting punched through. It's the exact same process as here, but it'll be a private responsibility, but we'll have to comply with every single one of the city requirements for that.
So in good faith, you're going to repave and refinish that all the way to Central?
Yes, and if you'd like to hear that from the gentleman who will actually be developing this project.
I will take your word
yes,
for it.
Yes, sir, that is what we will be doing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tyler. Any other comments? Any other questions? Any questions for staff? Is there any public comment on item number 4? Anyone wanting to speak to item number 4? Do we have anybody on?
Yes, we have,
Do we have Gene Strohmeyer on?
and Thomas Little, yes.
Ms. Strohmeyer, are you there? And Mr. Leto, are you there? Can we have you sworn in? IT, can we have them up on our screens? Thank you. Ms. Strohmeyer, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I cannot see your face.
You can?
No,
You
ma'am.
should. You should. It's on. Talking. Sure. Okay. Oh, I had to hit another button.
Thank you, Ms. Strohmeyer. Ms. Strohmeyer and Mr. Leto, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Thank
Yes.
you.
All right, Ms. Strohmeyer.
Oh, first me. Okay. Hi, my name is Jean Strohmeyer, and I didn't get to hear all of this presentation. But my concern about this is that this GTE, because the Federal Credit Union, we know what that is asking to vacate a part of this property and give it to the city. Now, recently, in one of y'all's meetings, we went ahead and voted to let the city continue to rent from GTE. So just the fact that things aren't always on the up and up when it comes to what the city wants. The city wants this, the city wants that, so the city gets what the city wants. Instead of thinking about what the people want, we just saw that, we see it time and time in neighborhood after neighborhood. So I just feel the guy said snake oil, but I just feel there's something in the wood pile. And, what comes out of the wood piles is a lot of rats. So they also mentioned it's going to do this great thing for Mobley Park. And before they redevelop, and I just looked up the Mobley Park, and guess what? The rent starts at $864 a month. So this little start to this easement release is going to be the start of some more gentrification, which is going to basically take away from affordable housing, which is what everybody is clamoring to say we need. So with that said, I don't know if there's anything in the woodpile or not, but y'all might want to think about that when you vote to let this happen. The city of Tampa rents from this property instead of having a space of their own that we own tons of. So they're renting. So if they're renting from this property, this DTE is gonna give it to the city. Nothing's for free. What's going on? My question. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Mr. Leto. Mr. Leto, you're muted. Mr. Leto, please unmute yourself.
Is that it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I said, just for the record, I want to say that this is Henderson Avenue and not Henderson Boulevard, which was corrected once by Mr. Tyler. I am the property owner next to the alley, and I approved the closure of the alley only to be able to gain access to the rear of the alley. The rear of the property. Otherwise, I had no way to get to the back, which part of this was an agreement to give me 20 feet of the alley, which has not been stated here yet. But those were the conditions under which I agreed to the closure of the alley. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leto. Is there anybody in the council chambers that wants to speak to item number 4? Mr. Hudson, in rebuttal.
Tyler Hudson, for the record, right now you have a alley used very infrequently in a street that could be used quite frequently, but is a dead end. We aim to reverse that. The city will be gaining far more than it is losing. We think it's for a public purpose and a very reasonable request. Happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Any questions? I have Councilman Goods.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be appropriate not the gentleman, Mr. Leto, had made a
Yes.
comment.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to ask about that.
So it's our understanding the right-of-way vacating ordinance reflects exactly what he's asking for. Mr. Leto is one of the supporters of this project. So I'm sure if Ron Wigginton.
Mr. Wigginton.
He's a joint applicant on the application. I didn't follow exactly what his comment was, but.
Mr. Whittington, do you have something you'd like to add?
Not really, sir. Chair, Ron Wigginton, Legal Department. I'm not aware of any arrangement that the property owner has with the developer, so this is the first I've heard of it. I will say that according to the case law, just because you may remove the most convenient access doesn't mean that it results in a taking, but it has to be substantial or outright elimination of access. And if he has access to the front, but he may not have access to the rear, that doesn't violate any case law or statute or ordinance.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Naim Coleman with Legacy Partners. We do have an agreement with the adjacent property owner, Mr. Leto, that we're going to deed back a portion of the alley to his property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Any other comments or questions? Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco to close. Seconded by, Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Thank you. I was going to ask Mr. Councilman Vieira if he was. Sure. Thank you.
My pleasure. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a right-of-way alleyway located south of 7th Avenue, north of Henderson Avenue, east of Interstate 275, and west of Taliaferro Avenue, within the plats of Like subdivision and map of Oak Ridge, which are subdivisions in the City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, as more particularly described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Herzog.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Viera.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson. And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried, Carlson being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Next item agenda is item agenda number 5, file number REZ 22-05. Ms. Barnes.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 5 is REZ 2205. The subject property is located at 623 East 7th Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RM24 and PD to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission, and after her presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Good evening, Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission. As soon as I have permission to share my screen, I will show you all the PowerPoint. Okay, so you should be able to see that now.
Yes, ma'am.
REZ 22. Okay, great. REZ 2205. This is in the Central Tampa Planning District within the Central Park Urban Village. It's not located within an evacuation zone, and there is transit within proximity. It's only 2 blocks away at the intersection of East Henderson Avenue and North Nebraska Avenue. I do need to make a correction for the record. The Planning Commission report incorrectly had address 711 East Henderson Avenue on our report. That is wrong, and I just would like to correct that for the record. That was an error. That address is not included in this application. So it's here at the we see East Henderson Avenue, East 7th Avenue, the interstate to the west of the subject site, the bank building to the south, and some commercial uses in the surrounding area. We're just north of downtown. And then here's the future land use map. The future land use is urban mixed use 60. That's not as intense as regional mixed use 100. It's like one step down. So it is fairly intensive. To the east is community mixed use 35 along Nebraska Avenue. We have a R83 in Tampa Heights to the west of the interstate. And then further south is the recreational open space. It's actually Perry Harvey Park. So the applicant is proposing a mixed use development, which is encouraged in this future land use category. The proposed FAR is for 2.48, which is just below the 2.5 that can be considered by right. And the plan development is addressing many of the mixed use centers and corridors policies by orienting the mixed use structure close to the public rights of way with 4 entrances facing and connecting to the public sidewalk on East 7th. We also found that the building entrances provided along East 7th were supportive of the comprehensive plan. And I'll also point out that we have policies that support an adequate supply of housing to meet Tampa's growing population. And we found that it's consistent with those, as well as with the compact city form strategy policies, which promotes housing within proximity to employment and transit, and as well as within our urban villages. And this is in the Central Park Urban Village. So overall, it's consistent with the long-term development pattern and intensity anticipated under the urban mixed use 60 FLU. That concludes my presentation. I will turn it back over to Annie.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Can I please share my screen? Again, this is Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. This is a request to rezone 623 East 7th Avenue from RM24 and PD to PD. Shown here are the waivers requested by the applicant. Here's a survey of the subject property, as well as an aerial map outlining the subject site. There are commercial and residential uses in the immediate area. Shown here is a complete, or part of the complete site plan package showing the overall layout of the site. The proposed rezoning is for 236 residential dwelling units with 4,600 square feet of non-residential office commercial uses. Shown here are the elevations provided by the applicant. So this is a portion of the property, as you saw earlier in Mr. Salmon's presentation, where it dead ends currently. And this is the intersection of Henderson and Taliaferro. as well as the subject property is directly south and east of the subject site. And this was earlier shown in the proposed vacating, as well as property north along 7th Avenue. And again, the property shown from 7th Avenue. Looking now. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations. Please refer to Development Coordination, Transportation, and Natural Resources comments for overall inconsistency finding. Should council grant the requested waivers based on the waiver justification provided by the applicant, further modifications of the site plan must be completed in between first and second reading of the ordinance, as stated on the revision sheet. Additionally, the note should be added to the site plan of approving that all development shall be consistent with the conditions associated with VAC 2204. And the release of easement for the vacated portion of Henderson must be completed prior to the issuance of the first building permit. Additionally, that concludes my presentation. Additionally, Aaron Mayer with Natural Resources would like to go on the record stating something.
All right, good evening, council. Permission to share my screen? Okay. And can you see the site plan?
Not yet. Yes, now.
Okay, so I just wanted to state, I'm Aaron Mayer, Development Coordination, representing Natural Resources. And if it is the pleasure of City Council to approve RAZ 2205, I must state on the record, according to 27284.2.4, that 2 off-site trees do not meet condition criteria. They are right here, tree 36 and tree 35, tree numbered. And even with a neighbor affidavit, these trees will be significantly impacted by the proposed 6+ story building 5 feet from the trunks of these trees. These trees are protected and specimen trees, and not only will the root impacts occur, but also canopy impacts due to clearance pruning for the proposed structure. The use-to-use buffer to the south in this location, according to 27284.3.3a, is required to be 15 feet. However, a waiver is being requested to reduce this buffer to 5 feet. And with that 15-foot buffer, these trees would not be impacted, as off-site trees are not to be impacted by construction. And that's it. If you have any questions for me, I'm here.
Any questions? Any questions for any staff? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hudson.
Evening, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, for the records. Shows PowerPoint. Can you all see my screen? Okay,
yes, sir.
As promised, let's skip through the redundancies. Just again, to reorient, we know where we are. We're between Henderson and 7th, just west of Tolliver, just east of the interstate. I'm going to walk through the configuration and how this actually works. This is a multifamily development with some proposed storefront retail uses along 7th Avenue. Again, because this is right along the west, it borders the interstate, and we have the alley dividing it. It's a little bit of an unusually shaped parcel. It's not a perfect square, and it's tough to find perfect squares in the urban core these days. We say it's 5 to 6 stories on screen. That might seem a little bit confusing. Generally, the residential portion of the buildings are 5 stories. Internal to the project is a garage that does pop up to 6 stories, on the top of which there's a rooftop amenity and where the pool would go. You'll be entering really right off here, off of 7th Avenue, while Henderson, which Council was gracious enough to approve, the alley vacating that requires us to open Henderson back up. Henderson wouldn't be used to actually access the site. That would be a throughfare. Again, the storefront residential, about 4,000 square feet, would go right here. And I should be more clear, storefront residential is what it's called in the code, but it's really a storefront use that allows all Group C uses, which are generally commercial, The idea is it's storefront residential because it's intended to sort of look like the ground floor retail you'd see with retail, with residential on top. And there'd be a little bit more first floor activation here. It would be private, but that's where the leasing office, fitness center, amenities would be. We've covered that in detail. Comprehensive plan, as Jennifer alluded to, this is the second highest non-CBD category from a density perspective. I highlighted here the mention about buildings situated or sited at or near the sidewalk along primary street frontage. We do have minimal setbacks, and when we accommodate that new Henderson extension, it's going to be relatively tight. It's going to look like it would in a city. There's not going to be a huge amount of space between the sidewalk and the face of the building, but in an urban environment like this, we believe that's entirely appropriate, and it's actually what the comprehensive plan anticipates on a piece of land like this. Planning Commission, as Jennifer alluded to, found this consistent. I think their expert staff report was replete with various policies of the comprehensive plan that a compact, dense development like this proposes. Several reviewing agencies did find this consistent. Of course, some did not. The agencies that did not find this consistent, we are proposing waivers from the technical compliance with the Land Development Code. In the record, they're pretty substantial. As a waiver justification memo we included, but I'd like to summarize that briefly right now. And I believe this is in the revision sheet. One waiver, and Annie can correct me if I'm wrong here, one waiver that was set out in the staff report was the commercial access to a local street, which this council hears an awful lot. That's actually not going to be a waiver in this case because we only have local streets. So I just want to make sure that if we're fortunate to have council's approval of this, that waiver is not something that we need. We'll remove that between first and second reading. On buffering, as council knows, PDs afford a developer the opportunity to establish their own setbacks. There's no waivers from setbacks, but the code does require buffering spaces between different types of uses, residential to residential, residential to commercial. And in this case, the code requires a 15-foot use-to-use buffer and a 6-foot masonry wall, which we think is a little punitive and really not consistent with the urban nature of this project. So we're proposing to reduce that to 5. And as you can see, that creates, I wouldn't really call it a symmetry, but kind of a nice flow of an even amount of setback around the eastern edge of the building. I would note that the folks who are most affected by this buffer reduction and who will have a multifamily building a little bit closer than what the code would require are both supportive of that. Those emails are in the record before you. On loading, not sure I've had the pleasure of bringing a PD before this council or any of its prior iterations that does not have a loading waiver. The code in the city of Tampa requires a significant amount of loading berths when they're sometimes inappropriate. Legacy Partners, as Naeem will talk about in a little bit, is a very prolific, experienced multifamily developer. They are very confident that this single loading berth will be able to accommodate move in, move out. This is not an Amazon fulfillment center. We are not going to be having large trucks come in and out. These are mostly going to be urban apartments and folks moving in and out with U-Hauls. I would note that while this does not count as a loading area at all, this area in green, there will be parallel parking spaces that there would be an ability for management to put out a cone on the rare occasion that perhaps there's 2 loading trucks trying to come in at the same time. But the loading berths are a very poor use of space, and we're very confident that the one will satisfy. I would note that in the West Shore overlay district, that entire area has a limit of 1 loading berth. There are a lot bigger buildings out there, and they're surviving with 1. We believe 1's going to be just fine here. The other waiver is one that, again, I don't think I've ever not brought on an urban project, which is to allow loading to occur in more than 1 continuous maneuver. I've used the example of the truck, the commercial driver's license school out at the fairground. You can load in 1 continuous maneuver out there if you have an absolute ocean of parking. This is an urban development. There's really no way to load the site in 1 clean continuous maneuver. We don't believe that poses a problem at all to the safety of the residents or to the development of this project. On trees, I'm going to go through this briefly if there are questions. Matt Dunn with Kimley Horn, who's a certified arborist, is on the line. The red dot here is the 1 non-hazardous grand laurel oak. It's not a live oak, it's a laurel oak that we're removing. We did try 2 reconfiguration alternatives. They didn't work. It would essentially render the parking area as a surface parking lot, which we think would be abysmal use of space in the urban core like this. It would severely cut the unit count down to a point where really I don't think would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. But Matt can talk more about that. As I'll show in a second, we are able to save a significant cluster of trees all along the western edge. The other waiver is the code requires you to keep 50% of the trees that are on site. Now, if you're downtown in the CBD, as you would expect, there isn't such a requirement. This is awfully close to the CBD, and it's much closer than halfway to the CBD, and we're almost halfway to the requirement. We are keeping 21%, which I would say is a little bit more than normal for a site that has been undeveloped for so long and is this close to the urban core. As you can see here, the location of some of the trees, and again, these aren't grand trees, these are the location of them, as you can see, really would just prevent any reasonable development configuration based on where they were. But per code, we did try reasonable reconfigurations to accommodate as much retention and to accommodate these, the one grand tree. And with that, Naeem's going to say a few words about legacy.
Yeah, thank you. Naeem Coleman of Legacy Partners. Oop, sorry about that. So Legacy Partners, our firm has been around for 54 years. We are based in California, just out of San Francisco. The red that's highlighted on the screen shows all the markets that we're currently in. I want to highlight a project that we recently completed in Tampa. It's the Legacy Encore project, which is a few blocks away. It's been a very successful project, one of our first ones in the city of Tampa, and we loved it so much that we wanted to come back and do another. We feel that the Encore development has really energized and brought the neighborhood forward, and we were looking for more property in the neighborhood and were able to come to an agreement with GTE, and we think we're going to have another successful project if you guys approve it tonight.
And that's a rendering that I'll take, just showing what we're thinking of. In terms of the design, another view right there, people enjoying the pool, and that's it. Appreciate your time. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Hudson? Seeing none. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make public comment on item number 5?
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of Tampa. This climate crisis is real. One of the most important things that we can do is to preserve our tree canopy. They're required to preserve 50%. They want to preserve 21%. But to me, what's just as bad or worse is that there are trees that are off-site, that do not belong to them, that they are going to adversely impact. You heard the experts say that it's going to be 2/3 closer to the trees than they should be, and those trees are probably going to die. It's bad enough when they kill trees on site, but now they're going to kill trees off site. I have seen over and over again miracles happen. All of a sudden we can figure out a way to reconfigure things and we can save the trees. I believe that could happen in this case. I think they can do better. I think the city of Tampa needs to insist on a little bit better. Thank you.
My name is Nathan Hagan. I think this is a cool project. I'm disappointed that it didn't find sufficient incentive for affordable housing for people. The code doesn't create that incentive, but the code does create the incentive for plenty of affordable housing for cars. I know City Council should not be negotiating with developers on things from the dais here. My understanding that's not really the point of this meeting, but I will say City Council has the power to make ordinances that will make projects like this come to you with these types of things that we keep talking about. So this is a good dense project. Density is good for the environment. It's good for creating housing for people. I would love for this project to have had ordinances in place already that made it so that it had affordable housing and for people instead of for cars. So that's my comment.
Good morning, or good evening, folks. I'm not used to coming here at night anymore.
My name's Stephanie Pointer, and I'm just curious if there's any affordable housing in this development. 400 units in the location that it's in. There should be workforce, there should be affordable. It's on a transit line, just a couple blocks away from there. I wouldn't have any clue where this was if I hadn't been to the Mayor's Neighborhood University and visited the GTE building. So I'm just curious as to why we've got all these waivers and we have no offset of affordable or workforce. Thank you. Have a good day.
Do we still have Ms. Strohmeyer and Mr. Leto on the line?
Hello?
Ms. Strohmeyer, waiting for your camera to come up.
It's up. Oh, it's up in
There you
multiples.
are. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I got a cascade of cameras. Are you there? Hello?
Yes, Ms. Strohmeyer, please.
Hi, well, I echo what Stephanie was saying and what I had said before, just, you see that affordable housing that is there, and I don't know if this is the gateway to shut that down, but I believe it is. I do like opening up that street, but the city is the one that closed that street down. I remember at some point we used to drive through there, unless I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. And then they closed it down it was just bizarre to me why they even closed that down. But anyway, so yeah, keep the affordable housing there. Just ask the right questions if there's something in the background going on. With this administration, I always think there is, and I think I'm not the only one. So it's y'all's duty to ask those questions and to make sure everything's on the up and up. Please. Thank you. Have a good evening. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Thank you. Mr. Leto.
Yes, sir, I have no further comment.
Thank you very much. Motion to close?
So moved. Is there
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Hudson, rebuttal.
You mean Tyler Hudson for the record. I think the Census Bureau said that 40,000 people moved to the city last year. That's over 100 a day. And there are a lot of different solutions to the affordability problem that we have in this city. But the chief one among them is to build more housing. And we've heard from some of the folks in public comment that there's an aversion to density in certain parts of the city. Certain parts of the city are concerned about having density in their neighborhood. This is not one of those areas. This is an area, I don't believe any of the folks who you heard from in public comment live in this neighborhood. The comprehensive plan directs the greatest share of growth to areas exactly like this, and adding supply to the housing pipeline of the city is something of critical importance. And I would ask that Naeem has a few words to share about this as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Naeem Coleman, Legacy Partners. I just want to reiterate what Tyler just said. This is not an affordably designed project, but we do offer a diverse array of housing going from studios up to large 2-bedrooms that will impact and be designated for different incomes. It's not affordable in a traditional sense, but it does allow people who have different incomes to live in there by choosing their own unit. Back to the comment about 40,000 people moving in per year, we're projecting that's going to continue next year, the year after that, and the year after that. And based on our research that we've seen, we are not building enough housing in the metropolitan area to meet the demands of these people. So, that's part of the reason why I'm here tonight. We see a lot of growth happening in Tampa, but we see an undersupply of housing, whether it's single family, townhomes, flats, multifamily, high-rise, all the above. So we're trying to do our part to build some housing. We think it's a great neighborhood. I mentioned earlier today that we're building right down the street right now. It's been very successful, and we want to continue that success by building off of 7th Avenue. Thank you.
Thanks. Just in parting, I just would like to leave one thought with council that when we talk about affordability, that's about housing, so how much you're paying in rent, but it's also about transportation. So how much are you paying to keep a car? This is one of the very few pieces of land in the city of Tampa where Ybor City, Tampa Heights, downtown, the Channel District are easily walkable, they're bikeable. This has access to both the streetcar and HART routes just a few blocks away, including the one, the 400 and the one, which are the highest frequency routes that HART has. That's a very important thing, I think, to keep in mind when we talk about broadening the range of people who can afford to live here. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not here to speak against the plan, but what I like to see is more compatibility with nature and more compatibility with livable people who are looking for a place to live that don't have one. This morning, I think we had conversation with many who, and I'm not talking about your case, let me get that, who rents went up $400 and $500 or $400 at least on a short period of time, and they can't afford it. And in the past, this council on some projects, if not all of them, we have asked the developer to put subtype, and sometimes it's 5%. I think there was one with 10% not too long ago, if I recall. And this one has none. And although we're living in an area of prosperity, we're also living in an area where prosperity is taking over the people who can't afford where they live. And I don't think that's right. All of us have to live together to make not only this city, but this country what it is, or what it was, because it's changing real rapidly. Talking about the environment, I see nothing here that's going to save the environment one drop of water. Nothing here that's going to save the environment any electrical cost. There's no solar. There's nothing that is going to do something for society. And if people can do it, so can you, sir. I'm not here to lecture you. I'm not your parent. I like you. I never met you, but you seem to be a real reasonable individual. Especially in California and in New Mexico, they've had wildfires they never had before. You didn't start them, neither did I. But in essence, we all started them because we all abuse nature. And nature can't take it no more. Nature has got to come around and says, I need a break. And that's what we got to do. We got to give a break to nature. And without doing that, we keep doing what we're doing. Even the cars are all going to be electric. However, when you charge them up, where are you getting the electricity from? There's a lot of things. However, I think there's going to be hydrogen cars within 5 or 6 years that produce nothing but water on the way out. So those are the things. I'm not a genius. I'm not an Einstein. I don't even know how to comb my hair. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we got to see something done for everyone, not just for someone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Can you tell me how many units this development has and how many parking spaces?
So the unit count is, Tyler Hudson for the record, is 269, and I believe the parking count is 297. 236? Sorry, 236 units, apologies.
So 236 units and 297 parking spaces.
No, sorry, it's the 397 parking spaces, sorry.
So 237 units.
236.
36 units and 396 parking spaces.
One more, 397.
97, thank you.
Mr. Shelby.
Which I would add is exactly what the code requires.
And that was going to be my question for you, if you had a question of staff as to what the code required.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
So,
So that is the amount that code requires?
well, that's a
Correct.
question, you can certainly ask the petitioner, but you can also ask the staff. if
Okay.
that's-
That's correct. And unlike Seminole Heights, for example, where the code has provisions to offset parking with bicycles and things like that, this part of the city, despite being blocks from downtown, does not. And the code here is the same as in New Tampa.
And council,
Mr. Shelby.
I'm just going to bring to your attention, with all due respect, and council, I understand, has certain positions and goals and aspirations. But with regard to particular rezonings, my suggestion, council, and my recommendation, my strong recommendation is that if there are issues with the particular site plan relative to the issues of the waivers or the issues of the criteria, that you focus on that, because that would be the appropriate way to be able to determine whether this is compatible with the surrounding area, and also whether this project meets the code criteria itself. So I'm just asking council to be mindful as to making requests of applicants that are not necessarily in the code.
Ms. Hurtak, are you?
Understood. I was just curious because he was talking about transit, and I hadn't heard about either parking or unit count, so.
Understood. Thank you. Well, I was just not directing it to you specifically, I was just directing to the conversation generally with the board.
Move to close. Second.
I have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Did you say no?
Yeah, no, I said aye.
Okay, I'm sorry.
At the same time. My apologies.
Councilman Maniscalco, would you please read the?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 623 East 7th Avenue in the property under folio number 19264.0005, located south of 7th Avenue, north of Henderson Avenue, east of Interstate 275, and west of Taliaferro Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RM residential multifamily and PD plan development to PD plan development residential multifamily or storefront, residential office and commercial, providing an effective date, and just a couple of items here. I find it consistent with housing policy 1.3.1, 1.3.3, and 1.3.4, which encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The FAR of 2.48 proposed by the development does not exceed the intensity anticipated under the UMU 60 future land use category and is comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern anticipated through the future land use map. Also, compliance with Land Development Code Section 27-136. Proposed development as shown on the site plan promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed uses promotes the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. And in regards to any waivers, we have compliance with Section 27-1394. The design of the proposed development is unique and therefore in need of waivers, and the requested waivers will not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waiver.
The revision sheet in the staff report.
And includes the revision sheet, yes, sir.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. Roll call.
Rhodes,
Yes.
Miranda,
No.
Vieira,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson, Hurtak,
No.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no,
Be right back.
Miranda voting no, Carlson being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. File number.
Mr. Chairman, just one second. Mr. Shelby, that hearing's over now, correct, sir?
Well,
30 days.
it's not over until the appeal period runs. Anybody who would want to challenge it, you have 30 days.
I'll save my comments for later when we get into comments for later.
Item number 6, file number REZ 22-13.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Vanderlee.
live in Seminole Heights.
Have you been sworn in?
I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
We're simply asking to downgrade,
I'm
oh, sorry,
sorry.
my bad. It's late.
I'm still rehashing the first two that we heard, so thank you.
Yeah, this one will be easy. We'll get through it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Ms. Barnes, please.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 6 is REZ 2213. The request is to rezone 4204 and 4202 North 15th Street from planned development to Seminole Heights residential single family. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission, and after her presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission, and I'm gonna ask for permission to share my screen, please. Thank you. Okay, so as Annie already stated, this is REZ 2213. It's in the Central Tampa Planning District in the Seminole Heights Urban Village. It's not within any evacuation zone. There's transit stop about 500 feet to the north of the site at the intersection of North 15th Street and East Chelsea Street. So you can actually see that intersection here on the aerial. The subject site is outlined in purple. It is pretty much single family detached in the surrounding area. It's kind of at the corner of East North Bay Street and North 15th Street. Here's the aerial of the or a future land use map of the subject site. The subject site is residential 10. That's that orange color on the map. It's typically a single family detached. To the south and a little bit to the north is residential 20, which is a little bit more intensive. And then that red is community commercial 35, which is where our commercial uses are located. This is a pretty simple request. It's just asking for Seminole Heights SHRS, Seminole Heights residential single family, which is consistent with that residential 10 future land use designation. So we did not find that there would be any adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. And we found that it would be comparable and compatible with the development pattern along North 15th Street and consistent with the long-range development pattern encouraged under the residential 10 future land use category. I'll turn it back over to Annie. Thanks.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Can I please share my screen? Can I please share my screen? Great. Again, this is REZ 2213, requesting rezone from PD to Seminole Heights residential single family detached. No waivers are requested because this is a standard Euclidean rezoning. Shown here is a survey of the subject site, approximately 17,000 square feet in size. Here is the original plat of the platted lots from 1923. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject site with surrounding zoning. Primarily, there are some commercial uses, but primarily residential in nature. Shown here is a picture of the subject site as it is now, as well as the corner of 15th and I believe North Bay Street. Again, here's another view from 15th, looking further south down 15th and across the street from the subject property. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
We'll do this the right way. My name is Jeremy Vanderloop. I've been sworn in. It's pretty simple. We just want to take it down to single family homes. That's it.
Any questions to the petitioner? Any public comment on item number 6? Any public comment?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
We You can use this time for rebuttal if you want.
Okay.
I'm jesting.
I mean, I could.
Second, to close.
Motion to close has been made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Councilwoman Hurtak.
Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4202 and 4204 North 15th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from Zoning District Classifications PD Plan Development to SHRS Seminole Heights Residential Single Family Detached, providing an effective date in compliance with the applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, such that the proposed zoning district would allow for development that is comparable to the character of the surrounding uses and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the Residential 10 land use designation, consistent with land use policies 2.1.2, 5.1.4, 9.3.8, and 9.5.3.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Carlson, Hurtak,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried, Carlson being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item number 7, file number REZ 22-17. Ms. Barnes.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 7 is RZ 2217. The applicant is requesting to rezone 4201 East 12th Avenue from CG to CI. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission, and then I'll conclude mine.
Thanks, Annie. Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. I'm just going to wait for permission to share my screen. I appreciate that. So here we go. We're at 2217. We're still in the Central Tampa Planning District. Within the East Side commercial neighborhood, there's transit about a quarter mile away from the site to the south at East Broadway Avenue and North 43rd Street. So here's the subject site. It's located just off of North 43rd Street. It's south of Interstate of I-4. There's a kind of a variety of uses in the neighborhood. We have commercial and like light industrial type uses directly to the west of the subject site, a little bit further to the east and then southeast. There's a lot of warehousing in the area, but there is some presence of single family detached residential along East 11th Avenue to the south of the site. The land use is community commercial 35. That's the red. That does allow for commercial intensive type uses. To the north is the industrial land use category, and then to the west, the pinkish color is transitional use 24, which also allows for even, it's one step above. It's a little bit more intensive than the community commercial 35, than the red that the subject site is in. Due to the diverse range of uses within a half mile of the project site, including light industrial and some other commercial intensive uses, we did find that this district would be appropriate for this site, provided that any non-residential development is sensitive to existing residences surrounding the site, and that any development would follow the code. The city's comprehensive plan does require commercial uses to be appropriately buffered from residential development, and it just kind of refers back to the code in that policy. So in conclusion, we did find that this would allow for development that is consistent and compatible with the surrounding area, and that it's the development pattern anticipated under this future land use designation. So I will turn it back over to Annie. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I will share my screen. Okay, this is REZ 2217 for 4201 East 12th Avenue to rezone from CG, Commercial General, to CI, Commercial Intensive. No waivers are requested for this Euclidean rezoning. Shown here is the subject site. approximately 12,000 square feet in size. Shown here are the two platted lots that comprise the site. It was platted in 1925. There are residential uses and zoning in the immediate area. However, there are a large number of industrial and commercial uses directly in the area as well. So shown here is looking down 12th. And this is the subject property as well, looking south along 12th. The subject property again. And then this is the other side of 12th, showing industrial warehouse uses. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Applicant?
Good evening. Okay, I'm Ruth Londono, 1502 West Bush Boulevard, Tampa, Florida 33621.
You have been sworn in.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Already. We are requesting to rezone to commercial general to commercial intensive. Like the planner explained before, this property has, how does it work?
May we have the Elmo, please?
Can you see this one? Okay. This is the subject property, that is commercial general. That is the current uses, the current zoning around the property. All this area is commercial intensive. And these properties in here are residential multifamily. Okay. The only house that is already developed is all across the street, but all these other properties around are vacant lots. All in this area here is I-4, and that is maybe the reason all these vacant lots are not buildable. They are buildable. They are vacant lots because maybe the I-4 on the rear yard got to be really difficult to live there. I have maybe some pictures that are similar that the planner has. That is all this area in here is commercial intensive. And this is the I-4. And going to this side is the property. That is from the same view, and that's the subject property. If you have any question?
Any questions for the applicant? Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this? Any public comment?
There's no registered speakers for this item.
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor? Mr. Goods, Councilman Goods.
REZ-22-17, ordinance being presented for first reconsideration. In order to rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4201 East 12th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more described in section 1, from zoning district classification CG commercial general to CI commercial intensive, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Vieira. Yes. Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson. Hurtak.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried, Carlson being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Congratulations. Item number 8, file number REZ 22-39.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 8 is REZ 2239. The subject property is located at 506 West Plaza Place. The applicant is requesting to rezone from RS50 to RM18. I will turn over presentation to Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. This is 2239. We're in the Central Tampa Planning District in the Tampa Heights Urban Village in the Level D evacuation zone. Phillips Park is the closest public recreational facility. We do have transit located at the corner of North Columbus Drive and Woodrow Avenue. And we have Graham Elementary School and Villa Madonna School to the east of the subject site across North Massachusetts Avenue. Just to kind of give an idea of where we are. This is the future land use map. To the east is public, quasi-public. That's the blue that represents those schools. The subject site itself is residential 20, which is the brown color. To the north is residential 10 in the orange. Further south in the pink is community mixed use 35. That's where our commercial uses are located. We did find that the proposed rezoning before you today would allow for better utilization of land to increase those housing opportunities, and it would be getting further to that density that we have anticipated under the residential 20 future land use designation. This will not alter the character of the surrounding area, and it is comparable and compatible with this portion of the Tampa Heights Urban Village. I'll turn it back over to Annie.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I will share my screen. Again, this is REZ 2239 for 506 West Plaza Place. The request is to rezone from RS50 to RM18. There are no waivers requested for a Euclidean rezoning. Shown here is the platted lot, originally platted in 1914. Here's a survey of the subject property with the current residents located on the site. Shown here is an aerial map showing surrounding zoning and land uses. There are residential uses and commercial uses in the area. This is a picture of the subject site at the corner of Massachusetts and West Plaza. Another view of the part of the site and the existing home on the site. Looking down Massachusetts, south, across the street from the subject site, and then north along Massachusetts is the school. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff? Applicant.
Not been sworn.
He's not been sworn. Is there anyone else that has not been sworn? Wow. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Spazzato. I'm a planner with Level Up Consulting here in Tampa, and with me is Eli and Logan Payne, who is the applicant owner. We appreciate and affirm the findings and recommendation of the staff, and so we're here to answer any questions, and we thank you.
Any questions of the petitioner? Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak to this? Any public comments?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Councilman Miranda.
Item number 8, file number REZ 22-39. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration on ordinance rezoning property general vicinity 506 West Plaza Place in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly describes section 1 for zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira, Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson, Goods,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera being absent at vote, Carlson being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Item number 10, REZ 22-18.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 10 is REZ 2218. The subject property is located at 307 South Melville Avenue, and the request is to rezone from RM16 to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone at the Plan Commission.
Good evening. 2218, as Andy stated, this is in the Central Tampa Planning District and within the Soho neighborhood. It's a level C evacuation zone. We do have transit very close to the subject site at about 180 feet to the north. So there's a variety of housing types in this area. We're just south of Platte. There's a lot of single family attached along South Melville Avenue, and we have Post Hyde Park to the south east of the subject site. But there's quite a bit of single family attached townhouse type development, a mixture of housing types. And then of course, we're all familiar with the commercial uses that are located along Platte Street. The subject site future land use is residential 35 to the southeast of the site in that darker brown color. That's R50, where Post Hyde Park is located. Along Platte Street, where the commercial uses are, is the community mixed use 35 in that pink color. If approved, the plan development would allow a total of 4 dwelling units. I'll let Annie get a little bit more into the intricacies of the PD and how the dwelling units work out, but that would be a density of about 14 dwelling units an acre, which is consistent with that long-term development pattern envisioned under the residential 35 future land use designation. The proposed density supports the Tampa Comprehensive Plan by allowing a variety and diversity of housing types to accommodate its growing population. We also found that the 2 units on the southern portion of the subject site provides a front door for each dwelling unit and a connection to the sidewalk along South Melville Avenue, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan LU policy 9.2.6. That concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back over to Annie.
Thank you. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. All right. Again, this is REZ 2218 for 307 South Melville Avenue. The request is to rezone from RM16 to planned development. The subject site, this is a survey. It's approximately 12,000 square feet in size. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject property and surrounding zoning, primarily residential in use. This is a portion of the PD site plan that was submitted. The applicant is proposing 2 residential semi-detached units and 2 residential single-family detached units for a total of 4 dwelling units. These are elevations provided by the applicant, and this is the existing structure that will remain as part of the residential single-family detached units. Shown here is the current residential single-family dwelling, again at the corner of Azile and Melville Avenue. Looking north, this is directly south of the subject site. Development and Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please refer to transportation comments for all overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet of approving the application, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any any questions for staff? Petitioner?
Yes, Matthew Campo. I've been sworn, 1725 East 5th Avenue. This particular application, as Annie mentioned, there's 2 existing structures that would remain, and so really what's being proposed that would be new is a 2-unit attached multifamily. As far as the one inconsistency, that's transportation. It's a backup distance on the alley. The other 2 waivers that we are asking for have to do with having the existing structures remain. So I believe it's pretty straightforward, but I'm available for questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the chambers who would like to speak to this? Any public comment? Item number 10, REZ 22-18. Seeing none, is there anyone online?
No registered speaker for this item.
Motion to close by Councilman Good, seconded by? Sorry. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. All right. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 307 South Melville Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to PD plan development, residential single family detached, and residential single family semi-detached, providing an effective date. The proposed rezoning balances the need to be sensitive to the area's single-family detached units in the surrounding neighborhood, while also recognizing the need for additional housing options within the residential 35 future land use designation, consistent with land use policies 1.26, 1.2.18, 2.1.1, 2.1.2, and 9.3.8. The density proposed by the development does not exceed the density anticipated under the future land use category and is comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern anticipated through the future land use map. Also, I find it in compliance with Land Development Code Section 27-136. Proposed development as shown on the site plan promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed use promotes the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure, and any waivers are in compliance with Section 27-1394. The design of the proposed development is unique and therefore in need of a waiver. The requested waiver will not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waiver. And that would include the revision sheet as well.
Thank you.
And if I may,
Hang on 1 second. Councilman, motion's made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any discussion?
No, I was just saying that I was back eating really fast because I was starving and I was watching this on the live YouTube, so just FYI.
Roll call vote, please.
Carlson. Maniscalco.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Herzog.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Item agenda number 11, file number REZ-22-27.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 11 is REZ 2227. The subject property is located at 2303 North Ola Avenue and 211 West Park Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RM24 to PD for residential single-family attached uses. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone at the Planning Commission.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission. 2227 is still in the Central Tampa Planning District within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. It's not within an evacuation zone. Here's the subject site. It's at the corner of West Park Avenue and North Ola Avenue. The surrounding area is pretty much, it's a lot of residential with, there's another residential project to the south, which is reflected on the future land use map. I also just want to point out, this is the Robert C. Gardner Park in green, which is designated recreational open space, which came before this council as part of that ongoing parks planning plan update. So the subject site is residential 35. We have the recreational open space to the east. And then to the north is the community mixed use 35. That's the pink color. Again, we found that it supported many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population, but we also found that it would be developed within the existing block and lot configuration, and the plan supports the vehicular access, which is going to be provided from the alley to the east. And so we do have policies that encourage that. We also find that the vehicular alley access to the site will help preserve the right of way and provide a safer, more pleasant streetscape for pedestrians. The request is consistent with the Compact City Form strategy, which encourages infill development within proximity to the transit and employment services and directs the greatest share of growth to the urban villages. I'll turn it back over to Annie. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Any questions to staff?
Annie Barnes,
Ms. Barnes?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, this is REZ 2227 for 2303 North Ola Avenue and 211 West Park Avenue. The request is rezoned from RM24 to PED for residential single-family attached uses. There are no waivers requested or associated with this request. Shown here is a survey of the subject site. Another aerial of the subject site with surrounding zoning, primarily residential in nature and commercial to the south. Here's a portion of the site plan submitted by the applicant, as well as elevations. This is the subject site as it is today, looking further south. And again, further south along Ola towards Park and the intersection of Ola and Park. And this is adjacent to the subject property along Ola. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request overall consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Mechanic, before you start, I just noticed 5 different people that walked into the room here. I'd like to get this done and over with. If anybody that hasn't been sworn in is in this room, please rise to be sworn in. Thank you. Mr. Mechanic.
Mr. Chairman, council members, good evening. I'll try to be brief. We have a finding of consistency in the staff report, but let me introduce my client, which I just neglected to do. James Ramos is here with me virtually, and Randy Cohen, our planner, is here in the room.
Mr. Mechanic, I apologize one last time. Is Mr. Ramos going to be giving any kind of testimony? Does he need to be sworn in?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you. He's not logged on?
Well, there you go.
Thank you very much.
As I indicated, we have a finding of consistency from both City and Planning Commission staff. We, for the record, agree with all the revisions being proposed by the staff. I have just one housekeeping item, and I'd like to just note for the record, the Tampa Heights Civic Association sent an email and is in the quasi box, which offers its support for the zoning application. And we work quite extensively with them, making some changes at their request. And one of my housekeeping items is we have one more change which they have requested that just didn't make it onto our site plan, which, and I'll state this and then hand it out, is a reduction of the south porch setback from 4.5 feet to 2.5 feet to permit a wraparound porch, which the Civic Association requested that we do. So, I'm just gonna And with that, very briefly, I'm going to ask Randy Cohen to walk you through the site plan, and we will be very brief. Thank you.
Good evening again, Randy Cohen, 4121 West Cypress Street. I have been sworn. I'm going to use the Elmo rather quickly. Great, they have it up. What we have tonight is a project that is a very traditional townhouse project endorsed by the Tampa Heights Civic Association. It consists of 6 single-family attached dwelling units. Here are the elevations. This is the front elevation. You can see the porches. This is the south elevation, which we'll talk a little bit more about with that final request that Mr. Mechanic discussed. This is the east elevation, which is the rear. All the parking is serviced by an alleyway, and this is the other elevation on the north side. From that, I'll go to this exhibit, which makes things a little clearer. Let's see if we can get that. Perfect. Again, we have the 6 dwelling units. We have front porches that all face Ola, sidewalks connecting to the public sidewalk in the area, alleyway in the rear with all of the parking in the rear. With these porches, the one additional request that was made by the Civic Association was to leave the building where it is at a 7-foot setback, but simply to decrease the setback for the porch from 4.5 feet to 2.5 feet, so there could be a meaningful wraparound porch provided. With that smaller setback, the porch is still 17+ feet away from the roadway itself, so it's not a safety issue at all. The neighborhood association thought it just brought the project more into conversation on sidewalk and neighbors, et cetera, and provided for a little nicer walking environment around the project. And with that, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for the petitioner?
We have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I am checking with legal if we're going to make this sheet that you just handed us revisions between first and second reading.
Kate Wells, for the record, I think that was the intent of the applicant.
Thank you.
But I think staff needs to confirm that this can be, that this doesn't impact the site plan and that it's just a note to be added to the site plan.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wells. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak about this? Any public comment? Mr. Mechanic, rebuttal if you'd like.
There's no registered speakers for this item.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman. But we would, and this was, the change was at the request of the Civic Association, and we'd appreciate you incorporating that.
Mr. Shelby.
If we could just ask Ms. Barnes to confirm the timing of this and whether this requires a change or it's just a simple note, and we could just be done between first and second reading, just to be clear.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So this needs to be changed between first and second reading. I did confirm with Jonathan Scott in Transportation that this doesn't cause a site visibility triangle issue.
And it could be done, it doesn't require any additional time, it's just a note and no other changes to the site plan, is that correct?
The site plan will have to reflect that 2.5-foot setback, but that can be a modification between first and second reading.
Understood, thank you.
Motion to close. Second. Motion to close by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 2303 North Ola Avenue and 211 West Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RM24 residential multifamily to PD plan development residential single family attached, providing an effective date. I can also say I adopt the findings and reasoning of the Planning Commission and the city staff reports. Based upon competent substantial evidence found in the staff reports, applicant reports, testimony, etc. This establishes compliance with the applicable goals, objectives, policies, and the comprehensive plan, compliance with Land Development Code Section 27-136. And that should be enough. Second.
A motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any discussion?
Did we need to add this revision?
No, we had already said it's going to be this.
Actually, it should be included. That's a good point.
So I make an amendment to add the revision?
I incorporate the wisely motioned amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Goode.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Miranda. Vieira.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Carlson. And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried, Carlson being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Before we go to agenda item number 12, I again noticed there was 5 people that just walked in. Could you please rise to be sworn in? Do we see anybody out in the hallway that might be out there? So this is probably going to be the last time? Yeah? Thank you very much. Agenda item number 12, file number REZ 22-19? 15, excuse me.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 12 is REZ 2215. The request is to rezone the property located at 1102 East Curtis Street and 1009, 1011, and 1008 East Osborne Avenue from Seminole Heights Residential Single Family Detached to Seminole Heights PD. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Melendez, Planning Commission.
Good evening, Council. Jennifer Malone again with your Planning Commission. 2215 is in the Central Tampa Planning District in the Seminole Heights Urban Village. There's not located within an evacuation zone. Here's the subject site. We're along North Osborne Avenue and North 12th Street. The surrounding area is pretty much housing, different types of housing, mostly single-family detached. And that's reflective of what's on the future land use map. So the future land use in the surrounding area is residential 10. There's some residential 20, including the subject site. Most of the subject site is residential 20, but there is a little portion of it up here along East Osborne Avenue that's residential 10. So it has 2 future land uses. So what we do in that situation, if it's located in an urban village, land use policy 5.1.6 would apply. It only applies in urban villages, and it allows the applicant to take a kind of a blend of their density and their uses, and they can spread it between the site through approval of a planned development zoning. So the applicant is utilizing that policy before you today. So the overall density is a density of 17.71 units per acre, and that's consistent with the residential 20 future land use designation, which is the majority of the subject site, and it's getting closer to that density that the plan had planned for this area of the city. We also found that the design, to the extent that the applicant was able, providing those front doors and those pedestrian connections, also consistent with the comprehensive plan. We found that it's provide a range of housing types. It's compatible with the surrounding area. It's going to support the pedestrian traffic by providing those connections, and it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we found no negative impacts on the surrounding area. So I'll turn it back over to Annie.
Thank you, Jennifer. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, this is REZ 2215. The request is rezoned from Seminole Heights Residential Single Family Detached to Seminole Heights PD for residential single family detached and attached uses. Shown here are the requested waivers. This is the subject site, approximately 118,000 square feet in size. This is a survey with current buildings on the site. Shown here is a aerial map of the subject site with residential uses in the immediate area. This is a portion of the site plan provided by the applicant showing the residential single family detached and attached proposed uses, as well as elevations provided by the applicant. This is a picture of the subject site currently developed with a place of religious assembly. This is a portion of the property located north of Osborne. and the subject site along East Curtis, and then along between Osborne and East Curtis along 12th, and looking back on East Curtis from 12th. The applicant is requesting a total of 48 residential dwelling units, and 44 are single-family attached, and 4 are single-family detached. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please refer to the development coordination comments for overall inconsistency. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff? Applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is David Mechanic. I'm here on behalf of Onyx and East, Jacob Egan, the applicant. I also have with me this evening Justin Guy of Onyx and East, Greg Roth, a professional engineer with Bowler Engineering, Michael Yates, a professional transportation planner, and Aaron Barker, architect, who will be joining virtually, and we would ask that she be allowed to share her screen. I believe she's online right now. Are you able to make contact?
Yeah, she's on.
Okay.
Ms. Barker, are you there?
Yes, I am.
And at this point,
Can
I'm
you hear
going to
me?
introduce the resumes of our expert witnesses. Hand those to the clerk.
Ms. Barker, can you please turn your camera on?
All
Please
right.
raise your right
Can you
hand.
see me?
Yes. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We'd like to address the items of inconsistency listed in the staff report and explain the necessity for the waivers. One of the waivers I would just like to point out, the council several weeks ago modified the zoning code to allow for townhomes to not be required to face a public right-of-way. Well, our project is single-family attached, which is effectively the same thing as a townhome, yet we are required to seek the waiver because that part of the code wasn't changed, and I'm not sure the reason for that, but they are essentially the same housing type, so the waiver should not really be required. We would also like to ask for an additional revision because we'd like to eliminate one of the waivers which are listed in your report. The under waiver 2, the second bullet, instead of asking for a waiver of the length of the building to exceed 200 feet, we are asking that we be able to combine 2 units from one building into a second building. And we've also submitted this to the staff. They are aware of the request. I'll go ahead and hand this to council. I think this is going to be subject to the same question that we had on the prior matter, but this has been seen by the staff, and we would really appreciate being able to eliminate the waiver. At this time, I'd like to ask Greg Roth to walk you through the site plan and to discuss the waivers. Thank you.
Good evening, Gregory Roth with Bowler Engineering, 3820 Northdale Boulevard, and I have been sworn in. If we could pull the PowerPoint presentation up that Aaron has, that'd be great. While that's getting pulled up, I'll start to discuss the site plan. So the existing conditions of the property is a vacant church. On the south and east side, it's an open sea of pavement along Curtis Avenue and along 12th Street. No sidewalks or pedestrian connectivity. I'm not sure if we can, Aaron, pull the next slide here. Great.
Can you ask her to make it full screen, please?
There we go. Yeah, and can you make that full screen too, please, Aaron?
Let me figure that out.
Go one more slide too. It's prettier than this one. It's black and white.
Okay, there you
we
go. How about that?
Nicer. Excellent. All right, the proposed project, just for reference on the site plan, it meets the allowable density, meets VUA and multifamily green space requirements. We're within the building height requirements. 35 feet is consistent with the residential zoning district. We exceed parking requirements for the resident as well as for guests. A couple notes here. We did hold 3 neighborhood meetings, and we took into account input that was received. A couple items that we changed along the way for the site plan. Pedestrian connectivity was one that came up. We added sidewalks along Curtis and 12th, and we're also proposing to improve the sidewalk along Osborne. We're also committing to add crosswalks at the intersection of Osborne and 12th, as well as Curtis and 12th. We have closed the eastern driveway along Osborne, if you can see that there on the northeast corner of the site. We originally proposed to have a connection. We removed that connection based on the input from the neighbors, mostly because of proximity to 12th. And we reorientated the site plan in order to provide internal connection so that we wouldn't have multiple access points there. Within the site plan, the majority of the driveways are accessing internal drive aisles so that we could reduce the number of curb cuts and conflict points to the local public roads. And everywhere where this project abuts single-family residential lots, we are proposing also single-family residential units for consistency and compatibility with the neighbors. The waivers that we're asking for, just to run through those from a site plan standpoint, the tree preservation, we've worked closely with Natural Resources Department on protecting as many trees as we could. If you'll note, Natural Resources has found this consistent. There were a couple more trees that we originally were looking to save, but as we reorientated the site based on input from the neighbors in removing that driveway, there was a couple of trees that ended up having to get impacted because of that, which were a part of the preservation requirements. We have a waiver for 19 of the 48 units not facing the right-of-way. Mr. Mechanic had mentioned that in his opening, but also the site plan that we have before you maximizes the amount of units that can physically face the street. There's just no way to achieve the allowable density without proposing internal units here. We have a request to reduce the minimum 15-foot distance between the buildings. This one, another one is that we're maxing out as many units that we can face a right away. So the orientation dictates that we have to have a couple units closer to each other. The build-to lines on parcel 1, the depth of the lot is 60 foot deep. So physically there would be almost no way to comply. On parcel 2, that's another orientation that as we try to comply with the build-to lines, it's virtually impossible to actually to provide the build-to with the neighboring units there. And then one item, if Aaron, you can move to the next slide and zoom in if you could, because it's, there we go. This one is what Mr. Mechanic had mentioned, which there is a waiver, and it's waiver number 2, which has lists the modification between first and second reading. We have modified the site plan, and we're proposing to update that between first and second reading to detach one of the units so that we do not exceed the 200 foot of building. We believe that this will actually benefit the site because we're able to put one unit closer to the single family residential on the west side of the parcel, and then it'll eliminate a waiver. And it has a 1 unit single family on the west side and then a 4 unit building, which will be less than 200 feet long. And this allows us to reduce a waiver that was proposed, as well as provide a better frontage to the south there. And with this, I'll turn it over to Michael Yates to discuss some traffic.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. What you should be able to see on your screens is the trip generation comparison with the existing church using ITE. When we did this original submittal, there was a net difference of 55 daily trips, 7 AM peak hour trips, and 8 PM peak hour trips. Actually, they came out with the 11th edition after we made our initial filing, and that actually shows a net decrease of daily trips and then a 0 wash on the AM peak hour and a net increase of 5 PM peak hour trips. Also to note, Osborne, based on the latest level of service tables, operates at a level of service C, as in cat, and has a volume to capacity of 0.41. So there is more than sufficient capacity on the adjacent roadways. I'm going to turn it over to Aaron to finish up the presentation.
Hi, hello, I'm Erin Barker with Sharp Design Studio, and I'm the design director and designer for the project. I believe we're all familiar with Faith Baptist in its current state of disrepair. We work very hard to achieve a thoughtful and sensitive approach to the site development and forward-thinking positive contribution to the community. As mentioned before, we did meet 3 times with the civic associations and adjusted our overall site plan, architecture, and building scale to create a smooth topography of architecture. At the screen you see now is the northwest corner highlighted. It's adjoining the existing single family to its west. We're proposing 3 single family structures with detached garages, which are alley load. The front porches were designed to have 50% front porches, but at a suggestion of one of the community meetings, we have increased those to full width front porches. The examples of the single family, which I believe you saw in earlier slides, are these, the different styles and the detached garages to the back. At the north and south portions of our property, where the westerly structure on each one is a single family detached, which adjoins the existing single family detached structures in the neighborhood. The buildings to the east of each of those are 3 and 4 attached single families, 2-story structures. Each include a 50% facade with the front porch, front to back roof gables, which are typical in the neighborhood, and front facing gables. And the garages are set back an additional 10 feet from the front facade. These are examples of the single family attached, and the 3-plex and the 4-plex. To the east of in the center and the east of the site, we're proposing at the east side 2 buildings that are 6 single family attached. Garages are facing the interior, porches are facing 12th, and 4 single family lots across 12th. These were originally single family attached with a pitched roof, but again, after meeting with one of the civic associations, there was concern about the building height, and we redesigned the building to be a flat deck roof at the top. The mechanical units were then moved for all of these structures, all of our mechanicals have been moved to the roof. And as Greg mentioned, we are below the 35-foot maximum building height. These are examples of the buildings facing Osborne and interior to the site and facing 12th. This is the approach from Curtis, and it depicts the single family attached and single family detached. and it's the scale of 2-story. This is the approach, shows the approach, the west approach from on Osborne, which is single-family detached and single-family attached, across from our proposed single-family and single-family attached on Osborne. This is an interior view of the park and recreation area, 2-story and 3-story structures. I did want to mention that the existing Faith Baptist is predominantly 2 stories, but it does have a very small section that is a 3-story structure. In closing, we feel strongly that the proposed neighborhood contributes to the community with single-family and single-family attached and fits the underlying zoning, and it's a positive and thoughtful contribution to the community. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Dave.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Goods.
2 questions. East Tampa does have an overlay. Was that taken into consideration?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the urban design had no objections to our request.
I heard her several times mention neighborhood associations. Which ones were those? You brought those up?
Sorry. Southeast Seminole Heights Civic Association Business Guild of Seminole Heights Alliance.
Okay, so you talked Southeast Seminole Heights, okay. So we never talked to the East Tampa CAC?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Please form a line. My left, your right.
Hi, good evening. My name's Ann Hartwell. I have been sworn in. I live at 1102 East Genesee Street. I'm requesting that you deny this proposed development by Onyx East. Our Seminole Heights, Southeast Seminole Heights neighborhood has a very diverse population. We also have the great capacity to walk our dogs, bike in the neighborhood. It's a quiet, single-family residential neighborhood, basically 1920s bungalow-style houses with front porches. We all follow code. We're set back 25 feet. We can't put on, carports or add things because there's code that we follow. What this group is proposing is asking for a ton of waivers, a bunch of exceptions. They don't want to be set back as far as everybody else. They're asking for buildings to be 3 and 4 stories tall in a neighborhood that's single family, 1-story, on occasion 2-story houses. They're asking for, they're telling us that this will have no impact to the traffic. I don't know how a defunct church for more than 2.5 years is going to have more traffic than a 48-unit residence with more than 120 parking spaces. That's a little baffling to me. I walk this neighborhood every day with my dog. Already there's issues at the corner of Osborne and 12th Street. I'll share this here. If you'll notice here, this is where the proposed project would be. This is 12th Street. It does not go straight through. There is a jog in there, which really impedes traffic and causes a lot of accidents at this point. It also slows down. The traffic on Osborne is also so strong that people come and they go into our neighborhood and use our roads as feeder roads to get onto Nebraska. As you'll see here, this is where the 3 and 4 story buildings will be. Everything around it is single story or 2-story. It's gonna set a precedent. This is not on a major thoroughfare. This is within our neighborhood. Who wants, on a 4th story, somebody to be able to look on their patio into everybody's neighborhood backyards? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Switzer. I live at 4706 North 10th Street, and I have been sworn in. I'd like to begin by thanking the council for the opportunity to speak this evening regarding the proposed rezoning of the Baptist Church on Osborne and 12th. I'm a resident of Tampa, a homeowner in Seminole Heights, and the proposed construction relating to this rezoning is on the block immediately outside of my front door. I call on the City Council to deny the request for this rezoning. The construction plan as currently drafted includes several extremely problematic components, which would impact those living in the surrounding blocks, and also contribute to larger, more systemic challenges the city is committed to addressing in the past. In short, if allowed to move forward, this construction will hurt our community. All the issues with the proposed construction can be summarized as follows: density, traffic, and footprint. Even with the current levels of density, Seminole Heights has significant traffic issues and side streets which are challenging to navigate on foot. Many streets in the area, including one bordering the proposed construction, have no sidewalks, but are nonetheless heavily used for pedestrian traffic, including local children walking to and from school. Osborne is regularly congested during both peak and non-peak traffic hours. Adding nearly 50 single-family homes to a 2.5-acre plot will put an even more strain on an already poorly equipped local road infrastructure. And any traffic study implicating that an abandoned church has the same traffic impact as the proposed development is fundamentally flawed, if not fraudulent. Also impacting traffic, the builders have requested a variance to build within as little as 5 feet from Osborne. This would make the already dangerous turn onto 12th even more dangerous, as visibility would be significantly impaired. Similar requests for waiver related to this proposed construction are similarly problematic, but I was not allowed sufficient time to address each in detail. I challenge this committee to carefully consider whether the proposed rezoning and the currently proposed construction which would result from the rezoning would benefit the community, or rather benefit a construction company who will leave our community shortly after the final coat of paint dries. All of the local residents who I have spoken with do support some different use of this space, but we do not support changing the nature of our community and the granting of exemptions to building code, which would harm our community. Tampa broadly and Seminole Heights specifically are experiencing dramatic increases in property values, and while it is tempting to take the first offer for development put forth by a motivated builder, we must consider how the results of these decisions will impact the community for decades to come. Any construction of this site should be done under current construction codes, the codes established and enforced by this very council. Any construction of this site should also adhere to current zoning restrictions, which are set forth to serve and preserve the community of residents which call Seminole Heights home. I'll leave you with a quote from the report prepared by your own staff. The applicant could meet code if this site was reconfigured or less or smaller dwelling units were proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Daniel Lewis. I have been sworn in. I live at 1205 East Osborne Avenue. I was born and raised in Tampa and have watched this city develop over the last 30 years. I am fully aware of and acknowledge the growth of our city and welcome affordable living spaces that we are building in and around Tampa. There have been great efforts over the years to preserve the history and feel of Tampa while also building up and modernizing central urban areas. This development is inconsistent with these principles. The 4 waivers for rezoning pay no consideration for the neighborhood they would like to join and are only submitted to make it easier for this development to move along without having to adjust to fit into the neighborhood. We as a neighborhood welcome the new developments along Nebraska Avenue and would love to see this church either thrive or develop into something that fits the neighborhood. But this is not being developed on a major thoroughfare. It is in the middle of a residential neighborhood surrounded by single-family homes and bungalows. Besides the waivers requested and the inconsistencies with the development in accordance with current zoning, this development would greatly increase traffic on a road that is already plagued with car accidents, near misses, and animal deaths. The traffic report by Palm Traffic Engineering and Planning claims that the project would decrease traffic in the area. I have lived at the intersection of 12th and Osborne for over 5 years, and it seems as though this is a falsified or at best flawed study. The location of the study, the intersection that they used, is West Cypress east of McDill Avenue, as stated on page 4 of the introduction of that report. The ones proposed on the construction site are nowhere mentioned on this report. Before COVID, the church only brought in roughly 20 cars a week during its peak, and this project would obviously increase daily traffic significantly. Without consideration taken for the existing traffic issues present at this intersection, this project would exacerbate a situation unless traffic calming solutions are brought to this cross street. By allowing this project to proceed as proposed, it would create an undue burden to we the neighbors as well as the city once further traffic issues continue to arise. Additionally, it would set further precedent for more planned developments to pop up and break apart this small residential neighborhood. Please, we are asking you to deny these waiver requests. It is clear from the architectural design, waiver request, and disregard shown to our concerns during the Civic Association meeting that these developers, and to quote the rezoning staff report, do not promote compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. And furthermore, quote, do not promote architectural features and elements that would enhance the overall quality of the surrounding community. We ask you, City Council, employ the developers to find a way to enter our neighborhood without changing the very heart of what makes this beautiful, historic bungalow neighborhood special and charming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Claire Druger, and I have been sworn in a few times today. It might be a little redundant since I live with him at the same address, but I've been in Tampa for 30 plus years and in Seminole Heights for 5.5. I live at 1205 East Osborne, directly next to the church parking lot. I fully support the growth and expansion and affordable living in our city. Petition REZ 2215 is not that, as they stated in the Civic Association meeting last month. This development plan pays little to no consideration to stay within the current zoning standards, with 4 waivers requested for rezoning. If we allow the very first developer to come in and bend the rules, what good does zoning do? The multi-level unit will have a significantly negative impact on the surrounding areas, such as interfering with our current residents' privacy due to the height, an immense increase in traffic resulting in more accidents, roadkill, and close calls, which are reoccurring issues. We have witnessed at least 1 to 2 accidents per year where 12th and Osborne intersect. The traffic report claims that this will decrease the traffic, despite this study being done at another location 3 miles away. The study is flawed, and our traffic will absolutely increase, therefore increasing said issues. We've attempted to have more stop signs and speed bumps put in, but both have been declined. Without a solution in our pre-existing traffic, in no way will this development be beneficial for the safety of our current residents and pets, not to mention the reduction in trees from 50% to 19% when we need to be doing everything we can to double the amount. If we allow this to happen, it will only cause a domino effect, gradually burying the charm that is and always has been Seminole Heights. I hope that you vote against this to ensure our safety and preserve our character. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Charles. I live at 1015 East Cayuga.
What is your name? I'm sorry, what is your name? What is your name?
Charles Stevens.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So at the risk of being redundant, I think these points need to be driven home. My family's lived in Seminole Heights for well over 30 years. We've enjoyed a favorable environment in which to live, work, and play in our beautiful and diverse neighborhood. The neighborhood kids walk home safely after school each day down Osborne and through our neighborhood from Hillsborough High School, Middleton High School, Memorial Middle School, and last but certainly not least, let us consider the little ones walking from Edison Elementary. Many of the elder residents take morning walks. I'm a cyclist and I have to bike cautiously down these streets as traffic is already treacherous and congested as it is. Nebraska Avenue used to be a 4-lane road. It's changed to a 2-lane road to accommodate cyclists and make the area safer, which was definitely a step in the right direction. All of the streets in the direct vicinity are 2 lanes now. The increase in traffic, if you pass this rezoning petition for this building, would be detrimental to the safety of the residents in our community and a step in the wrong direction towards making the city more livable. Section 27.211 of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, titled The Greater Seminole Heights Vision, states, "It is the purpose and intent of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan and of this article, which aids in implementing it, to promote the public health, safety, comfort, amenities, prosperity, and general welfare of the city, and to provide, among other matters, a wholesome, serviceable, and attractive community to help foster a more favorable environment in which to live, work, and play, to ensure that there is a seamless integration between private property and the public realm, to regulate the use, construction, and maintenance of the public realm, including but not limited to streets, alleys, sidewalks, streetlights, to regulate the use and development of land, to provide regulations which allow and encourage creativity, effectiveness, and flexibility in the design and use of land while promoting traffic safety and avoiding an environment that encourages visual blight. This building in its current planned form is the direct antithesis of all those stated goals in the current zoning. There are no buildings that tall anywhere in the area. This building would be the epitome of visual blight. In addition, the proposed rooftop three-story situation will infringe on our privacy, as new tenants will be able to look down into our yards and houses. This proposed building is incompatible with the landscape and aesthetic of the neighborhood. It does not belong there. Also, as I understand, no affordable housing will be included in these units. They'll start at $600,000. This will bring a new element into our neighborhood that will catalyze gentrification and be a death knell for the diverse cultural makeup we so cherish in historical Seminole Heights. It is for these reasons I ask and admonish you to not approve this rezoning petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been sworn in. Ron Call. I live at 1008 East Curtis Street. I've been a little more personal because this butts up directly to my property. I own from Curtis Street to Osborne. I bought it in 1995 for $60,000. I moved into a rundown bungalow and worked and brought it up. Brought the neighborhood up. I fought drug dealers. I fought prostitutes. I've had my car shot. I battled a serial killer. This is the worst thing that's happened to our neighborhood, okay? They're cutting down 100-year-old oaks so they can build a building. My view will change from beautiful oaks to a 3-story building, 5 feet off my property line. Everyone here knows it. Everyone here sees it. Everyone here is against it. There's no sidewalks. There's no curbs. There's been nothing put in this neighborhood until the mayor came along when a serial killer came along and decided to put some streetlights up. Now all of a sudden, carpetbaggers come in, purchase this land for pennies on the dollar and get maximum out. They could save every tree on that property. Could. But it wouldn't be the bottom line they were looking for, okay? So you can look all around. I invite every one of you to come down. Charlie, I know you've been to this church. You've attended meetings at that church a decade ago. The church has been dilapidated for 10 years. It was allowed to go on and on and on. Nobody put any money into it. Nobody did anything to it. And now it comes along, they're just coming in and chopping it all up. And the 3 years, I've witnessed 28 trees cut down in a 2-block area. No one's talking about that. The church, when it operated, I was there when it operated, had 2 overflow lots, and the back lot that I bought was used every Sunday. There was a functioning school there. All gone. And now we want to replace it with a stucco cracker box in the middle of a bungalow neighborhood. Hyde Park, Tampa Heights, Seminole Heights, Southeast Seminole Heights. This is all happening to us here. And hey, I'm all for development. We need housing, and not all is going to be affordable housing. But there is no way that this project fits this neighborhood any way, shape, or form. And like I said, I'm a little passionate about it because I've invested 26 years, and my wife and me built our house and raised 3 kids. Hillsborough High School, Middleton, and Tampa Bay Tech.
Thank you,
all
sir.
attended, all at that school. And like I said, deny this.
Thank you, sir.
Deny it. Thank you.
Administrator, I'm Pastor Neville Lauder. I'm also a writer. I walked, I ride, I know my neighborhood, I travel. I was shocked when I heard last week that they said that their ministers came around from the church to meet people in the resident who gave them the okay to get down rid of this building. I have worked for the county, Hillsborough County School District, and I've been blessed. I've retired. I write and I'm home. If I'm not home, their neighbors, as I return, they say, Pastor Lauder, John Tom Harry was at your home. No one came to me on my home or leave a note and say, John, Tom, Harry, male, female, or anyone was at your home. When they said about they go around in the neighborhood or they meet with people and you know, and when I heard of some of the people who they said have said these things who are supposed to be men of God, people of God, just for the love of money, I sat here from we started this certain time today, and I heard different things about, you know, trying to change neighborhood because of the love of money. But this one, councilors, I'm not trying to pretending to sway you or whatever. This one is beyond all that you have heard this morning. I'm living in the area going 23 years now. I'm a pastor teacher. I'm a lover of God. I wrote thousands and thousands of keys. Many of you know them as literature or tracts. We call them keys to the kingdom, God's kingdom. This has nothing to do with Jehovah's Witness. The kingdom of God, repentance and water baptism in Jesus' name, and the infilling of the Holy Spirit, and be a righteous, godly, loving your brothers, loving your sisters, doing to others, help others. And when I heard that they, for instance, Mr. Ron spoke of the building or the church as 2 full-time. There was a man there that do the cleaning up of the yard work, and there was one who do, whether it was a carpenter, the electrician, or whatever. And then suddenly we saw a sign on every doors and every window, blue sign telling you do not enter, if not what and what the police will do. All of these things that they're saying that they went around and speak to neighbors, and neighbors told them, it's okay, do this. That's not true. That's not true. The neighborhood would have changed. Going like others have said, they speak about the elderly that goes for their walk. People with their dogs. Cats and dogs go across the street. Now they started to get killed because the street, Husburn is backed up so much now. And therefore, when the light is at one light at Husburn, and when you're coming from 15th Street.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, you're not getting the 1 minute warning, no. 30 seconds. Give us, Mr. Hagan, give us 1 second, please.
Take your time. my time? Oh, no. I'll look away.
Mr. Hagan.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nathan Hagan. I'm hearing an important theme in the comments about this being a harbinger of things to come. And the truth is, it is if we don't change what's going on in our city. I like to come and say yes to housing. And I tell myself, when the project is going to happen in East Tampa or in old West Tampa, the last few places we have affordable housing in our city that's naturally occurring, I tell myself, just don't say anything. It's better just to say nothing. So I think there are some things that are important to say, and part of it is relating to, again, going back to, if we're not building housing elsewhere, when we look at our comp plan says our objective is to build enough housing for all the people who want to be part of our community and contribute to it. And we're refusing to do that in places like South Tampa, in North Hyde Park where I live, in Armory Gardens, and Beach Park, places that are very desirable, that have great infrastructure, that already don't have affordable housing for anybody. When we don't do that, we have situations like this where developers go into East Tampa and they buy land that's very cheap. And I'm very happy to see there are neighbors that came and spoke, because a lot of neighborhoods don't have the kind of representation that neighborhoods like we saw earlier have, where there are no affordable housing or hope of affordable housing. So I just want to highlight, if we can't build townhomes, I don't know what we can build. And this doesn't apply just for elsewhere, but when we think about how this fits in with our goals with the comp plan and building housing, if we can't build townhomes here, I don't know what else we could possibly build besides a bunch of single-family homes. We're in this crisis because we're not building enough homes. So if the alternative to this is 6 homes, I don't know how that's compliant with the comp plan. I don't know what the alternative is. I know we're not allowed to speculate, but if the issue is that there's too many homes here, but we're in a housing crisis because we don't have enough homes, that's very difficult. And I hate that we're having this conversation here. We should be having this conversation somewhere else. So, part of what I'm hearing also has to do with a recurring issue where our code doesn't match with our values. We're doing a PD for everything. Nobody's happy with it. This development is happening the way it is because our land development code does not do what the neighbors want it to do. Even if they were allowing or interested in the density that this provides, I don't know the configuration that our land development code allows. And so, I'll say that, and I'll finish it off by saying we're not going to have a perfect code in the rest of your terms here, or in my lifetime. There's not going to be a perfect code. So if we're just not going to build any housing anywhere until we have a perfect code, this crisis is only going to get a lot worse, and this neighborhood is going to gentrify whether we like it or not. It's just going to be single-family homes that are $1 million each.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer McStritus. I live at 1107 East Chelsea. We joke and call it Chelsea Highway. It's approximately 3 blocks south of this development. My primary, I'm against this project, but I believe we need a project, as in housing, at that location. I just think 48 units, over, I think, 150 parking spaces in this neighborhood is just absurd. We just heard, and I heard the whole thing with the Harbor Island people. A huge hotel, well, I don't know that it was that huge, being placed on the corner of Knights Parkway. This is really kind of like the same thing, except it's so much worse. These are single-family homes, and they are talking about 48 units being plopped down on a small 2-lane road, Osborne. Osborne is tiny, and it is so congested. 12th Street is a pass-through between Osborne and MLK, and people race through there. There's 2 stop signs on the way from Osborne to MLK, and it's really not very good. And then we've got Nebraska, and that is just backed up as well. The whole place is backed up. They use Chelsea to cut through to get under 275 to get over to Florida. And we have no speed bumps. We have a few stop signs, and people are just racing through our neighborhood and just adding 100 more cars to the corner of 12th and Osborne it's going to be, we don't have the roads for it. We don't have the roads. If this was on Nebraska, they just built I think it's like 12 townhouses on Nebraska, going for $650,000 each on the corner of Nebraska and MLK. That's one thing. I mean, and I can't believe how much they're going for. They built, on Florida, we have, I think, 10 stories, maybe 8-story, big apartment complex that was built next to the front porch, the restaurant. That's Florida Avenue. That's Nebraska Avenue. Whatever they're doing on Hillsborough. But this is a little tiny neighborhood. This spot is right in the middle of it. We just cannot, it's not the right place for it. Maybe 10 townhouses, maybe 5 townhouses, but this is not, for 48 units, that's just too much. It's just way beyond what this neighborhood can handle. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Caroline Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of Tampa. I was absolutely horrified when I heard that they're going to cut down 80% of the trees. You heard the man talk about trees 200 years old, they're going to cut them down. I understand we need housing. I understand we need affordable housing. But the staff has the answer right there in the staff report. Make the units smaller. Adhere to the code. You do that, the units are smaller, they're more affordable. You have the same density, but they cost less. You save the trees. The answer is to follow the code. I understand that will have an impact on the profitability of this venture. But that is not more important than what is best for this city and this planet. Save the trees, make the units smaller, make them more affordable, do what the staff said. Problem solved. Thank you.
Do we have anyone online?
So we have Dana Stowell and Matt Bernard, but it seems like they're on a cell phone device. Cell phone? I believe so.
Mr. Bernard, are you there? Who was that? Mr. Bernard?
Yes.
Is that you? Are you on a cell phone or are you on your computer?
I am on a cell phone, and I apologize. I meant to be there in person, and I had to travel at the last minute for work. And I was on a laptop up until 10 o'clock, where the location I had Wi-Fi, closed down. So I am on my cell phone. I can see you very fine, and if you allow me the opportunity to present, I'd very much like to speak.
Can we see you physically on your cell phone?
I mean, the cell phone is capable of doing that. I'm not sure this app allows me to do that.
No, sir. And unless we can see you, we cannot take your comments. I apologize.
And then Dana's on as well.
Ms. Stowell,
Yes.
are you there? Are you on your cell phone or on your computer? Ms. Stowell?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Are you
Also
on
a
your
cell phone.
computer or on your cell phone?
Also on the cell phone app.
I am sorry, we cannot take your testimony, your comments, excuse me. We need to see you physically. Is there anyone else online?
And there were 2 other registered speakers, but they didn't log on.
Is there anyone else that wants to give public comment? Rebuttal? Councilman Goose.
I'd like to ask staff a question. Ms. Barnes? Two questions for you. I know East Tampa has, an overlay. I want to know if this is in compliance with East Tampa overlay. And I thought there was a criteria with the East Tampa overlay that any major development, the CRA manager was to be notified and bring it forth to the CEC. If I'm not, let me know if I stand in error.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So I just confirmed it is not located
Yeah.
within an overlay.
It's not? Okay.
No.
Within this East Tampa CRA, I thought they had written any type of major development, the CRA manager is notified and sends that to the CEC Board of East Tampa.
Yeah, this is Annie Barnes Development Coordination. So this is not located within an overlay district or the East Tampa overlay.
It's in Seminole Heights.
No, it's still East Tampa, and that's in the East Tampa CRA. That's why I'm asking her, because I thought, when I sat on that board, I thought there was a criteria that said that any type of major development in that East Tampa CRA, the East Tampa manager was notified and let the CAC know about that. So if I'm incorrect, that's so fine, but I thought that was a policy.
Annie Barnes Development Coordination. So I do not see that as a layer that I can search on my GIS map. I'd be happy to look at Acela briefly, but I'm unaware of that policy. So let me look in Acela and see if there was any notes updated.
It's getting late. I won't trouble you with that tonight, but I'll have to give Ms. McCray to verify myself for future reference. But I thought that was, but thank you anyway.
Annie Barnes Development Coordination, yes, I will verify in the future about that.
Mr. Chairman, David Mechanic. We will try to be brief. I'm going to ask Mr. Yates to come up in a minute to address the transportation comments. I would like to read to you a sentence out of the Planning Commission staff report. The PD is sensitive to the surrounding neighborhood by providing a range of housing types that are compatible with the surrounding uses. The PD is designed to support pedestrian traffic by providing new sidewalks within the right-of-way and internal sidewalks that connect front doors to sidewalks in the right-of-way. This is coming from your professional staff, and it's quite a different story than what you've heard from the neighborhood this evening. Let me address a few misconceptions very quickly. The buildings are not 4 stories, they're 35 feet, and every residential zoning in the city is allowed to build to 35 feet. We are not exceeding any residential standards in the city. We are building sidewalks per the code. As I indicated before, the Seminole Heights plan we have been determined to be consistent with the Seminole Heights plan. And finally, I would just, before I ask Michael, just like to point out that the comprehensive plan allows for us to build 48 units on this property. If there is something objectionable about this project, people ought to be looking at the comprehensive plan. But in fact, the comprehensive plan is encouraging urban infill development, and that's exactly what we are proposing. Mr. Yates? Oh, there he is.
Good evening again, Michael Yates, and I have been sworn. Just want to go over the comments on traffic. Again, we did our traffic study. We used ITE trip generation 11th edition for the comparison between the church and the townhome development. The church assumes that it is a fully functioning, operating a church as the existing use, which is what the existing use is there. And so that actually does show that there is a net reduction in daily trips. AM peak hour trips are a wash, and the PM peak hour trips are 5 different. Also, again, the roadway, Osborne, is a collector roadway and operates at a level of service C with a volume to capacity of 0.41. So there is 60% of the capacity of the roadway still available. And with the additional traffic, even if you assume all the additional traffic on the roadway, it will not cause that level of service to change beyond the C that it is. So everything works at acceptable level of service. All the roads can handle the traffic on the adjacent roadways.
Councilman Goode.
Again, I believe in your study, but in all actuality, the times of that traffic on Osborne is a different story. The backup in the morning, because you have the school traffic, you have children walking, so you have that morning traffic, that midday traffic, and I would say that evening traffic. So I believe what you're saying with your study, and a study is one thing, and numbers one thing, but the actuality of what's happening out there, when you visually see what's happening, it's a total different story, and that's why the people are here complaining about that. So, I travel that very frequent, so I'm familiar with that Osborne, and I'm familiar with that corner, and where that corner dips off. So I understand when they talk about the accidents there, because you have that, the church, and then you have the other empty lot, which is on the northeast corner with that big old tree there. So I understand it perfectly. So when you look at that corner and that traffic pattern, I think it is a little concerning.
Yeah, and again, the level of service report looks at two things. It looks at the daily volumes, and the PM peak hour is what it looks at. So when you look at both of those, it operates at acceptable level of service.
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Again, a reminder, Council, that you may have familiarity with the area, but it is not appropriate to put that into evidence as opposed to taking what you've heard from the public and using that to be able to formulate your decision. So I'm just going to ask Council to be cautious about accepting what council members say from the dais relative to the area. It is better to elicit that kind of comment from the people in the audience, what you've already heard, or to ask questions about it so you can get those facts into evidence from the people who are testifying. Thank you.
We have nothing else. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Anybody want to move to close? Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira to close. All in favor, say aye. Aye. What is the pleasure of council?
I'll make a motion.
There you go.
See where it goes. I move to deny REZ 20-15 for the property located at 1102 East Curtis Street and 1009, 1011, and 1008 East Osborne Avenue due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development, as conditioned and shown on the site plan, is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. I also adopt the findings and reasonings of the city staff report, which summarizes the adverse impacts anticipated by the requested waivers, including failure to comply with Land Development Code, section 27-136, such as the proposed development as shown on the site plan does not promote or encourage development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. In addition, the waivers, the failure to comply with section 27-139, subsection 4, such as the need or desire for waivers necessarily supports the fact that the proposed intensity of development is not appropriate for this site and does not comply with the Land Development Code. The applicant did not provide evidence that the proposed design is unique in order to justify the waivers, and the applicant did not provide evidence that the requested waivers will not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Viera, Maniscalco, Carlson, and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson being absent.
Do we want to take 5 minutes?
Yes, please.
5-minute recess, please. Sure. I want to see what.
Muted.
muted.
14, file number REZ 22-23. Ms. Barnes.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 14 is RZ 2223. The subject property is located at 5411 West Tyson Avenue. The request is to rezone from IG, Industrial General, to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone at the Planning Commission and then conclude mine.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. As Andy opened up, this is REZ 2223. We've traveled to the South Tampa Planning District now. We are in Evacuation Zone A and within the Coomsali Hazard Area. This is an aerial of the subject site. As you all know, it's located on Rattlesnake Point. We're south of the Gandy Boulevard, This area of the city has experienced a transition, kind of transitioning from mostly industrial uses to more of a mixed-use development. The aerial might not be the most up-to-date, but this is kind of the picture that we have. The future land use is community mixed use 35. That's the pink color on the map. There is some remnants of heavy industrial future land use on Rattlesnake Point to the east. That's the darker gray, almost black color. As you all know, there are specific future land use policies in the future land use element that are specific to Rattlesnake Point and are intended to guide the development of Rattlesnake Point as it transitions from more of an industrial working waterfront type area to more of a mixed use residential commercial area. I won't go through all of the policies that the applicant has addressed through this plan development in the interest of time, but I will just note that a couple of the important ones, the applicant is addressing the fact that the Rattlesnake Point policies calls for every plan development that comes in to have a public access to the waterfront. That is in LU policies 8.14.4 and 8.14.5. So the applicant is addressing that by a note on the plan. The applicant is also providing a mitigation to shelter space as provided in 8.11.7. I do need to point out that there are some items that Planning Commission staff asked for between first and second reading for the record that the applicant has agreed to, specifically a note that specifies that the 8 units along Tyson Avenue will have front doors south facing towards Tyson, as well as a sidewalk along the front of those units to complete the connectivity, as well as adding the square footage of the Salt Shack restaurant, which is staying on the subject site. So I believe Annie also has those revisions that she'll include in her presentation on a PowerPoint slide, but they're in her report and I just repeated them for the record. So with those revisions, we did find that it also met the mixed use policies with the front doors and the connectivity. It is also below the FAR as a whole. It's at like approximately a 0.8, I want to say, and the maximum without any bonuses is the 1.0. So we did find it was consistent with that FAR under the future land use designations. So I'm going to turn over to Annie, but I'm always prepared for questions. Thank you.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, this is REZ 2223 for 5411 West Tyson Avenue. The request is to rezone from IG to PD for residential multifamily, residential single family attached, retail sales, shoppers goods, and restaurant uses. No waivers are associated with this request. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject site. Proposed, as well as the site plan for, the proposed site plan. So the project is for 839,584 square feet of mixed use development, 625 total residential units, as well as 6,000 square feet of retail sales, shoppers goods, and approximately 5,500 square feet for restaurant uses. Shown here are the elevations that were provided by the applicant. Shown here is a portion of the subject site, as well as property south of the subject site. And the site, again, facing north on Tyson. This is a view of Tyson facing east. These are some residential homes that are being built along Tyson as you continue east. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application, as well as the Planning Commission revision comments included. That concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Ms. Batzel, I see that you have Mr. Payne and Ms. Lynn that may be online. Are they going to be joining us?
Yes, not for initial presentation, but just for questions. There are civil engineers.
Do they need to be sworn in?
No, I don't think we're going to need them.
Oh.
I'm rolling the dice there. It's
Thank
late.
you. Just making sure.
May I have my PowerPoint presentation, please, Madam Clerk?
IT?
I think I can do it. Look at that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. It's nice to be here, and I will go as quickly as possible given the late hour. Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver Miller. I'm here tonight on behalf of Southeastern Development. We have our development team, Links and Associate, our transportation engineers, and our Dura, our civil engineers, joining us tonight. As Annie mentioned, this is 23.1 acres at the northwestern tip of Rattlesnake Point. Many of you have been on council when many rezonings have come forward, and we're super excited to be here tonight to present this to you with the support of the community. The future land use is community mixed use 35. There's really only 3 areas remaining as heavy industrial in the future land use. That's chemical formulators, the Army Training Center, and Hula Bay, the recreational marina. The existing zoning is industrial general. This tip is one of the last industrial sites remaining with the exception of the Army Reserve chemical formulators and those to the south. The request before you is to rezone this property from industrial general to planned development, which is consistent with the transition that Annie's already spoken about, and also consistent with the comprehensive plan Rattlesnake Point policies. I want to step back to like a 30,000 foot view for just a moment. This is the first of many applications that we're going to be coming forward. This is a rezoning that covers number 1 on this plan. That rezoning tonight is 5411 West Tyson. The next application that we'll be submitting that takes this vision into account is going to be a comprehensive plan amendment that we plan to file between first and second reading for the chemical formulators property. That's not before you tonight, but that application will be coming in June 1st, and that would be changing that from heavy industrial to CMU 35. Then we'll need to come in again for a rezoning for chemical formulators. That's going to be phase 2 of our project where we're going to be adding additional units. But I did want to let you know that we have taken great care in front loading all of the amenities, all of the public spaces into phase 1 so that the community can be assured that those are going to be part of our overall project. And finally, we're going to be coming back to City Council at some point in 2023 for some sort of asking for a funding mechanism to make some greater improvements on Rattlesnake Point. We are dedicating 3 acres to a public park. We would like to be involved in making improvements to Tyson Avenue, parking along Tyson Avenue, and to fund any deficit that's necessary for the traffic light at Tyson and West Shore. Again, all of those future things aren't before you tonight, but we wanted to paint that bigger vision so you could see where we were going. The request before you tonight is the 23 acres from IG to PD. So just to break the plan down a little bit, the residential component is 625 multifamily units in the backward E-shaped buildings that you see in yellow there on your plan. We're also proposing, that's 593 units in the multifamily buildings. We're also proposing 32 townhome units. Those are the little purple buildings just south of the public park. The pink buildings are 2 restaurant retail areas. The first, all the way to the southwest, is Salt Shack, the existing Salt Shack building. And the other pink building is a new 6,000 square foot retail restaurant establishment that we're proposing to be added as part of this rezoning. We're going to have several public amenities. Specifically, we have dedicated 1,910 feet of linear boardwalk all along the walkway, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, as well as this 3-acre waterfront park. So in total, we have over 5 acres of open space, and we have 8.19 acres of non-residential. You know, this council is always looking for true mixed use, and so we've taken all of the non-residential and aggregated that, and it's actually 35% of the site. And again, on a 23-acre parcel, we are not asking for one waiver of the Land Development Code. Before I move on, I want to talk just a little bit about our community engagement. We have met with the South of Gandy community and the South of Gandy leaders multiple times over the last year. And they asked for several things to be incorporated into our plan, which we're pleased to tell you we were able to do. The first one of those is a workforce housing component. Southeastern has committed to a minimum of 30 workforce housing units as part of this project, and that was as a direct result of requests from the South of Gandy community. They also asked for more robust public spaces. So we developed a plan for the site and added in these robust public spaces. We have, as we mentioned, this area in green, which is the 3-acre waterfront park. The area in purple is designated, you know, this is the retail mixed use component. Again, these are public spaces because they won't be behind gates. This is where everybody can come. So there's parking for the public park, there's parking for the boardwalk, and there's parking for these retail and restaurant establishments. And finally, the blue area, it's late, is the public boardwalk. And the idea is that this public boardwalk is going to connect to the south directly into where the MAA boardwalk was approved and is now being permitted to be constructed. And to the extent that this council approves Woodfield, we have designed this boardwalk to also connect to the Woodfield boardwalk to provide this nice continuous waterfront linear park. With respect to density and intensity, as you know, this is CMU 35, and so your future land use designation or category would allow 30 units per acre and 35 units per acre with bonuses. We are requesting 27 units per acre here, consistent with all of the other previously approved multifamily and mixed-use developments on Rattlesnake Point. And it's always important when you look at a project to look at the bigger picture again and what's around there. So I just wanted to create this graphic so that you could see how this development fit in with the surrounding area. Those cross-hatched areas directly to the south, that's the MAA project that was approved as a mixed-use waterfront project. Directly to the east is the Woodfield pork chop, which is pending before you. It may or may not be approved. Further to the east is the U.S. Army Training Center, and further to the east where you see rezoning 19-77, that's a residential project that I believe is getting ready to go into permitting this week or next week. So from a consistency standpoint, this project is consistent with the objectives and all of the policies for Rattlesnake Point, which of course encourages this transition away from industrial to residential and commercial with a real strong emphasis on enhancing a waterfront community. It's consistent with the CMU 35 land use category, consistent with applicable provisions of the coastal management element, and the mixed-use corridor policies. And again, no waivers are requested. So at this point in time, I'd like to briefly just turn it over to my colleague, Tina Ekblad, who is an AICP certified planner with over 15 years of experience, and she's going to delve into the consistency issues just a little further.
Good evening, Council. For the record, Tina Ekblad, Director of Planning with Stearns Weaver Miller. I do have a few brief comments for you tonight regarding your comprehensive plan and this project's consistency. As you heard, the community mixed use 35 future land use category promotes an integration of uses. And related to that, there are a number of policies in your comprehensive plan that promote the transition of single-use properties into mixed-use developments, and specifically that encourage compact infill development on underutilized properties. And there's additional emphasis on projects in major transportation routes within the city. The proposed plan development before you tonight does promote this transition of an isolated industrial use into a mixed-use project and establishes infrastructure improvements that support pedestrian connectivity, public access to the waterfront, and also recreation, as has been mentioned by the Hillsborough Planning Commission and also Attorney Batzel. It's important to note that this connectivity is not just to the uses that are internal on the site before you tonight, but also external to the adjacent properties. And then specific to the project's location on Rattlesnake Point, the city's plan promotes the transition of land use from, as we heard, those existing industrial uses through the plan development process to enable a more detailed review, but more importantly, to ensure that mitigation is provided regarding transportation and hurricane evacuation and shelter. As a plan development, the site plan before you tonight is consistent with this process. The site plan includes notes that ensure that mitigation payments are provided for transportation improvements, despite the project's location in a transportation concurrency exception area. It also includes notes that mitigation payments regarding hurricane evacuation be provided. Both of these will be given to the city prior to construction, so you will have those funds for external improvements off-site. I also want to note with regard to hurricane evacuation, the city and their joint program with the county is working. The state published a hurricane shelter study this year in 2022. Hillsborough is one of the few counties that is actually providing adequate shelter space across all counties. So this program is working. Therefore, it is my professional opinion that the proposed plan development before you tonight is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to Steve Henry, the project's transportation engineer, who is a professional engineer with over 35 years of experience, to discuss the transportation analysis conducted for this project.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Lincoln Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607, and I have been sworn. As indicated, this site is within the City of Tampa's concurrency exception area. And so we conducted the traffic analysis in accordance with the city's procedure manual. The analysis was reviewed by your staff and concurred with the conclusions. And in fact, this project will pay $264,237 in mitigation fee to be used for transportation improvements in the area. And then in addition, just want to real quickly, the site as indicated is currently zoned IG, which would allow a little over 1 million square feet of light industrial. This graphic kind of shows you a comparison of what could be there based on the IG zoning versus what we're proposing. The green is the approved, what could be done with the IG zoning. And as you can see in the AM peak hour, there'll be about 745 trips, whereas we're proposing is about 218. In the PM peak hour, it could be 654. What we're proposing is about 289. So that concludes my presentation, unless you got any questions. Thank you.
Just briefly, for brevity's sake, quick elevations of the townhomes and the multifamily. Your planning commission staff and your development services staff have all found this project consistent, and our development team is here to answer any questions that you may have. Excuse me. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the petitioner? I have one, just, please.
Yes, sir.
You're just planning on giving 3 acres to a park. Good cause. What would change if you were going to ask in this petition to build on that park? Would
Well,
FAR change?
We'd still be limited by the future land use. So as you know, CMU 35 allows 30 units per, us to ask for 30 units per acre, but with some bonuses, we could ask for up to 35 units per acre. So we would probably, if we weren't dedicating it to a public park, would probably ask for more density on the site or some other kind of use. I don't know what that would be, but.
Salt Shack, why are you including this now?
So Salt Shack is actually part of that property and is all owned by the same property owner. So it comes in to the PD because it's on the same property. Rather than excluding it and parceling it out, it's actually on the same zoning lot as the property that we're developing, and it will be incorporated into the overall development. So for example, there are walking pathways, I can try to pull those up, that connect Salt Shack to the other areas and to the public boardwalk. So we've really tried to, excuse me, integrate that existing development with the development that's proposed.
Again, as in with the park, if you weren't including the Salt Shack, what would change in the development that you're planning now?
Well, if we weren't including Salt Shack, we would have less acreage to work with. So we would probably just exclude Salt Shack, and then we wouldn't have the connectivity of the boardwalk, unfortunately, because we need that property, Salt Shack's property, to continue that pedestrian connectivity. So it really is an added benefit to both Salt Shack, I think, and also the development.
Last question, so nothing would change on the amount of units of your FAR?
Well, if we weren't including it, we would have to, first of all, a 3-acre public park. We are not developing that site, but we are shifting units. But of course, we're not asking for the maximum density. So does that make sense? Am I answering your questions? I feel like I'm not answering your question.
You're getting there, and we can't put any, excuse me, I cannot ask for conditions that you do not build on that park, but you would have to come back before us if you chose.
Oh, absolutely. So that 3-acre public park, if approved tonight, is a 3-acre public park. And so for us to do anything other than use it as a park, we would have to come back before this board and get a major modification to the zoning.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Annie?
Sorry? Ms. Barnes, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I know you're always there. Nope.
Thank you. All right. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. So the Ms. Batzel brought up that there will be workforce housing. Currently, we don't, staff does not have an agreement or a note on the site plan to define that workforce housing. So I don't know how enforceable it will be. I just wanted to state that on the record.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Do you want to rebut to that?
No, I just wanted to offer, I mean, if there's an appropriate note that, I don't know how you note workforce housing on your plans. Yeah, happy to put a note that, 30 units will be workforce housing, which will be 80 to 100% of the average mean income. That's workforce housing. We'll add that between first and second reading.
We'll ask to include that in a note. Thank you.
Agreed.
Could we address that if we can? To do that on a site plan, the question is, how is that enforceable? And that is something that I guess hadn't really been discussed up until this point.
Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. It had not been discussed, and that's why it's not addressed on the site plan. So with affordable housing, there's a definition. It's 80 to 120% AMI. And we deal with enforcement of affordable housing, which is required for a 30-year period, and it's enforced by the city either through an agreement that's negotiated between the city and the applicant, and it's part of the rezoning, or where you aren't seeking an increase in density in exchange for that amenity of affordable housing. It would then be noted on the site plan. But there are a lot of discussions that need to occur with regard to workforce housing, because that's not a defined term by the state or by the city. And is it going to be enforced for a period of 30 years? What is the city's role going to be to enforce it? None of those discussions have occurred to date. We're hearing about it tonight for the first time.
Ms. Wells, can that be revised between first and second reading?
Typically, between first and second reading, City Council has already seen the language and knows what is going to be incorporated into the site plan. At this point, we have no language, and we don't know what workforce housing actually means.
My turn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, Council. My name's Stephanie Pointer, and yes, I've been sworn. I'd like to point out that the neighborhoods asked for this. The neighborhoods asked for the workforce and the affordable. And this is not a secret. Nothing is top secret about this. This has been in place. We've shared this with staff members. And I'm sorry that it didn't get to the right people, but it's been shared, and it was done in good faith in the discussion. As a matter of fact, Ms. Howell told us about a year ago, she said there's two ways we can get more affordable housing. Policy, and practice. And we're here to practice this. This isn't the first time the neighborhoods have asked for it. It's just the first time that we could not get the city to talk about this project with us. Repeatedly, over and over and over again. We asked Ms. Post to speak about it. We finally talked to Ms. Travis about it about 2 weeks ago. So if nobody in this room knew about it, it's because we were ignored over and over and over again by Ms. Post and by administration. So that's nobody's fault but those people, because we asked. I stood up here in front of this council how many times and tried to discuss what's going on Rattlesnake Point. I'm totally offended that this conversation has to continue. Now, I'd like to be able to address what I have to say. I'm here to support this project. Why? Because it's a better project. Every time we've ever come in front of you, we've had a halfway project. But tonight, Ms. Batzel, Southeastern, came to us with a good project from the start. There's no waivers. They came in at the same number of dwelling units that everybody else has had to work for, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in Fludra to get to. They came in ready to go and ready to do the right thing. And the only problem in this has been the barrier that was created by city staff. And I'm sorry, you know what? It just got thrown under the bus. It had, you can read my speech. I had nothing to do about it. But now I'm a little miffed because I asked over and over and over again. When Ms. Batzel emailed Carol Post in August, she said, I'm sorry, the city is probably not interested. I don't want you spinning your wheels. And that's a quote, and I gave it to everybody up there except for Councilwoman Hurtak in an envelope with a jump drive. All this information, there was probably 300 or 400 pages worth of information. So if you're ignorant about it, it's not for a lack of Carol Ann and I and the other folks south of Gandy not reaching out about it. Please support this project. Vote yes for it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I am a lifelong resident of South Tampa. Tonight, I want to thank this City Council and John Dingfelder. I thank you for asking questions. I thank you for listening to the citizens, for saying Tampa deserves top quality development and we will not accept mediocrity. I thank you for saying no. You and John Dingfelder said no when developers ignored residents and proposed lousy projects. That cost developers a lot of money, but they learned quickly. They learned to talk to us, and they upped their game. Southeastern has brought their A game, and I support their project because it will make our city better. You know that we fought against eliminating industrial uses on Rattlesnake Point because they provided good jobs, which are just as important as housing. We fought the density because people in South Tampa are terrified of riding out a hurricane in their cars. We worried that an act of terrorism or sabotage at chemical formulators could kill thousands of people. It is still foolish to eliminate commercial areas that provide jobs. You cannot solve the very complicated housing crisis with a simplistic, poorly planned building frenzy. And we are still very worried about evacuating masses of people through the neck of a Coke bottle. But since we can't go back in time to 2016 and save those jobs, we are fighting for the best possible outcome. This project is the best of outcomes. I am impressed with the willingness of Southeastern and Ms. Batzel to invest so much time, energy, and money in listening to the citizens and coming up with a creative plan. They listened to our request for affordable housing. They understood that the traffic light and road improvements on Tyson and West Shore must be done ASAP. We cannot wait for the city to get around to it years and years from now. They are removing the enormous threat of a hazardous chemical plant in a heavily populated area. As a bonus, this means the city can turn the chemical formulator's rail spur into a walking, biking greenway. They want to create a beautiful waterfront public, I repeat, public park. Imagine people biking down a greenway over to a 2-mile waterfront boardwalk. They will shop, eat at restaurants, and watch their kids play in a public park. The public park can host concerts, food festivals, art shows, movies, and more. Imagine a trolley going from downtown to Rattlesnake Point, providing great transportation to events in both the downtown and in the point. Southeastern's bold plan can convert the point into something special, into a real gem. They've brought you the plan. Now it's up to you and the mayor to think long-term and big picture. Please approve the first piece of this vision, and then give us something special that Tampa can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good morning, council. I was invited here by Stephanie and Carol Ann to talk about this project because first of all, I'm really happy to see neighborhoods saying yes to housing. I come here when I do because I want to say yes to housing, and they're saying yes to housing today. I think 27 units per acre sustains transit in most cities. That's sort of the threshold that when you talk to planners, they say that's a good number for bus service. Another thing I really like about this project is, well, I won't say I really like it, but there's a big surface lot, you'll notice, and there's not a giant parking garage. My hope is once south of Gandy figures out their transportation situation, like she's saying with the trolley, or something, that giant surface lot will be converted into more housing. I think that's actually a win compared to some of these other projects we see, which are giant parking garages that take over land that should in the future be housing. My only issue with this project a little bit is, I know there's a rail line there, and she mentioned streetcar. I know that we're very far away from having a serious conversation about rail, especially rail stopping there. Of all places in South Tampa, I don't think it would stop there. But there is rail there, and I'm just curious what will happen to that, whether that right-of-way will be preserved or if that's going to be gone with this project, and there will never be a hope of having a rail stop, some kind of light rail or local transit option with the fixed guideway there because of this. That's really my only issue with this at all. I love the park. I hope we get more density in the future, and I understand transportation is a barrier. So thank you to the neighborhood and for the developer working together to say yes to this project.
Who do we have online?
We have Jean Strohmeyer and Callie Denault.
Ms. Denault, are you with us?
I am.
Are you? Thank you very much. Ms. Denault, can you be sworn in, please?
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Denault.
As Ms. Batzel said, my name is Callie Dunn, for the record. as Ms. Batzel said, we've met with this team many times, and while their first proposal was far superior to a lot of the other proposals that we've seen in the last few years, they were still willing to listen to the additional feedback that we had, and they not only managed to accommodate it all, but do it while still not asking for any waivers. We know that housing is going to continue to come up in our area, and this project with its amenities, as Carol Ann said, this is the best that we're going to see, and it's a good project. It's going to bring positive change to our community and amenities that we've been asking for. We've been asking every developer to do this, and they came to us first and made sure that they had a solid plan. And I ask that you do vote in favor of this, and I ask that you allow them to move forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Strohmeyer, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Thank
Hello.
you. And I know you're sworn in.
Oh, yeah, I am, and it's so late. But really quickly, before I start, I'm going to speak on behalf of all of south of Gandy that we lost a patriot. We lost a great person last night. Lisa Chesser, who y'all recognized recently for her tireless efforts in the homeless down here. She lost her life to cancer, and I just want y'all to, just think about her. And again, she was just an awesome person, and she helped out down here with the homeless, and it was just amazing individual, and we're going to miss her a lot. So I just wanted to let y'all know that if you didn't hear that earlier. Okay. So with that said, okay, back to the subject. Sorry. I didn't really have a speech or anything planned like that, but I did listen for the 6-7 hours today and spoke obviously a few times. My name is Jean Strohmeyer. I've been here in my house for 30 years in Bay South of Gandy. There's a few things I took from some of the speeches from the earlier long Harbor Island issue, and just one.
If
one
I can,
guy,
Ms. Strohmeyer, I'm sorry to interrupt. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. That's a different hearing on a different subject, and that's still pending. My suggestion is that you speak to this particular project, please, and don't reference other hearings.
Okay, thank you. But I was speaking in general terms, and in general terms, it was just general terms. It wasn't specifically. Is it okay to bring up? It was just a general statement that somebody said, so it wasn't really speaking of that person.
Is it relevant? But the question is, if you can address the substance of this hearing, as opposed to referencing another hearing.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess so. So I was just making comparisons. So the comparisons that I was making, well, if you don't want me to bring that up, that'll be fine. This particular developer came to us after seeing the Fludra that we went through multiple times. And this particular developer came to all of south of Gandy because it affects us greatly. So we know we're not anti-development. We were anti-stupid development. We are pro good development. We know what Rattlesnake Point, what's going to be happening with that. And this developer came to us and we spoke for a very long time. We've had multiple meetings and they did listen to our feedback, and we deeply appreciate that. I got cut off a few times, so I kind of think I should get a little second.
I'll give you 30 seconds more.
So for them to say we don't have a definition of workforce housing, I can say that there was another development on at Gandy and Manhattan that defined what workforce housing was, and everybody was all for it when it meant it at that location. And we were blocked on this project multiple times by the city, and we really are for this, and we are supporting this project because they've done a lot of good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
That will conclude our speakers.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in this room who'd like to speak for public comment? Ms. Batzel?
Yes, sir, just to address, Elise Batzel for the record, just to address a couple of comments. The rail line, when there are no more industrial uses, we don't own that property, so just to alleviate the fears that the developer would somehow do something else, that's a CSX rail line, and we would hope it would go to either transit or some kind of trail system. But again, we don't own that property. The second thing is I'll take responsibility. I wasn't thinking about the enforcement of the workforce housing. We did incorporate that into our project narrative back in March and did discuss it with staff, but I should have thought about the enforcement mechanism, which I did not do. So I'll reach out and try to come up between first and second reading with something that makes the city comfortable from an enforcement perspective if we can come up with that. Again, we are not talking affordable housing, we're talking about workforce housing, which isn't the same, it isn't defined as well, but I will work on that. Thank you.
Motion to close.
Have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco. Seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Councilman Goods.
REZ-22-23, ordinance is being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5411 West Tyson Avenue, City of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification, IG, Industrial General, to PD, Plan Development, Residential, Multifamily, Residential, Single Family, Attached, Retail Sales, Shoppers Goods, Restaurant, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Vieira. Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Vieira. Yes. Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson. Hurtak.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried, Carlson being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you for your time.
I'm still here. Good night. I'm so
Good night,
funny.
Ms. Strohmeyer. Thank you. Next on our agenda, is 15, REZ 22-12. Ms. Barnes?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 15 is REZ 2212. The applicant is requesting to rezone property located at 1 Tampa General Circle and 25 as well as 35 Columbia Drive from RS 60 and PD to planned development for hospital and medical office uses. I'll turn over the presentation to Jennifer Malone at the Planning Commission.
Thanks, Annie. Jennifer Malone here. This is in the Central Tampa Planning District on Davis Islands. It's also within the Davis Islands Urban Village. Here the subject site is outlined in high-rise residential along Bayshore Boulevard, medical offices along Columbia Drive, and then a lot of residential on Davis Island. The future land use of the site is public, semi-public. This category does not have a cap on density or intensity. So the plan guides development to remain compatible with the surrounding area, but there is no limit technically. The expansion before you today is on the northwesternmost portion of the site. And so we did find that that was compatible with the surrounding area. It's the furthest away from the residences on Davis Island, and that means that it's interfacing so those high-rise residential projects on Bayshore Boulevard. I would also note that it is in the coastal high hazard area, but this is not increasing the amount of residential dwelling units. And so it is not subject to coastal management policy 1.2.2. That concludes my presentation. Again, I'm always available for questions, but I'll turn it back over to Annie.
All right, I'll share my screen. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, this is REZ 2212, rezoned from RS60 and PD to PD for medical office and hospital uses. The applicant is requesting one waiver. Shown here is the subject property with surrounding zoning, residential and some commercial in the area. This is a portion of the PD site plan provided by the applicant, showing the overall layout of the site, as well as existing elevations with proposed elevations. And these are a couple pictures taken from a site visit of the hospital. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance if approving the application. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Gardner.
Good morning. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. I have the great pleasure of representing Tampa General Hospital, and with me is Dustin Pasteur, Cheryl Egan, Randy Cohen, and then the CEO of Tampa General, John Corris, who felt it was important to be here to show his respect to council. We've got a full presentation. I'm just going to reduce it down to a couple slides, and then Dustin has got a minute or two as well. This is Tampa General Hospital in its infancy, 1928. And as Tampa has grown, so has grown the hospital. This is it today in its current form. And what we are hearing for today is not to increase the size of the property at all, but solely related to this building right here along the channel, which is called the Bayshore Pavilion Building. As Annie showed, again, that's that Bayshore Pavilion and bird's eye view. And our proposal is to go up 4 stories there. And then as it relates to findings from the departments, we've been found to be fully consistent. And with that, I'll turn things over to Dustin to talk a little bit about their need.
Good morning, Council. Happy Friday. I'm Dustin Pasteur, Senior Director of Design and Construction. I'm an architect at the hospital. This is the building in question, as Truett pointed out, and we are proposing to add 4 stories vertically on this building. Important to note, this building was built in 2006 and it was designed for this expansion. So this was always part of our plan, but we don't have the square footage in our PD, and that's what we're here asking for. This is just a little bit of a breakdown of what we're proposing. We're asking for 3 floors of patient care. 2 of those floors will be bed units, so 50 beds per floor. They'll be acuity adaptable, meaning they could be ICU or med-surg level, and we can change them over time as our needs change. And then the top floor would be an operating suite for more ORs. And then on the roof of that, we have an education space and a penthouse. All in total, it's about 265,000 square feet. It's about a $240 million project, or it was a couple years ago before all the inflation. So we'll see how that goes. Very quickly, just the need, most of the country is actually showing a reduction in hospital usage as hospital procedures are being done in outpatient settings and even at home now. Hillsborough County is one of the few counties in the whole country that's showing a growth in population and thus a growth in hospital usage. And this graph, which is hard to read at this scale, is basically saying that's occurring in every age group in Hillsborough County. And that's been affecting us for many years. We used to have what you call seasonality in census, where we'd have high seasons and low seasons of bed usage. We haven't had that for 5 years. We've been completely full for that period of time, and since COVID, it's been even worse. This is just a chart showing we have 1,040 beds today. We just added 32 beds earlier this year to help this deficit. There's 3 different advisory boards. Basically, they all say we need between 150 and 250 beds over the next 10 years. We built 32. This would get us 100 more, so a lot closer to that goal. And then in the same vein, the projections show that we need 10 more operating rooms than we have today, and this would add 12. So that would get us some future growth. I think the main comments that I wanted to address, we met with the Davis Civ Association a few times, and we met with 345 Bayshore, which is the condo building directly across the channel from us. Some of the main concerns were traffic, of course, on the island. Randy Cohen's here that can speak on traffic if you have questions, but Randy ran a study, and it really shows no real change to our traffic count, minimal impact, because we can't add any more parking to our site. We're maxed out on parking. You guys may have seen the parking garage we're building on our corporate center over on Kennedy across from UT. That's where 1,000 of our staff members park every day. The extra patients that come onto the property for this expansion will park in the garage on campus, and that number of staff will move to that garage off-site. So the only traffic impact is our buses that go back and forth every day. We'll have to take a couple more trips, but that won't result in car trips because there's nowhere else to put cars on the property. The other main concern was the seawall and the public parks that we have around our perimeter. We'll be there when the project's over. We'll have to take one of them for laydown area during the project, and we will rebuild it afterwards. And the community was happy with that. And I think the last point is that we will use these beds to help expand our capacity, but we've determined that these beds will primarily support our transplant program, which is the second busiest transplant program in America, and also our Neurosciences Institute, which is a world-class institute that we do jointly with USF. And so these will be very high acuity patient beds that are desperately needed, and we're asking for your approval, and we are here for questions. Thank you.
Any questions for the petitioner? I just have one. I saw on the plans that you were going to have heliport on the top of this. Does that mean that the heliport on ground level will be discontinued?
No, we eliminated the heliport on the roof, mostly because we're going to have an education space up there, and so a helicopter landing next to it probably wouldn't work out. And we're going to leave the helipad on the ground level where it is now. And if we ever were to address that in the future, it would go on some future building, but not this building.
Is there any concerns about more echoing of the helicopters?
Well, no, this building's already a 6-story building and 7 stories with the penthouse. This will add 4 stories to it, but it actually won't be any significantly higher than the tallest building on campus now, which is the brick West Pavilion that you can see. This building will shield the view of that building, so it'll actually make a nicer face. It'll be generally the same height. It might be 10 or 15 feet taller, but at 10 stories, that's a minimal difference. So the amount of building that's there to reflect that sound today is essentially the same height as what we'll be building on this building.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment? I see we have one person online.
Yes, Sandra Mormon, but she's not logged on.
Commissioner Merman. She's not logged on?
Chairman, could John make a comment before we go to public comment, please?
Yes, please.
I'm John Corus, the president and CEO at Tampa General Hospital, and I wanted to come tonight, as Truett said, to show some real respect for all of you, but also, you know, our relationship with this city runs very deep. The team at Tampa General is very proud of the relationship we have with the city. We want to thank you for your support. COVID has been Again, it's been a difficult couple of years. This expansion is critically important, not just to Tampa General, but to the city of Tampa, into our region, and to the state of Florida. First and foremost, we're the city's hospital, we're the region's hospital, but we're also the state of Florida's hospital. With our academic partnership with the USF and the Morsani College of Medicine, we're expanding and we're growing, and that is good for the city, good for the region, and good for the state. And just on behalf of the entire team, just wanted to address all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no public comment. Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. I believe we have Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number REZ 22-12. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 1 Tampa General Circle and 25 and 35 Columbia Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classification RS60, residential single family, and PD plan development of PD plan development, hospital medical office, providing an effective date. Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Excuse me, roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Vieira. Yes. Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson. Hurtak.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried. Carlson being absent, second reading and adoption will be held on June 2nd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Mr. Shelby, do you have anything to add tonight before we close?
Council, I just want to share with you, I owe council an apology for this evening. I'm dealing with some issues that I just want to just share with council, and I just apologize and just assure you that I'll be addressing those matters with you.
I couldn't hear you, so I accept it.
Okay.
Ms. Wells.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, it came to my attention that with regard to item number 9, which was a request for a continuance, the motion was that passed by council continued this to June 9th. The applicant was requesting that it be continued to June 2nd. So if you could amend that motion, I would appreciate it.
Item number 9, you said?
Yes, sir.
Item number 9 be continued to June 2nd, 5:01 p.m.
Thank you.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. Roll call.
Goods.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Vieira. Maniscalco. Carlson. Hurtak.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried. Carlson being absent.
Thank you very much. Information and reports. Councilman Vieira.
Nothing.
Get out of here.
No, if I had 8, I'd have nothing. Trust me.
Come on.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have two motions. The first is a motion by request of the Planning Commission to remove TACPA 21-29 from the adoption public hearing scheduled on June 23rd, 2022 at 5:01 p.m.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco. Seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much. The second motion is a request by the Planning Commission setting an adoption hearing for TACPA 22-04 and TACPA 22-07 on June 23rd, 2022 at 5:01 p.m. and direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with the form of notice for advertising the public hearings.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by
Second.
Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Councilwoman Hurtak.
Nope.
Councilman Goods.
Yeah, I just want to make a motion for the accommodation for the Brothers of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated on their 86th anniversary. Second. And we can give it to them at the next accommodations ceremony.
Motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's it, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this day in 2003, Shirley Fox Knowles became our city clerk.
I'm sorry?
Would you like to announce the date?
Oh, I'm sorry. The date?
That would be July 19th at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
No June?
nothing, we're doing commendations over here.
Councilman Miranda, I
On this
apologize.
day in 2003, Shirley Fox Knowles became our city clerk. So I would like to take the opportunity, on behalf of City Council, to congratulate her for 19 years of service.
Second.
All right, the next one is I'd like to make a motion to support a group of individuals from Beach Park who have requested that Margaret Veazey, who served the first stand board in the city of Tampa, as well as Beach Park Neighborhood Association for many, many years, be honored by her contribution to the neighborhood, as well as her countless years as an officer of FAN on behalf of the city of Tampa. This group would like to designate a small land area that is owned by the city of Tampa at the end of Neptune Way that overlooks the bay as Vizzy's View. They would like to place a large landscape rock with a bronze plaque embedded in it saying that this is Vizzy's View. I have been advised that this small piece of land is owned by the city and it's being maintained by two neighbors who live next to it. I have further been advised that the neighbors adjacent to this property are in agreement to do this. With approval of this motion, I have the opportunity to propose to request appropriate departments within the city.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's it, sir.
Thank you. I have three motions to make. I make a motion to have Hillsborough County property appraiser Bob Enriquez present before City Council regarding the increase in revenue collected from property values at a regular council meeting on June 2nd. And if I could, I would like to have that right after the presentation by the Tampa Bay Water, which is a 5 to 7 minute presentation, let's say 9:15.
All right, we have a motion from Chairman Citro with a second from?
Oh, second.
Second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you all very much. I have a motion to recognize Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council on its 60 years of service on August 25th at 9 a.m. and present a commendation.
Second.
Motion from Chairman Citro, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Finally, a motion to have Tampa chapter of the American Red Cross to come and present regarding their mission and priorities going into the 2022 hurricane season on June 16th at 9 a.m.
Motion for Chairman Citro, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion to receive and file.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
We are finished. We are adjourned. Thank you all.
You know it's only